The story begins with a scene in a big dark dungeon, and the protagonist opens the scene by asking if we're ready for what's about to go down. At the moment, there's an army of ferocious goblins armed with all sorts of dangerous weapons, and they're all coming to face one person, who just happens to be the main character of this story, Banyu-1. And just when it looks like they're about to tear him apart, the first wave of goblins is instantly wiped out by deadly slashes as fast as light. All of this happens in the blink of an eye, and right after that, the gigantic mace with metal spikes that did the job finds its way back to the blue-haired hero in uniform. The remaining goblins stop in their tracks as they watch the severed remains of their colleagues fall to the ground like rain of blood and meat. They pause for a second, and it appears that they might be reconsidering their decision to attack. While they're still trying to process what the hell just happened to their buddies, our hero gives the monsters a confident smirk, suggesting that he's not done with them yet. Our boy gets a little overconfident, so he doesn't see the arrow that's suddenly shot at him by one of the goblins at the back. His mace gets in the way and destroys the arrow completely. Our boy is shocked and relieved at the same time when he sees what just happened, and all the goblins are equally confused. At this point, he decides that it's time to address the crowd, and starts by asking them if they are really charged and relying on sheer numbers alone. Judging by the confused looks on their faces, it's safe to say that the goblins don't understand anything he's saying. The fact that they would underestimate him that way pisses him off, so he informs them that they're sorely mistaken if they thought he came to the dungeon relying solely on this level of power. That being said, he sends his spiked mace Manga into the air and then orders a weapon to transform using magic. When he does this, the goblins immediately charge at him because they know that he's plotting an attack as well. They're suddenly met with a massive machine gun printed on their faces, and judging by the magic circle surrounding the assault weapon, it's safe to say this gun has enough bullets to go around. Our boy casually points his fingers at the monsters in the shape of a handgun and then commands Manga to commence shooting. In a flashback scene, we get to see when Banyu-1 was still a baby. At only 4 years of age, the blue-haired genius is already capable of reading fluently, and not just any random books, but texts in their original language which he doesn't speak. His mother notices this one day and gets really excited as she tells his father about it. The boy's old man is also really proud to see this, so he gives his darling wife the credit, telling her that she gave birth to a genius. His parents take this talent lightly at first, and his mom just jokes around, wondering when her husband taught the baby English. While she's still joking about this, Banyu-1 suddenly starts speaking even more languages, and that's when they realize that something strange is going on. The father is shocked to hear that his 4-year-old son can speak languages from countries he's never even seen before. The man reveals that he never thought the baby any of that, and the mother is completely taken aback by this. While the parents are trying to figure out what's going on with their baby, a familiar laughter interrupts their thoughts, and the person responsible barges into the room, suggesting that Yu-1 has inherited the thick bloodline of their ancestors. This old geezer appears to be the protagonist's grandfather, and based on the man's appearance, you can tell that he is a little nuts. He starts celebrating, claiming that a child who will fulfill the family's long-cherished wish has been born at last. While he's saying all of this, he's holding a little girl in his arms, and she doesn't look too happy to be in his company. Her face suggests that she's already tired of the old man, but the geezer just rambles on about how the child will reclaim the Tower of Babel for their family. As you can imagine, all of this just sounds like crazy talk. But Yu-1's parents are already familiar with the grandfather's crazy theories, so the mother just concludes that he's starting one of them again. The baby's father isn't surprised either, so he simply reminds the old man to wash up first since he just got back home. Seeing their reactions, the geezer gets frustrated, so he starts throwing a tantrum, insisting that the Tower of Babel really exists. While the old man is acting crazy at the back, the lady simply retrieves her daughter Yumi from him and asks her if she has fun playing with Grandpa. Before the little girl can even respond, her father lets out a laugh, suggesting that she must have had a lot more than fun if she spent the day with the crazy old man behind them. He borrows Yu-1's book for a second to see what the kid is up to and then begins to draw something on the pages. The old man tells him the story of a chaotic world a long time ago, claiming that the great ancestor of their band family possessed the ability to allow everyone to communicate. As he begins the story, he draws a tower on the page to illustrate, and then claims that their great ancestor used his special powers to lead people to build a tower that would never collapse. He reveals that this tower in question is the fabled Tower of Babel, and as the blue-haired baby processes this information, a wide grin pops up on his face. He asks if their great ancestor was the owner of the tower because he knows that such a thing would mean they have a fortune somewhere. In response, the old man just chuckles before explaining that their ancestors were masters of language, able to interpret and transform all languages. That being said, he tells Yu-1 that they must never forget they are the descendants of such a great person. The boy desperately grabs his grandfather's dirty legs, asking him to reveal where the building is, but the crazy old man just starts laughing. And when our boy's father sees his baby whining about a tower, he reminds the geezer that he was supposed to go wash up first. Anyway, the old man finally admits that he doesn't even know where the tower is, and the disappointed genius baby sighs in disappointment, feeling that it was supposed to be their building. He sees the deflated look on Yu-1's face, so he tries to cheer him up, telling him that he's very certain their family will regain their power, and glory when they finally find the tower. So as you can imagine, this little story gives the blue-haired genius some kind of purpose and hope that there's a treasure out there waiting for him. When Ban Yu-won was young, every time his grandpa told him stories about the adventures of their ancestors, he would always hope that his extraordinary linguistic talent could somehow help fulfill his family's long-cherished wish, but he soon found out that his true abilities far exceeded that expectation. Time passed after his grandfather told him stories about their ancestors, and now he's all grown up. He looks pretty nervous about his examination score. He's also quite confident that he'll definitely pass. The blue-haired university applicant slams the F5 button on his computer so see what his fate will be and waits to see if he's been admitted into the Department of Political Science and Diplomacy at S University. As he waits, he realizes how late the results are and he wonders why that's the case. He starts pondering on this, but his train of thought changes when he suddenly sees his computer screen acting all weird. The images on the screen are scrambled all of a sudden and he has no idea what the hell is going on, so he tries to do some troubleshooting. And that's when things become even weirder. The moment he touches the keypad, rows of strange symbols pop up in front of him, which just causes him to gasp in shock. At this point, our boy is even more confused than he was before because there's currently a blue glass window floating in front of his computer screen. As if that's not weird enough, he also has no idea what the strange twisted writing on the window means. He's never seen anything like it, but while he's still being freaked out, he suddenly starts to interpret the strange symbols. Out of the blue, he reads the message, stating that the best academy in the alternate dimension congratulates him on passing the document screening. Seeing this, our boy is even more confused because he doesn't even understand how he can read the strange writings on the floating screen. As if he wasn't already overwhelmed enough, more messages pop up on the blue windows, informing him that he's been summoned to the practical evaluation venue. He's told that he will become a prospective student if he passes the exam and then advised to prepare himself before a 10-second countdown starts immediately. As the countdown starts, the puzzled young man starts looking around frantically in search of the person who's playing a prank on him, but of course, he doesn't see anyone because he's all alone in his room. Just then, he looks back at the system and the computer screen and realizes that everything is back to normal. Other than that, he's also surprised to see what he actually passed and he smiles with pride, feeling that it's just as he expected. He's so excited to see the admission letter on his computer screen and figures that he was just seeing things because he was extremely nervous. The blue windows suddenly reappear, telling him that he'll soon be transported to the venue for the exam when the countdown comes to an end. But Ban Yu-won decides to just ignore them, concluding that they're not real. The countdown finally ends and the transportation to the exam venue begins, but our boy continues to tell himself that he's just seeing things, but he quickly realizes that it's all very real. The protagonist suddenly vanishes, and this is confirmed when Yumi enters his room to ask him if he passed his application exam to the university. She doesn't see him when she enters the room because he's been transported to the venue for the practical evaluation exam in another dimension. Meanwhile, Yu-won finds himself being blasted through multiple dimensions and just screams the horror the whole time until he finally crash lands in a dark cave which appears to be the venue for his special exam. As the slams into the ground, he groans in pain and then the blue windows pop up again, informing him that the special practical evaluation for candidates from lower dimensions has begun. Judging by the pain he's feeling, he can tell that this isn't some game, but he still can't comprehend how he got summoned here. While he's still wondering what's going on, another window pops up, telling him to defeat the blind goblin and then destroy the dungeon core. As you can imagine, Yu-won probably doesn't have an idea what any of that even means. As such, the confused blue-haired kid starts to freak out and begs desperately to be sent back home. He doesn't understand what they're talking about practical evaluations and special examinations. He didn't even apply to this interdimensional academy in the first place, so he doesn't get why they're making his life a lot tougher than it should be. While he's losing his shit at one corner of the dungeon, he takes a little look around and is horrified to see the beast he's supposed to defeat. He gasps in shock when he sees the blind goblin, and a part of him can't believe that the monster is actually really there. The goblin speaks some gibberish all of a sudden, but Yu-won instantly understands it to mean that the creature has heard his voice. Turns out there's more than one blind goblin though, and the second one there has equally heard our boy's voice, so it concludes that their prey is here. As you can imagine, the poor kid is terrified when he hears them referring to him as prey. He's also pretty shocked at the fact that he can already understand the goblin's language effortlessly. He didn't sign up for any of this, but here he is, getting all tangled up in the middle of weird shit like blind goblins and dungeon cores. Even though he's pretty confused and scared right now, what he knows for certain is that he'll need to defeat the blind goblins if he wants to get out of this place. That's the only way he can make it out of here, and just thinking about his current situation makes him realize how all of it feels like something to come out of a game or a novel. He really wants all of this to be some kind of joke, but the searing pain in his head and the sense of reality all over the dungeon makes it difficult for him to even know the difference between illusion and reality anymore. With this in mind, he begins to think more clearly and immediately remembers that the message said the goblins are blind. He knows that he'll have to fight the ugly creatures if he wants to make it out of the place alive. Sure, he now knows exactly what it's going to take to escape the dungeon, but he has absolutely no idea how he's supposed to fight two big goblins. While he's pondering deeply with tears in his eyes, the goblins begin a really detailed search for him, using their keen sense of hearing. He's still grumbling. One of the goblins takes a really big swing near him, and the barbell almost crushes Yuan's skull, so he begins to panic because he didn't think that the bastard could see him. While he's getting worked up in his hiding place, the goblins start whacking their clubs around without any aim, and that's when he confirms that they really can't see him. He becomes a bit relieved at this point, reminding himself that he can't panic or get too worked up. He's still trying to catch his breath when all of a sudden, one of the monsters turns around to take a big swing at him. He's lucky enough to see the weapon coming at him just in time, so he moves out of the way as fast as he can, but the club scratches his face a little. Ban Yuan skillfully evades the strike, causing the goblin to miss and hit the floor instead, and right after that, he stays low, and so the two green troublemakers become confused again. At this point, they're not sure where he is, so they start talking about it and wondering where the noises came from. They still can't see him lying on the floor, but they're convinced that he's still around, so they resolve not to let him escape. He can't afford to let them hear a sound from him again because it will probably be the last sound he makes, so he covers his mouth and remains on the floor. These guys might be blind, but they're extremely sensitive to sounds and movements. He's come to realize that they hunt by cornering their prey and talking to each other, so he concludes that they'll eventually find him no matter how well he hides there. While covering his mouth, he begins to come up with a plan, telling himself that he needs to think properly if he doesn't want to die in this cave here. The gears in his head start turning, and he thinks about how he would use the habits of the blind goblins if it were him. With the monsters' backs turned to him, he comes up with a plan and decides to get on the move. He figures that this is the best time to move, so he makes a run for it. So he throws rocks in the opposite direction and then runs away to the other side. Of course, his sudden movements trigger the sensitive beasts, so they follow the rocks that he threw, and it only takes them a few seconds to find the exact stones, showing just how accurate their senses can be. Ban Yuan sneaks up on it from behind and tosses a big rock which lands right in the back of its head. The pain from the hit stings, of course, but the resilient monster quickly turns around to trace where the stone came from because it is now certain that their prey is behind them. Unfortunately, our boy is clever enough to avoid the hit and then sabotages the other blind goblin, causing the first one to whack its partner in the face. The weaker goblin instantly has its face opened up by the massive mace, and then in a shocking twist, we see that our boy is speaking the monster's language already. He uses this to his advantage and tricks the begged goblin. But that's until the smaller goblin decides to fight back, and when this happens, both monsters land devastating blows on each other, which sends the bigger one collapsing on top of the smaller one. Our boy watches anxiously the whole time as the two beasts try to kill each other, and by the time the bigger one is down and pressing the smaller onto the ground, he realizes that this might be his chance to finish the both of them off for good. With this in mind, he slowly walks up to them and picks up the wooden club lying in the ground. He apologizes in advance, but also feels that the goblin should have expected this since it tried to kill him first. The goblin looks a bit terrified at this point, making you almost feel sorry for it, but the protagonist knows better than to go soft right now. He lifts the club and prepares to make the killing strike. He tells himself not to hesitate, because if he can't finish off even this dying creature, then it means that he doesn't stand a chance of getting out of the dungeon alive. This is only his first assignment, and if he goes soft here, then he's going to have a lot of problems. With this in mind, kills the goblin by bashing its head open with the club and then stands in front of the corpse, feeling relieved that he survived for now at least. All of a sudden, the dead bodies start to glow, and then some strange symbols appear right before another blue window pops up in front of him. On the screen, he's congratulated on his first successful hunt in the dungeon, and as a reward, he's granted something called the power of the higher dimension. He reads the message and his eyes just widen in shock as he tries to process what the hell is going on in front of him. The golden glow starts whirring all around him, and he becomes even more confused. He has no idea what any of this is, but he is definitely overwhelmed by it. As the strange symbols from some kind of floating magical bracelet around his hands, he just stares at them in a daze, trying to process the whole thing. He's definitely astounded by all that's going on, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around it all, he receives another message, telling him that he's just been given the power of the Babylonian code, which was just unlocked. He's told that the power will be displayed using ideograms, a language familiar to the holder. Yuan is puzzled by what it means, so he just stands there, trying to figure out what this is. Ideograms are actually characters which convey meaning through its form. In a broader sense, it refers to symbols that represent the concept of things. Our boy is racking his brain over this when suddenly, another screen pops up suggesting that Chinese characters will be his ideograms. He didn't expect this, but the system is convinced that this is the ideal ideogram for him because unlike phonetic characters that represent sounds alone, these characters convey meaning directly through their form. Once all of this is said and chosen, he is informed of the concepts that were gotten from the goblins. The two common concepts are that of demon and life, which were both seized from the flesh of the monsters. Right now, other concepts are way too complex or insignificant for the holder's current level, which means that he won't be able to absorb them. At this point, our boy becomes really overwhelmed because he has no idea how they got to this point, talking about seizing and absorbing stuff. Right now, he's starting to realize that his ability isn't just about language, and as he comes to discover this, the bodies of the goblins continue to transform into strange symbols. And Yuan is so overwhelmed because he now knows that he can also extract concepts from things. The goblin corpses continue to dissipate into symbols, and our boy just stands there like he's in a daze. He suddenly receives another message, telling him that he's about to absorb 0.2 demon concepts. Under normal circumstances, demons are inherently a concept that humans cannot possess, and since that's the case, it is recommended that these concepts are stored or separated in the Babylonian code, so that they can be applied to other objects and not necessarily humans. Seeing this message, the clever protagonist finally starts to understand how it all works. He realizes that he can either absorb concepts or store them elsewhere depending on what kind they are. As such, he reaches for one of the floating symbols, the green one, and wonders if he should try it on himself. Immediately, the system reveals that he's holding the life concept and then confirms that he's absorbing 0.4 of it, which basically means that his life will be increased to 10.4. On top of that, his overall abilities and potential are also enhanced, so our blue-haired buddy gets all excited because it's always a good thing to know that all your stats are up. Anyway, Ban Yuan admits that he is already starting to feel confident now, and while he's getting all excited, the system reveals that he also has some other concepts to absorb. For instance, he absorbs 0.2 of the flesh concept, and this increases his flesh to 10.2 in that moment, which means that his body will become healthier. Basically, this means that his strength has gone up, so he feels really pumped and starts flashing some of his non-existent muscles. He actually feels a lot healthier, and as he moves some parts of his body, he realizes that it's not just a feeling he's getting. He flexes his fingers and notices that his grip strength is off the charts. Also, his leg strength and even the density of his skin have improved. Basically, everything in his physical body has experienced a major upgrade, and as he takes a look at his improved physique, he realizes that he must have gotten all of this from the goblins. Ban Yuan remembers how tough the goblins were, so it makes sense that he'd have these new features after he understood, seized, and absorbed their concepts. After he's done admiring his new figure and strength, he takes a walk back to the place where the goblins died and is surprised to see that the corpses, which had the abilities he absorbed, have completely disappeared. All that's left now are the two clubs that almost ended his life a while ago. He examines the weapons and starts to think of something really clever, since the act of applying concepts works not just on him but on other objects too. He's confident that his plan might work on the clubs. So, without any further delay, he takes out the purple demon concept he was rewarded with and slowly applies it to the clubs, feeling that if it works out well, then he can escape the dungeon finally. As he applies the demon concept to the clubs, a mischievous smile appears on his face, suggesting that he's made some progress, and all of a sudden, he confidently concludes that all the other monsters in the dungeon are as good as dead when he catches him. Using this unlocked power, Ban Yuan becomes practically untouchable in the dungeon. The new powers he acquired allow him to wipe out the next wave of blind dungeons, and after a while, he clears the entire dungeon so that he can escape. Our boy gets to the door after slaughtering the blind dungeons, and there, he comes across some kind of amber orb which he shatters. The moment he does this, a message from the system comes up, informing him that he just completed the exam. The Academy congratulates him on passing the practical test of the lower dimension special examination. Hearing this, he feels really proud and sighs in relief as he asks if this means that he can finally go home. He's already sick and tired of this place and just wants to return to his real life, but all hopes of that happening are crushed when the system suddenly confirms that he's being transferred to the dormitory immediately. Ban Yuan screams in bewilderment when he hears this, but there's really nothing he can do to stop this interdimensional academy from doing what they like with him, so he eventually accepts his fate. As desperate as he was to get back to his family, he just had to live with the fact that he's being to a place very far away from home, and the truth of the matter is that he had no idea when he would see his family again. This place is a magical realm for sure, and nothing like the real world. It's a place he'd never seen before, and the school he was being enrolled into was called the Union Academy. After his little adventure in the dungeon, he's teleported to a room in the dorm and flopped on the floor. He has no idea where he is or how he got there, so he expresses his confusion, and that's when another blue window pops to break things down for him. First, our boy is congratulated on passing the practical exam and becoming a provisional student at the academy. After that, he's told to wear the assigned uniform neatly so that he can attend the interview. It's as though his life is about to change completely and he can't do anything about it. The blue-haired hero is pretty confused about the arrangements and wonders what the interview is for, so he asks about it, but the system just ignores him and encourages him to make sure that he wears the proud uniform of the Union Academy to the place. He sees the blue pair of pants and blazers, along with some nice shoes to match, and it immediately gives him PTSD. The guy literally just graduated high school, and now he's finding himself being enrolled into an interdimensional academy where he'll be forced to wear uniforms again. It honestly pisses him off because he didn't sign up for any of this, and right now, all he wants is to be given back his freshman days as a uni student. Unfortunately, no amount of crying or sobbing is going to fix his problems for him, so he decides to face the situation head on and see what he can do to get his life back. Determined to finally understand what's going on, He quickly puts on the uniform and prepares to attend the interview. His resolve doesn't stop him from grumbling the whole time though, since he finds it absolutely ridiculous that they want to interview him after putting him in a near-death situation back in the dungeon. Manhwa puts on the nice uniform and completes the look with the fancy blue tie and then prepares to make his way out of the room. The hero steps out of the room, determined to meet the person in charge of this sick academy so that he can give them a piece of his mind. After getting all dressed up, he storms out of the dorm with his face laced with determination and a touch of annoyance. In his mind, he's going to stick it to the man and make them let him go back home. He's convinced that he'll get his life back during the interview, and at the very least, he'll demand compensation for his transportation. This is Manhwa's agenda as he marches down the hallway to the venue for interview, but the moment he pushes the door opens, at least half of his plans evaporate from his mind because he's absolutely starstruck by the elven redhead in glasses sitting in the room. The lady looks quite mature, which suggests that she's his teacher or something, but in that moment, young Manhwa doesn't give a shit if she's older than him because he's definitely attracted to her. The young man is blown away by how pretty she is, and she's also quite taken aback by the fact that he barged into the room like that. It could also be because he's literally a human, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Anyway, Manhwa just stands at the entrance in a daze, puzzled by her green skin. He wonders if she's an alien or something, but even though he doesn't have the answer to that, one thing he knows for sure is that she's really beautiful. The lady in glasses welcomes him, calling him by his name, and then introduces herself as Yumina, the professor of magic combat at Union Academy. After revealing this, she admits that it's a pleasure to meet him, and then it once again dawns on him that she's way out of his age group, so he nervously responds, referring to her as ma'am. While he's scratching his head, she congratulates him on passing the exam once again and then tells him that he's welcome back. In response, he just smiles sheepishly, and at this point, you can tell that he's forgotten that he was supposed to be sticking it to the man and demanding to be sent back home. Instead of all that, he thanks her for her congratulations, and she just goes on to inform him that his test process caught the full attention of the entire faculty. He's surprised to hear this but also feels pretty proud about that. He's still smiling sheepishly when Professor Yumina informs him that he's the first student in 500 years to create a new artifact during the evaluation examination. Hearing this, he finally starts to remember how weird this world is and how he just wants to go back home. The stunner in glasses is getting all excited that her new student made such a breakthrough, but Manhwa just thinks about how he was brought here against his wish, and how he was nearly killed in the dungeon. That's not exactly something to be excited about, so while the green lady is rambling on about how amazing he is, he just looks like he'd rather be anywhere else in the universe. Professor Yumina claims that what he's achieved is an exceptional case even beyond the special examination, and while she's going on about it, he figures that their way of reasoning is different, probably because they're from different worlds. He's already sick and tired of this strange school, so he decides that he'll leave right after the interview. But we all know it won't be that easy since he's practically already a treasure at the academy. Manhwa quickly realized this though, and we're about to see what exactly happened to make him stay back. He looks out the classroom window and notices a pretty prominent pillar, so he asks the professor what its name is. The lady is taken aback at first when he asks her about the pillar, but then she immediately remembers that people from lower dimension worlds don't usually know anything about Union Academy, or the pillar in question. She's heard rumors of people who don't actually know about this place, and now she's met one, so she confirms that the rumors are true. Anyway, she's more than happy to enlighten the young talent, so she explains that the pillar he's looking at is the reason why Union Academy was established. At this point, we also get to see the insanely tall pillar that's literally touching the clouds, and safe to say that it's absolutely magnificent. The pillar is more like a tower, and the professor explains that they raise students with the greatest talents across dimensions and help them reach the top of the tower. She reveals that this is the aspiration of the Union Academy and claims that it's the final hope shared by all dimensions. After explaining what the pillar is about to our boy, she goes on to tell him about dungeons. Professor Yumina claims that it is the dungeon among dungeons, which is the origin of all mysteries and dangers in this world, and then reveals that it is the Tower of Babel. As you can imagine, this is a really big revelation for the young linguistic genius. He immediately starts to recall everything his grandfather used to tell him about their ancestors, and he realizes that this is what the old geezer was talking about all those years. His mind is blown the moment she hears this, and it's really a lot to take in. He can't believe that this is the Tower of Babel his grandpa was so obsessed with for the longest time, and right now, it all feels like a dream. He wishes his grandfather was here because the crazy old man would be able to help him make sense of it all. Boy, he's on his own on this one. As he tries to wrap his head around the insanely tall tower, he thinks back to what the professor meant when she called it the Dungeon of Dungeons. To him, that sounds as though the tower has completely been taken over by monsters. Whatever the case is, he refuses to dwell on less important issues right now. He decides that it doesn't really matter right now and refocuses on what's more important. As far as he's concerned, this is his opportunity to take back his family's glory as well as everything his ancestors worked for. In that moment, our boy instantly enrolls into Union Academy so that he can finally fulfill a lifelong dream. But the best part about all of this is that he's not exactly stuck or forced to stay in that dimension. Thanks to the professor's special treatment, Ban Yu-won was transported back home, and after gathering his entire family and explaining everything to them, he was able to prepare for enrollment. Our boy breaks it down to his family, telling them all about the pillar that touches the sky, and as you can imagine, his crazy grandpa is absolutely delirious. He's so proud of the boy for finding the lost Tower of Babel, and while he's screaming at the top of his lungs, the hero's father just tells him to calm down so he doesn't get a heart attack. Anyway, that's how it went down at the boy's house, and with everyone fully in support of his new adventure, he's able to travel back to the academy where he begins preparing for enrollment. At the moment, our boy is in the lower dungeons of Union Academy, specifically in Hobgoblin Cave, where he's teaching the army of dumb goblins a lesson they'll never forget. At this point, we finally catch up with the first scene in the story where he opens fire on the goblin army with his magical machine gun. As he unleashes an endless barrage of bullets on the monsters, a sense of purpose and fulfillment washes over him. He thinks about how he's finally here. Unlike before, when he had only limited his abilities to language, now he's able to seize concepts from goblins. So far in this dungeon, he's acquired 3.4 demon concepts, 6.8 life, 3.4 flesh, 0.34 murder, and 0.57 shooting concepts. His current abilities are completely different from what they used to be. They've been insanely enhanced, all thanks to the Babylon Code. Because of this, he can now verbalize, absorb, and manipulate the concepts of all objects. When he defeats an enemy, he can now acquire the concepts, and he can also recognize them. The more he acquires, the stronger he becomes, and at this rate, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an absolutely formidable character. He recalls the concept he acquired from the first dungeon at the Blind Goblin Cave. He remembers imbuing the demon concept into the Goblin's Club and strengthened it into the weapon he uses now. The weapon is none other than his trusty spiked metal mace, which seems to have a mind of its own. Ban Yu-won introduces us to the mace. It's a club infused with ghostly energy and is the first artifact created by our boy. It reveals its true form at the owner's command and can also transform and act freely, making it an autonomous artifact, which explains why it's able to bash a goblin in the face even when Ban Yu-won didn't see the attack coming. He's grown really fond of the spiked mace, so he commends it on a job well done, claiming that Manga helped him get a really good evaluation result after his first test in the Blind Goblin Cave. Now that they've cleared this cave as well, he figures that it's time for them to sort out the spoils, so he starts by checking the code. He opens it up to see the rewards that he's got and is shocked because among the concepts he obtained from the monsters, he sees something that he's never seen before, and that's the soul concept, which he now has 2 of. He has no idea what it is and begins to wonder what it could mean. While he's still trying to think, his spiked mace suddenly tries to tell him something. He asks what's up, and that's when his metal friend claims that he wants the soul concept. Seeing this, Ban Yu-won reveals that he's more than happy to give Manga the soul concept, but first, he wants to give him some life, soul, and spirit concepts as well. With a big smile on his face, he opens up his store of concepts and prepares to give his mace some. So far, our boy has learned that imbuing all the small concepts into his metal club makes it a lot more powerful. Our boy gathers the concepts and rolls them up into one glowing ball of energy so he can feed it to his spiked friend. A surge of energy erupts and blows him away the moment the concepts make contact with the club. It turns out that the combined concepts form a perfect harmony, causing a transformation in the artifact. 2.5 ghost concepts automatically combine with 4 beast concepts, and a perfect synergy results in a fusion that goes far beyond the current depth. Our boy is not familiar with this beast concept, so he begins to wonder if one of the other concepts he left alone suddenly transformed into it. The blast of energy continues, and after a while, a message pops up, confirming that the Ghost Beast 10 concept has been completed due to the transcendental fusion. The result of this fusion is a huge metal snake creature which appears to be the Ghost Beast in question. At this point, our boy finally puts it all together and realizes that combining the characters for Ghost and Beast gives Ghost Beast. He likes the new pet and admits that it's extremely fantasy-like. He wonders if he can touch the snake and is a little reluctant at first because of how menacing it looks. But then all of a sudden, Ghost Beast takes a really cute form, and as our boy pets it, he's glad to see that its personality is still the same as before. It's so cute, and he hopes that it can still transform into a magic gun or a shield. He names the snake, even decides to check the growth stats so far before heading back. Based on his experience in this dimension, life concept is very similar to a level in a game. Flesh seems to represent physical stats, but the thing that's baffling him right now is his soul stats, and he wonders why it's so high. Some other abilities, they're like all-seeing eyes and all-hearing ears, Aries, probably related to his language skill, so he decides to skip what he doesn't understand. As for Eve, he wants to know what the snake is all about and asks if she thinks she can surprise the others now. The snake shakes her head in a no, so the boy concludes that what really matters is her growth rate. A window pops up with a prompt, asking if he'd like to head back after clearing the dungeon, so he clicks the yes button and requests to be transported to the Union Academy entrance ceremony. In the next scene, we get to see the Union Academy auditorium, which is strictly for entrance ceremonies only. There's a really cool and futuristic feel to the place with all sorts of holographic displays and fancy lights welcoming the new students into the school. As they walk into the large hall, some seem really excited to be there, while others just look like they'd rather be anywhere else in the world. Anyway, the ceremony is about to start, so most of them get seated, and that's when Ban Yuan suddenly appears in the hall. As soon as he opens his eyes, he's amazed by the large number of students from all kinds of backgrounds. They're all so different in one way or the other, and it's pretty overwhelming, so he activates his all-seeing eyes. This skill helps him read everything, and depending on his proficiency, the eyes allow him to understand the aura and spirit of a target more deeply. After taking a look around, he's not surprised to see many strong characters. Unlike him, who entered through a special admission for lower dimensions, the regular students who came in through the normal process look really strong even at first glance. Ban Yuan figures that they're probably at least 10 times stronger than him, and while that's something to be worried about, he can't help but wonder where his seat is. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when a big green student calls on him and tells him to get lost at the back if he's from a lower dimension. He's pretty scared of the guy, so he doesn't even argue and quickly walks away while all the other freaky students laugh at him. He politely thanks them and walks away, even though he knows exactly what they're doing. As expected, those who got in through the normal process have high opinions of themselves, and they're looking down on him for being from a lower dimension. Apparently, discrimination is an interdimensional thing, since even here, the ones who have power look down on those beneath them. Unfortunately, it's the same everywhere people live. Just then, a blonde student at the back calls out to him, telling him that it's where the special admission students from lower dimensions sit. He walks down to the short row of seats and immediately feels like he's been exiled or something. He takes a look at the 3 students and instantly gets a very strange feeling. Ban Yuan stares at the 3 students in bewilderment, wondering who the hell they actually are, because judging by how their stats are, he can't believe that they're just low ranks like him. The protagonist can see this thanks to his all-seeing eyes, and the students are literally exuding power, so he concludes that they're probably strong enough to blow away the regular admissions. He doesn't realize that he's been staring at them for some time until the blondie among them calls to get his attention. The guy already knows Ban's name, suggesting that they've met before. This explains why the guy called out to him right after the regular students tried to intimidate him. Sure enough, our boy is pretty familiar with Blondie, who goes by the name of Slight. This pretty boy looks pretty eager to finally be a full-fledged student of the Union Academy. Ban finally says hi before claiming that their special seats are amazing, but the blondie doesn't seem to think so. He's surprised that the blue-haired kid would say this and then bursts into laughter all of a sudden. As Light is actually the handsome roommate Ban met back in the dorm before the entrance ceremony, and it's safe to say that their first meeting was a bit unusual. In a flashback scene, we get to see how the 2 young men met for the first time. In this scene, the Slight is clad in knight armor and he's got a big sword to match. The first time he sees our boy in the room, he holds a sword to his neck, asking him who he is, and of course, Ban is pretty nervous since he's still new here. The blue-haired hero starts sweating all of a sudden, because he's afraid this crazy guy might actually cut him open with the sword, so he quickly informs Blondie that he's a freshman at the school before revealing that they're roommates. The moment he says this, a Slight apologizes instantly and takes the blade away from his face. The pretty boy claims that his nerves were just a bit sharp because he also just finished his practical evaluation. He then gives Ban a hand and asks the new guy if he's okay, and our boy is pretty taken aback by how fast the guy could switch up. But the thing that really intrigues him is how Slight looks like a prince from a fairy tale. If you didn't know any better, you'd take him to be a beautiful girl, so it's pretty baffling that he'd look this good and also have quite a temper. Despite the harsh first impression, a Slight still apologized rather quickly, so this makes our boy conclude that his new roommate might not be such a bad person after all. After the weird first meeting, the 2 guys have a chat, and a Slight finds it pretty odd that Ban fought blind goblins for his evaluation. The pretty boy finds it quite amusing too, because as far as he's concerned, even a new recruit with basic training could hunt a goblin easily. In his mind, Ban's practical exam was a walk in the park because his own opponents for the evaluation were trolls and ogres. As you can imagine, our boy doesn't appreciate the condescending comment. As far as he's concerned, a Slight is spewing nonsense, so he concludes that the pretty boy is 100% oblivious. He doesn't hit back at the guy and decides to just wave off the annoying comment. That's when he realizes that they've been talking for a while now without even washing up after their exams. Another thing he realizes is that this is the first time in a while he's talked to anyone at the academy. The pretty boy agrees with him, so Ban Yuan suggests that they go ahead and wash up since the dorm bathroom is a communal one. As soon as he says this, he starts taking off his clothes, and a Slight becomes really uncomfortable when he sees the new guy's chiseled body. Our boy suggests that they continue their conversation while in the shower, but a Slight immediately declines, telling Ban that he should go wash up first. For some reason, he's so flustered that his cheeks start turning red and he turns away so he doesn't see Ban's bare body. The protagonist notices the pretty boy acting all weird, so he tries to ask him what's up, so a Slight reluctantly tells him that he'll have a shower later. The guy almost looks like he's about to burst into tears, and this makes our boy pretty puzzled. He doesn't get why a Slight is so shy, and unfortunately, it appears that this awkwardness hasn't changed since their first meeting. The flashback comes to an end and the story resumes in the auditorium along with the awkwardness. The pretty boy is staring at Ban weirdly, and our boy has had enough of it for now, so he turns to the other students seated beside a Slight. since this is the special admissions designated seat. He figures that the other 2 students will also be quite new to the system, so he decides to go ahead and say hello. He greets the pink-haired girl in the trio and she's immediately flustered by him. Our boy is equally intrigued by the girl because she's very cute too. She politely returns the greeting, and as they make eye contact, they both start blushing for some reason. Ban looks away as quickly as he can so she doesn't see how red his face is already, and then he tells her that it's a pleasure to meet her. After interaction with the first girl, he goes over to the second one to say hi, and it's safe to say he doesn't receive the same energy from her. The white-haired girl gives off this cold vibe and just glares at him when he tries to say hi. Her black eyes shoot daggers at him, and he instantly becomes uncomfortable, so he asks her what's wrong with why she's staring at him like that. She finally responds to him at this point, bluntly pointing out the thing wrapped around his arm. She finds it interesting, and that's when our boy looks at his hand to see Eve slithering over there. He probably didn't know that his ghost beast pet had come out, so he introduces the scary girl to Eve. The 3 students are intrigued by the snake, and after staring at the creature for a while, a slight asks Ban if the snake is the same artifact from before. The first time they met, he saw our boy with the spiked club, so now he's quite amazed that the artifact changed so much in just a few days. While he's busy asking questions, the pink-haired girl in the group politely asks if she can touch the snake, feeling that it's really cute. A slight and the cute girl seem to really like the pet ghost beast. But the white-haired grouch in the group doesn't really seem to care about the snake. Nevertheless, she's pretty impressed, so she finally introduces herself to Ban. Her name is Doko Yon, and she's the daughter of a martial artist. After revealing this to our boy, she asks him what his name is, and he immediately introduces himself to her. By this time, he's taken a seat next to her, so they engage in conversation. Our boy is really intrigued to hear that she's the daughter of a martial artist, so he curiously asks her if she uses martial arts, or if she uses other techniques like shooting energy blasts. The moment he asks this question, an awkward silence follows as a slight and the other girl quickly turn away. As you can imagine, Ban is quite confused by all of this, so he wonders what's going on, and that's when Doko Yon reluctantly admits that his understanding is not entirely wrong. For some reason, her cheeks are bright red at the moment, so Ban gets a little nervous, especially because of what she just told him. He concludes that his guess was right, judging by how nervous the grumpy girl suddenly became, and since they live in a world of fantasy, he suggests that it makes perfect sense for martial arts to exist as well. At this point, the pink-haired girl introduces herself to the group as well. She tells them that her name is Rachel and claims that it's a pleasure to meet Ban too. Hearing this, the pretty boy follows suit, telling the group that his name is a Slight, but he also lets them know they can just call him Light. He specifically tells the girls that it's nice to meet them, but the moment he calls Doko's name, she just glares at him, so he quickly takes the hint and keeps his mouth shut. Ban takes a look around and sees all the newly admitted students seated. The hall is full and the school authorities are equally seated at her front, so he figures that the ceremony is about to start. He informs the others and then is taken aback when he sees his Professor Yumina seated at the front with the other school authorities. When a Slight hears this, he curiously asks Ban if he also had a consultation with the pretty professor. He's pretty confused because he didn't think that Yumina talked with anyone else in the group. But it turns out that the 2 young men were interviewed by the same professor. As the reality of this coincidence dawns on them, they just start staring at each other, and after a few seconds, the awkwardness between them goes up to a whole nother level. Thankfully, this staring contest is cut short when they suddenly notice that the auditorium ceiling is opening. They, as well as the other students in the hall, are all confused when they see this happening, so they start wondering what is going on. While some of them are starting to panic, a loud voice interrupts all of them, confirming that everyone has gathered in the hall. The loud and powerful voice comes along with some kind of energy that causes all the new students to cover their ears in discomfort. The voice is so loud that it seems to be giving the students migraines or something. They're all affected by it, including Ban, who wonders what this overwhelming pressure is for. While most kids just keep their heads down to reduce the effect, our boy figures that the reason for this mind-boggling pressure is probably up in the sky. So he struggles to lift his head up so he can look up, and that's when he sees the most unbelievable thing ever. Right up there, in the sky, there's a massive image in the clouds that looks like a giant eye looking down at all the newly admitted in the auditorium. As Ban struggles to keep his head up, the overwhelming voice speaks up again, revealing that he will now begin the entrance ceremony for the 2557th Union Academy class. From the terrifying voice and the ominous appearance in the sky, one would think this is some kind of apocalypse or end-of-the-world event, but we later find out that the overwhelming being that addressed them was only the principal of the school. After the ceremony, Professor Yumina blabs on and on about how amazing the principal was. She claims that the principal's speech was quite impressive and bans crew if they think so too, but the kids just stay quiet. Probably because they're all still traumatized by what happened to them during the entrance ceremony. Everyone in the squad just remains silent, hoping that the professor would just change the topic, but she doesn't say anything either, and so awkward silence overwhelms the room. After a few seconds, our boy decides to break the silence by agreeing with Professor Yumina, claiming that the speech was incredible. He was really intrigued at the ceremony, and now he's pretty curious as to whether that giant eye in the sky was actually their principal. The moment he asks this question, his friends bombard him with questions. For starters, they're shocked that he actually saw the eye, probably because they never imagined he'd have the strength or courage to lift his head during the principal's introduction. Just to confirm, the pretty boy asks Ban if he looked up, and Rachel is also curious because she remembers that most people were too intimidated to even look up. As far as the blondie is concerned, it was way too terrifying to look up. At this point, the nervous protagonist casually tries to avoid the questions. Apparently, the principal wasn't that scary to him like he was to the rest of the students, and while he's trying to explain this, Doko just glares at him from the back. Ban Yuan is really intrigued by how that being concealed itself completely using some kind of special method, and he's pretty eager to find out how on earth that happened. His thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly senses the eye daggers being shot at him from behind, so he turns around, feeling really startled by the creepy black-eyed girl. At this point, he decides that he's said enough, so he wraps things up. He doesn't need them paying any special attention to him, and he certainly doesn't want to get into trouble on his first day for looking at the principal or something. So he attempts to close the discussion by telling the group that it just felt like a giant eye was watching them. Professor Yumina can probably smell the nervousness oozing off the blue-haired boy, so she chimes in to save him from any more questions and confirms that the being was indeed the principal of Union Academy. It's a rare opportunity to meet the being, and the teacher makes this pretty clear by telling the students that they probably won't see the principal again unless they achieve something really special or if they cause a serious incident. However, this only applies to a slight and the others because Professor Yumina suddenly reveals that Ban Yuan will be getting a private meeting with the principal. Hearing this, our boy begins to panic again, and then informs Miss Yumina that such a meeting is more like a curse. In response, the pretty lady just bursts into laughter, telling him that the students' achievements are also her achievements as their professor, and that being said, she encourages all of them to work hard. Hearing this, a slight is taken aback because he had no idea that Miss Yumina would be in charge of them at the school, so he asks to confirm if that's the case, and the professor immediately confirms it. The news is pretty overwhelming for the blondie. Apparently, Yumina is one of the only 9 full professors at the academy, so the fact that she'll be the one assigned to him and his new friends is a really big deal to him. The news leaves him stunned, so the pretty teacher realizes what's going on and decides to officially introduce herself to the new students she'll be in charge of. The green lady picks up her teacup and then introduces herself as their professor who teaches magical combat. Yumina tells the kids that she's been assigned as the homeroom professor for their class, which is class 11, and then she encourages the kids to work well together since they'll be stuck with each other for the next 5 years. A slight is pretty taken aback by all of this because he's also familiar with the rules of Union Academy. Based on his knowledge of the school, the lower-tier special admission students are assigned to associate professors, and Yumina confirms that this is usually the case. However, this year, the students from lower dimensions are such special talents that she was given the responsibility of nurturing them. Yumina admits this to the kids, and thinks about how strange it is that only very special students were selected by the academy this year. As puzzling as that is, the professor decides to focus on the important issue at hand, so she informs the newcomers that she has some advice for them while they're gathered there. Yumina tells them to be wary of the regular students' jealousy and hostility. She's a professor here, and they're her students too, but she's not the kind to paint the truth, so she makes the new guys aware of what they're up against. This piece of advice piques Ban's interest, and he ponders deeply on what the professor just said. She mentioned jealousy and hostility, so this means that the regular students aren't just their rivals in academic competition. Our boy realizes that Yumina is referring to stuff like physical confrontation and picking fights between students. With this in mind, he figures that she's telling them this because matters outside the internal competition protected by the school rules are things that even professors can't interfere with. While our boy is thinking about all of this, Yumina interrupts his thoughts with more advice. She tells the 4 of them to stick together from now on, because they're all rare special admission students. Hearing all of this, Doko just sits quietly as she processes everything she heard the professor say. As far as this white-haired grouch is concerned, if they want to grow by fighting other students, then they'll need to be strong enough to just ignore the jealousy and hostility. Otherwise, they're just going to end up having a lot of problems. Yumina continues to stress the need for unity among the 4 of them, informing them that they're also party members who will climb the tower together until graduation, and this news catches our boy off guard. He didn't know that was part of the package, so he doesn't know exactly how he should feel about it. Right now, he's in a daze as he tries to take in everything that Yumina just told them. The professor finally brings her little advice session to an end, feeling that it's enough heavy talk for now. The cheerful lady seems to be even more excited than the students who just got admitted into Union Academy, so she informs them that the school has prepared a small gift for them, hoping that it would be enough to lift their spirits. The gifts appear on the table all of a sudden, and judging by the glow coming from there, it's easy to assume that the newcomers have been given some rare treasure and artifacts as welcome gifts. They are all anxious to see what they've been given, and it doesn't take too long for them to receive the gifts. A while later, we see one of them holding a necklace with a red stone as the pendant, and he's finding it difficult to see how this doubles as a student ID. The professor told them that the necklace is their student ID and explained some of the cool features it has. For starters, they can use it to identify themselves and access all facilities on campus. Besides that, they can also teleport anywhere within the Union realm using the necklace, and of course, this is what the students are eager to try out. They've already been given a spell to chant whenever they want to teleport. The spell is simply a phrase, "Professor Yumina is beautiful," so a slight, Rachel and Doko say the words, and it works almost too well. The three of them were outside before casting the spell, and they're suddenly teleported into one of the halls. Seeing how powerful the necklace is, a slight decides that they'll have to take good care of the pendant, because they'll need to have it on them as a means of identification henceforth. Rachel understands all of this, but what she doesn't get is why Ban has been left behind in all of this. A slight claims that he has no clue, while Doko just seems to prefer that our boy isn't around. For some reason, the girl has been really suspicious of the protagonist since they first met, and now that he had to be taken away, she feels that the principal felt the same off vibe she's been getting from him. It turns out that our boy isn't in the mix right now, because during their little discussion with Professor Yumina, a call came across, which led to our boy being summoned elsewhere. Doko Yon doesn't trust Ban, and feels that there's something off about him, because why is it that he's the only one who could look directly at the professor out of all the students? We catch up with our boy literally on a hot seat. Bro is sweating profusely because of how nervous he is right now. He's been summoned to have a private meeting with the president on the first day, and it's safe to say this isn't how he planned to start his experience at Union Academy. He doesn't remember causing any trouble though, so he wonders what he was invited for. His panic session is interrupted when the principal suddenly addresses him, telling him that he can actually look at him now, since he's not in his true form. At this point, the nervous young man lifts his head slowly to see the principal, and that's when he's shocked to see that the principal of the school has now taken the form of a stuffed doll. This is certainly a lot better than having to deal with a gigantic eye in the sky that places an unbelievable amount of pressure on you, so Ban is pretty relieved that he'll be having this conversation with a harmless stuffed doll. Our boy looks up at the doll and is immediately unsure of what to refer to the voice as. He wonders if he should address the voice as principal or chancellor, so the intimidating presence simply asks to be called master. Ban doesn't have a problem with it, so he sticks with that title from that moment. Now that they're on the same page and able to talk freely, the master suggests that it's time he explained why he summoned our blue-haired hero. To do this, he starts by stating that he doesn't normally interfere in the growth of students, claiming that he usually leaves those who are weak to remain weak and those who are already strong to stay that way. Basically, what he's trying to say is that he doesn't ever get involved with the strength of students, even if it means they might end up dying in the tower. He claims that he doesn't care if they die or survive the tower to seize power and glory, revealing that he has only one goal, which is to witness with his own eyes the one who would reach the end of the tower. This is what the master has dreamed of for the longest time, but he's yet to see the hero who can climb to the top of the Tower of Babel, and because of this, everything else in life is practically meaningless to him. Ban Yuan is dumbfounded when he hears this and tries to understand where the master is coming from with such stern statements. Strictly speaking, he's well aware that the tower has stood from the time of his ancestors up until his time, which is now. Thanks to his grandfather's countless stories about the tower, he also knows that the Ban family has been determined to reclaim all the power and glory for centuries. With all of this in mind, our boy smiles with determination laced all over his face, claiming that he's ready to risk his life in order to reclaim the tower. He's aware that the principal must know all of this, because that's the only logical reason he must have brought him to this dimension. Even though all of that has probably been established, he's still really eager to find out what the chancellor thinks the tower means to all the other students. Determined to get an answer, Ban Yuan leans voice and then asks the master why people come all the way to this dimension to climb the tower. With that question being out forward, our boy asks the master to tell him what exactly the tower is. As soon as he asks this question, the voice goes quiet for a few seconds, and in that moment of awkward silence, the stuffed doll on the table just keeps staring at our boy. He's not sure what's going on, so he just stays quiet for a while before suddenly revealing that the tower is a path to the divine, a trial. As you can imagine, this piece of information hits our hero like a shockwave because although it makes sense, he never expected it to be true at all. Ban Yuan begins to process what he's just been told and ponders deeply on it. This is the same kind of thing people think of Aztec temples or pyramids sometimes, so to hear the principal of his new school say something like this, he realizes that things are getting a lot more complicated than they were supposed to. After making it clear that the tower leads to a divine trial, the presence once again justifies his reason for not getting involved with the hardships of students. Ban just stares at her stuffed doll in a daze as he's trying to wrap everything around his head, and that's when the principal reveals that he's willing to make an exception this time around. Our boy is shocked when he hears this as well, so he simply remains quiet and waits for the master of the Union Academy to finish and get to the point. Basically, the principal claims that he's willing to make an exception because he sees great potential in our blue-haired hero. In fact, the master claims that it's the greatest potential he's ever seen in a student, and this explains why he couldn't just sit back and watch like he did with all the other students in his school. While the principal is saying all of this, he uses his mysterious powers through the stuffed doll and infuses some kind of magical energy on our boy, claiming that he's going to make some arrangements to help Ban prepare to climb the tower. The energy from the doll flows into our boy's pendant, and when he sees this happening, he becomes really suspicious. He observes what just happened to his new student ID and wonders what the hell is going on. That's when the presence informs the kid that he has expanded his exploration privileges to outside the Union Academy. To put this into perspective, the master explains that he can now travel to any dungeon he wishes to in a split second using teleportation. That being said, the principal advises our boy to use the opportunity well. After being infused with some more magic to give it more power, the pendant begins to shimmer and glitter, so the master of the school encourages Ban to hone his skills properly before climbing the tower. The principal is counting so much on our young hero, so he doesn't want the boy to make any costly mistakes along the way. While the master is trying to give the blue-haired kid an upper hand in this whole tower climbing experience, the boy in question is still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he can now teleport outside the academy. The master confirms this and then just sits there in silence for a second before informing Ban Yuan that he can leave immediately. The boy hasn't even taken in the information when suddenly, a portal opens up the ground to swallow him and transport him back to where he was before. The boy gasps in shock as he's suddenly sucked into the portal, and before he vanishes, the stuffed teddy bear reminds him once again to improve his skills before climbing the tower. The principal hammers on this point, claiming that if the boy's progress is remarkable, then he'll unlock the next privilege for him. Of course, this statement is also pretty baffling for our young hero, so he tries to ask what it means before finally being sucked into the portal. Thankfully, the principal gives him a clue before transporting him out by telling Ban that he's talking about solo exploration of the tower. The boy tries to stay back in the office so that he can ask some more questions, but the principal simply draws the curtains on their conversation, suggesting that they'll talk some more next time, and admits that he looks forward to their next meeting. The portal swallows Ban and teleports him back to the homeroom where the professor has been waiting for him. As he's shot out of the magic gate, she's right there to catch him in her arms, and immediately asks him how his meeting with the principal went. The pretty lady in glasses is already giving mom vibes as he tilts his head up to look at his face. This is a really awkward moment for our boy, because he didn't expect to see her there. Anyway, the moment she grabs his face and starts talking softly to him, he becomes really uncomfortable, so he jumps off her body in a flash and then quickly creates some distance between them. Bro's cheeks are tomato red at this point, but the professor doesn't get why he's so jumpy all of a sudden. Anyway, just in case he's feeling bad about how the meeting ended, Yumina assures him that this is how the principal always dismisses his visitors. As far as she's concerned, the master of the Union Academy is a pretty strange personality, and she's curious to know if our boy thinks the same thing. A while later, the professor takes a look at Ban's pendant and begins to admire it. She's amazed by the fact that the principal gave him permission to leave the academy because it's something she's never heard of before. Our boy is intrigued at this point, so he asks the lady if his new advantage is a big deal or something. He also tells her how the master told him to improve his lacking skills as quickly as he can. The professor just keeps her eyes glued to the pendant the whole time, confirming that it's something really special, and then she responds to his question, informing him that it's actually a huge deal in fact. Yumina goes on to shed a bit more light on what this benefit means for him. She tells him that he can now freely explore external dungeons located outside the tower. That's not all, because he can also visit external cities too, but the best part is that he can do any of these things at will, and whenever he wants. The green lady is really amazed and happy for him too, because this edge he's been given means that he will gain a lot more experience and preparation than the others in his class. Thinking about it makes the professor realize how baffling the principal's actions are, because it's unprecedented to give a regular student such privileges, let alone on his first day at the academy. The green lady makes sure to make him understand how lucky he is to have this privilege, and in response, Ban just laughs nervously, not knowing what to say. After the meeting with the principal, he had this feeling that he was being looked down on or something. Ban thought that the principal's gift meant something, suggesting that he should just go take more supplementary classes because he's too weak. With the way the master talked about his abilities and his strengths, he really thought that the guy was calling his abilities worthless. Our boy even started having doubts about his time at the academy, feeling that he shouldn't have even enrolled if he was truly not skilled enough to be here. However, now, after listening to Yumina's little speech, he can see that the principal didn't give him this privilege from a place of disappointment or underestimation. He is grateful for this realization, and the professor just continues to ramble on about how lucky he is. She claims that she's even envious of him, and this shocks him too. She's literally a professor of magical combat at the Union Academy, so he doesn't get what she'll be so envious of him for. Seeing the look of confusion on the boy's face, she begins to explain what she meant by that. Apparently, teachers aren't allowed to leave campus because they're way too busy at this time of the session. Hearing this, our boy is a little surprised, and the pretty lady confirms it. Yumina tells Ban that everything in Union Academy is designed with the students in mind. That being the case, it's no wonder why the schedule can be really inconvenient for the professors. Our boy had no idea about this, so he is shocked that the Green Lady would open up to him this much. He's really intrigued and deeply invested in the conversation. She talks about how he'll soon be able to explore dungeons and also visit external cities in his spare time, and judging by her tone, these are the kind of things she dreams about all day. Yumina also wishes to be able to stroll around various shops once in a while, but her busy schedule makes that impossible. She tells him that he'll be able to buy snacks as much as he wants to, and then once again, lets him know just how much she envies him. After a while, Yumina's little pep talk stops being cute and supportive, because it quickly turns into a creepy conversation with a teacher who desperately wants more free time. The woman's eyes bulge out in anxiety as she recommends a nice external city not too far away called Ronica. You can tell from the look in her eyes that she's the one who wants to travel there, because she immediately starts talking about how amazing the spring temple in the city is. In the next scene, we see that the protagonist is already making use of his new privilege. He's left the campus and is now on a path leading to Ronica City. The tower that touches the sky can be seen from where he is, and that just goes to show how tall it is. Ban sighs as he makes the long walk to the external city, and as the sun shines on him, he comments on how nice the weather is. During his journey, he thinks back to what the professor asked him to bring back for her. Yumina talked about how the honeymoon wine made by the temple priest is truly fantastic, claiming that the wine is famous for its sweet fruity aroma, rich bubbles, and lingering aftertaste. From the way she talked about the wine, it's no surprise that she desperately asked him to bring back 2 bottles for her. To some people, there's nothing wrong with this, but when you think about it, it's practically a professor asking a student to run an errand for alcohol. Ban Yuan thinks about this for a second and then opens his inventory, feeling grateful that he was able to get one in advance. As he takes a closer look at the blue window floating in front of him, and then suddenly realizes that there's an item his grandfather gave him when he briefly stopped home before enrolling at the academy. Ban is currently talking about the bag of consumable items that his grandpa prepared for him, and this causes him to recall the day the old man gave it to him. In this flashback scene, his grandpa comes to see him, asking if he's well prepared to leave the following day, and the nervous hero claims that he feels relatively ready to leave. He then asks the old man if he slept well, and the geezer responds by revealing the bag of consumable items. He drops the bag, telling our boy to take as much as he wants from the bag. Ban's jaw drops when he sees this, so he asks his grandpa what it is, but the old man tells him to open and see for himself. Ban quickly opens the bag and is overwhelmed when he sees that it's completely full of pure gold. He's not sure if he should even be allowed to take it, but the old man assures him that it's absolutely fine. The geezer wants him to have the gold now that he's being enrolled into the academy, where he'll reclaim the glory of their ancestors. The old man tells him that the gold is the legacy of their ancestors who devoted their lives to finding the Tower of Babel. He tells our boy that the gold in his bag belongs to him now and encourages him to use them freely. Hearing this, Ban gets so excited. It's like a dream to be given such a treasure, so he thanks his grandfather for this gift, knowing that it would be really helpful at the academy. Our protagonist really appreciates it. But there's just one concern, which is the fact that the bag is really heavy, so it'll be quite difficult for him to carry around. This statement pisses the grandpa off because he didn't think Ban would find something to complain about. The flashback comes to an end with the old man feeling disappointed. Anyway, back in the present timeline, our boy is exploring his new inventory. He thinks back to when his grandpa gave him the bag and realizes that he was wrong about the bag being so heavy, because now that it's in an inventory, it's extremely convenient for him. Judging by the wide smile on his face, you can tell that he's really satisfied with the way he stores his belongings in this dimension. He happily taps away at the blue window in front of him, because everything he has fits perfectly in one virtual space until he's ready to use them. Anyway, right now, the reason he's opening his store is because he remembers his grandfather telling him that gold is valuable everywhere in the world. So, he's pretty confident that the same applies for all dimensions. At the moment, that's the closest thing he has to money in this world, so he decides to take a few chunks of the gold, hoping he can exchange them for goods or services. After taking out some of the gold, he figures that all the preparations are complete for him to continue his journey. He looks up ahead and beholds the amazing city of Ronica. One glance is enough to see that the city is insanely futuristic and carefully planned out, so he can't wait to go explore it. Ban stands a few kilometers outside Ronica, and now that he's got the stuff he needs, like money, he decides that it's time for him to step into the new world. As he makes his way into the place, he quickly notices that the landscape is very similar to that of his own world, even though this is another dimension. Well, this is what he thinks at first, but he quickly realizes that he's very wrong about this, because after a few seconds in Ronica, he's absolutely blown away by the flying cars that fill the sky. At the ground level, sure, the city of Ronica looks pretty similar to any regular city in the human world, but the moment Ban lifts his head to look above him, he's taken aback by the sophisticated high-rise buildings and the flying vehicles. This is also overwhelming to him because he doesn't even understand the technology. Anyway, our boy quickly gets himself spotted by the police in the city. He's a student of Union Academy who's from the human dimension, and he's never been in Ronica before, so he sticks out like a sore thumb, and it only takes a few minutes for the police to notice him. The patrolling officers call out to him, claiming that they haven't seen him around before, so they start approaching him, and by the time they get close to him, he's still in a daze. Our blue-haired hero turns around, looking extremely oblivious. He has no idea how he's supposed to navigate the city. And now, the police are coming over to ask him some questions. Thankfully, being a student of the Union Academy has its perks, so the moment he turns around to answer them, they stop in their tracks, looking shocked. They immediately identify him as a student from the renowned school nearby, and their countenance changes instantly. A few seconds ago, they were coming over with intentions of questioning him, but after seeing that he's from Union Academy, they salute him. The officers humbly introduce themselves as the guards responsible for the western boundary of the Academy city, Ronica. As you can imagine, our boy is just confused by the sudden display of respect. He nervously responds while scratching his head, and introduces himself to them with his name, telling them that he's a first-year student at Union Academy. Apparently, his status as a student of the special school doesn't get the attention of the police officers alone. It turns out that all the citizens of Ronica who overhear the conversation stop just so that they can see the student who came from Union Academy. They're all curious and intrigued by him, so they just stop and stare like people gathering around a crime scene. The police are also curious as to how the boy got into the city. They ask him if he received permission from the chancellor, so our boy confirms this, telling the officers that his principal said he could explore the city freely. Hearing this, the senior officer responds to Ban, telling him that it's all thanks to the hard work of the chancellor and the academy staff that their city remains peaceful till this day. Our boy certainly wasn't aware of this, so he just stands there and laughs sheepishly as the officers tell him that they're endlessly grateful for the grace of the academy principal and staff. And Yuan is pretty overwhelmed by all of this, but he can't let them know that he doesn't have a clue about all of this, so he just keeps laughing nervously as it finally dawns on him just how enormous Union Academy's influence is in this dimension. The officers are pretty sure that Ban doesn't know much about the city or its workings since he's just a first-year student. So, they offer to be of assistance if he needs help with anything while in Ronica. The hero's face lights up the moment he hears this, because this is exactly the kind of help he's been hoping for even before he arrived in the city. He's surprised that the officers would be so nice, so he asks them if they really mean it. In response, the guards assure him that they'll help, claiming that it's their job after all. They tell him that he should feel free to ask them anything if he's curious about any issue in the city of Ronica. Judging by the genuine smiles on their faces, you can tell that these guys are being sincere, and it means that they actually want to help. Seeing this, Ban Yuan no longer hesitates and then immediately makes his first request, telling them that he'd like to get something. He points at one of the flying cars hovering in the sky above them, and then informs the guards that he'd like to acquire a flying vehicle too. As you can imagine, they never would have guessed that this would be his first request, considering the fact that he just got here. Ban clearly doesn't even know his way around the city, and he certainly doesn't know how the flying cars work either, so for him to make this request, the police are just taken aback. The officers stare up at the sky with their mouths wide open, probably trying to wrap their heads around what he just said. But Ban just ignores the look of confusion on their faces and goes on to ask them how much a flying car costs. You can't blame him though. That's probably how I'd be too if I had a big bag of gold sitting in my inventory. Our story resumes with a big blast of smoke in the sky, and at first, you'd think it's some kind of explosion, but it doesn't take long for us to see that it's our boy Ban Yuan, who's currently jetting through the sky on a hoverbike. It's quite shocking that he already knows how to ride a flying vehicle when he only just saw them for the first time a few moments ago. Our blue-haired hero seems to be a prodigy at this because he's already performing crazy stunts and blazing through the sky on the hoverbike like he's a veteran who's been doing it for many years. As you can imagine, being so high up and moving so fast is really invigorating, so Ban starts yelling in excitement. He's probably never done anything this thrilling before, so you can't blame him for laughing and screaming like a happy kid. He claims that the hoverbike is freaking awesome, and if he had a choice, he'd probably prefer to stay up in the clouds for the next couple hours. While Ban is having the time of his life, the city officers back on the ground are absolutely terrified, and for several reasons. 1. They're probably panicking because the student they just gave a flying vehicle might get hurt performing crazy stunts. Besides that, the model of the hoverbike Ban is flying around isn't exactly the regular type you'd see. It's pretty expensive, and even the basic model costs 250,000 ronia, which is pretty expensive. So, they're pretty uncomfortable when they see him trying crazy stuff with the flying vehicles. Their worries are quickly calmed, however, because Ban Yuan returns to the ground shortly after. After they tell him the cost of the hoverbike, he's a little confused since he isn't exactly familiar with their currency in the city. At the same time, he's really excited to learn that the machine he just rode is called a hoverbike, since he clearly wasn't aware of that before. Anyway, he doesn't really know what 250,000 ronia is worth, so he pulls out a stick of pure gold from his inventory and asks them if his precious metal will be able to pay for the hoverbike, and the officers gasp in shock the moment they see what's in his hand. Their eyes almost pop out in shock when they see him holding pure gold, so they ask him where and how he got his hands on such a large fine gold bar. Seeing how freaked out they are, Ban is a little taken aback. The officers are so stunned that they start to ask if the gold is actually real, and the boy simply tells them that he got it from his grandfather. Hearing this, they're shocked and find it hard to believe that it's real gold, but our boy just proves it to them. And not too long after that, we see Ban flying back to the Union Academy in his new hoverbike. On his way out of the city of Ronica, he thinks about how shocked the officers were to see him with gold. It turns out that gold might even be more precious in this dimension than it is back on Earth, because that single gold bar he took out is worth a whopping 7.5 million Roni, and that's a really crazy sum for a young student to be walking around with. What's even crazier is the fact that our boy has a lot more gold stashed away in his inventory. Thanks to his grandfather, he's pretty much loaded and even set for life in this dimension, so he figures that he should probably thank the crazy old man for giving him that much gold so recklessly. As he thinks about this, he remembers how he almost rejected the wonderful gift because he was too lazy to carry a heavy back. Back then, his grandpa almost lost his shit while explaining how gold is valuable everywhere, but Ban almost missed out on the opportunity to be filthy rich because he felt it would be a hassle to carry that much load. Thankfully, he made the right call at the last minute, and now he's really thankful that he did so because he's flying back to school on a really cool hoverbike. As he jets back to the academy, his pet snake comes out of his clothes and hisses in his ear. He probably understands everything she's saying since he's the master of language, so he asks the white snake what she thinks about his new ride. Apparently, this hoverbike he's flying on has been infused with Yo and Gui, which basically turned it into an artifact too. Our boy didn't miss the chance to make the cool ride even cooler by infusing it with some of his concepts, and now it's practically a living artifact like Eve, his pet snake. Ban has already named the bike too, calling it Lilith for some reason, and so he tells Eve that she should try and get along with his new friend. Taking a closer look at Lilith, you can pretty much see how sophisticated and cool the bike is, and since it has a mind of its own, there's no doubt that Ban is going to have a lot of fun flying it. Our boy is really psyched about the new ride, but Eve isn't too happy about this new arrangement. The white snake probably preferred it when she was the only loving artifact Ban had, so now that there's something else to take his attention away from her, she's a little pissed about it. A while later, he begins to recall the stuff he managed to achieve today by visiting Ronica City. For starters, he was able to get the liquor Professor Yumina asked him to bring back for her. He also managed to create a little sibling for Eve, and now that he's done everything he needs to do, he figures that it's time for him to head back to the school. When Ban returns to the school, we see him groaning in pain as he rests his head on the table. He looks like he's suffering from a really bad headache, so a Slight comes around to help him. The pretty boy places a glass of water on the table for him to drink and then accompanies his kind gesture with some harsh scolding. He bluntly tells our boy that he's disappointed in him, but right now, Ban isn't moved by words. He just needs his migraine to go away. But a Slight feels that he also needs some berating for what he did. Apparently, the pretty boy is so upset because his roommate left the school right after his meeting with the principal without telling any of them where he was going. And now, he's returned with a hangover, not being very useful to anyone. After hearing what a Slight has to say, Ban just gives the guy a half-hearted apology, pointing out how it isn't exactly his fault. He claims that the reason he's currently hungover is because the professor asked him to have a drink with her. The green lady was so excited to get her favorite liquor that she couldn't even control herself and literally dragged Ban by his clothes so he would stay back and have a drink with her. Basically, the boy insists that it wasn't his fault, and while he's explaining all of this to his friends in the cafeteria, Rachel just starts sniffing him for some reason. She feels that he smells like flowers and wonders why. While she's busy playing Bloodhound, Ban concludes his story, claiming that it was even his first time drinking as well. At the moment, Rachel and a Slight are the only ones who actually care about Ban's hangover and his drinking story because the white-haired snob doesn't really give a shit. She quietly sits at the table and watches the others scold the poor blue-haired guy. The most upset is a Slight, of course, since he's the closest to the protagonist. They're literally roommates, so he has to wait up feeling worried. He wouldn't have felt that way if Ban had just told him what was going on earlier. Anyway, now that everyone is calm again and done with the whole scolding session, Doko figures that it's now time for her to point out what she's noticed about Ban lately. She spotted a flower on his pocket earlier, so she questions him about it, asking him if the badge is the sign of the representative role he got in return for drinking with the professor. Hearing this, our boy is taken aback at first, but then when he takes a look at the badge, he reluctantly reveals what it is to them. He doesn't exactly see it as a representative role, but claims that they would be right to think of it as him being something like class president. He doesn't look certain about it, but a Slight suggests that he has to accept it since it was given to him by Professor Yumina, who is in charge of the four of them. The two nonchalant boys are pretty okay with this being the case, but someone in the group doesn't like that idea. Of course, it's the white-haired girl with a really mean aura. While the boys are concluding that Ban should be class president, Doko immediately opposes the idea, telling them that she should be the one to represent the class. The boys are shocked when she says this, so she just goes on to tell them why she's a better candidate for the job. The stout girl gets right to it, and claims that the reason she should be class president is because she's the strongest in the group. As you can imagine, this is a really bold statement because this group is a really star-studded bunch, with every one of them being extremely powerful. Doko makes the bold statement and then looks Ban straight in the eye to challenge him and get a response out of him. He asks him if he agrees with her, and our boy doesn't even know what to say at this point. While he's still processing what she just said, a slight chimes in all of a sudden. The blondie doesn't like what he just heard her say because as far as he's concerned, they're supposed to be equal comrades, and for her to confidently say she's the strongest in the group is a really strange way to put it. A Slide is really pissed to say the least, and even though he believes that they're all equals, he decides that he needs to clear up something about what she just said. He bluntly tells her that her attitude of thinking that she's better than everyone else is very bad and a risk for their future tower climb together. For a guy who gets really nervous and flustered all the time, A Slide is pretty bold when it comes to sticking it to the man and giving people a piece of his mind. Few seconds ago he was scolding Ban, and now he's giving Doko a really stern talking to. The pretty boy makes it clear to her that he doesn't like her attitude and then goes on to tell her that he also doesn't agree with her saying that she's the strongest. The white-haired girl just lets out a short laugh when he says this before responding to him. She finds it amusing that he just referred to the four of them as equal comrades. As far as she's concerned, he shouldn't even be talking about equality right now because he's the same person who asked the professor if he could climb the tower alone. When Doko brings this up, the blondie is really startled and embarrassed. He didn't think she'd remember what he said, so he gets nervous and quickly tries to explain by that so he doesn't look like a hypocrite. At this point, it's like everyone is calling each other out, and when Ban realizes that A Slide asked the teacher such a question, he's pretty disappointed in the pretty boy. As for Rachel, she's just the chill girl in the group who hasn't said anything yet, but judging by the look on her face, her classmates are starting to piss her off. A Slide notices that everyone is suddenly now mad at him, so he quickly explains that he only asked the question out of curiosity. He assures them that he doesn't have intentions of going up the tower alone, and he doesn't want them to think that he doesn't want to hang out with them anymore. Unfortunately, this story doesn't really sit well with the others, especially Ban, who doesn't believe the blondie right now. With the way things are going, our boy is so sure that there will be some animosity starting from the morning class. The protagonist was already thinking of suggesting that they come up with a plan for the day, but now that there's a lot of tension, that might not exactly work out. From the look of things, it appears that their group is already off to a rough start, and it's only just the second day after being enrolled into Union Academy. The whole thing is getting our boy really worked up, and he clearly isn't enjoying the tension. Ban doesn't particularly want to be the class president either, but after seeing what just went down between Doko and A Slide, he's starting to see why Professor Yumina chose him to represent the class out of the four of them. The protagonist has only been with these guys for a couple hours, but he's really clever, so he's been able to come up with some kind of characterization based on their behavior. In his opinion, A Slide is remarkably clueless, but his pride is also ridiculously strong, which makes pretty much like a lion. As for Doko, Ban thinks that the girl is more like a cat, because she's incredibly self-centered and also really strong too. He also feels that she's bound to make enemies because of her character. Finally, Rachel is like the puppy in the group. Ban feels that she's incredibly passive, and judging by her quiet and timid character, he doesn't think that she has the personality to lead or nurture others. He probably thinks that Rachel is more of a follower because of her character. With all of these impressions he's gathered about his classmates, Ban just sighs in exhaustion, feeling that these special admissions students are really something else. As the tension in the room continues to build, the hero decides that there might be a way to fix things before they get way out of hand. So, he raises his hand to get everyone's attention and tells them to calm down so they can hear him out. The others finally calm down, and once they give him their attention, he politely points out how a class president doesn't necessarily need to be the strongest in the group. As you can imagine, this is completely out of line with Doko's opinion, so when he makes this point, she is really confused. Seeing the look on her face, he goes on to suggest that the class president shouldn't be the strongest in fact. Doko asks him why not, feeling really agitated at this point, so our boy explains it to her. Ban feels that the class president shouldn't be the strongest in the group because if they are, then they'll make all the decisions on their own. If that's the case, then the class president who is supposed to unite the class wouldn't be able to do so. When Ban makes this brilliant point, the others are left speechless. A Slide is astounded, Doko is dumbfounded, while Rachel just looks lost and confused. After making this point, the hero goes on to remind his colleagues that the class president needs to be somewhere in the middle. Not too weak and not the strongest. The president needs to be someone who can offer fair and good solutions for everyone. That being said, he suggests that the most easygoing person in the class should be president. Hearing this, Doko just scoffs because she finds it funny that Ban thinks he's the most easygoing person in the bunch. As much as she doesn't agree with anything he just said, the truth of the matter is that the professor has the authority. And since she already appointed our boy as the class president already, she figures that she'll just play along with his reasoning for now. In other words, this is some kind of compromise, and when Ban sees that she's willing to play along, he thanks her for her cooperation and sighs in relief. At this point, she makes a really strange confession, telling him that the only person she actually wants to lead is him. This makes Ban really nervous and begins to panic. He starts sweating profusely as he wonders what she meant by that. The girl then states that what bothers her is the fact that she'll just have to accept the unnecessary if she wants to get what she desires. The others are taken aback when she says this and almost starts to get pissed off, but Ban calms them down, especially a slight. Meanwhile, Doko storms casually walks away from them after making the annoying comment. At this point, it's like there's no way for him to fix things with his classmates. It's still morning and he's already so exhausted by everything that's been going on. Right now, it feels like he's on a battlefield instead of a school. With everything that he's seen so far, he figures that this issue of pride will take some time to resolve. Exhausted by the arguments, Ban just lays his head on the table again and Rachel calls out to him. For some reason, this clueless pink-haired girl is more concerned about touching the cute snake she saw earlier. She wants to know if Eve is still around so she can touch it even once, and when Ban hears her make this crazy request, he concludes that the Union Academy is full of landmines. Anyway, the screen shifts and we're taken to Ban Yuan's first lesson as class president of Class 11. In a school like this, it's not a surprise that their class will be filled with unique students, and unfortunately, the first class starts off with difficulties. In class, a big stoneman suddenly yells out to the professor, claiming that he's curious about the skills of the leftovers. By leftovers, he's referring to the special admissions students. Ban and his buddies are shocked when they hear this. For some reason, they're seated on the other side of the class while the regular students are one side. There's a lot of tension in Class 11 right now because the regular students clearly don't like Ban and the others. Anyway, the professor suddenly steps out to the middle of the class and suggests that they start the first lesson with a light sparring session. The professor asks them what they think about that and of course, they're all excited to show their skills. The regular students are all eager to fight with the special admissions because they think that they'll be really easy to beat. They literally start arguing over who should face Ban and his group. The rude students start mocking our boy, and one of them calls him, telling him to come over and angrily tells him to take off his brooch. This is all really sad to see and a slight reveals that Union Academy divides the class based on the abilities of the students. The blondie is not surprised that Class 1, the highest ranked group of students, seems to hate them. At this point, our boy chimes in. He agrees that the students of Class 1 hate them, but he also feels that they might be really agitated right now because of the brooch he wore, which they find provocative. He feels that the badge on his chest might have started all of this, and that's not actually far from the truth. The big rock guy glares at Ban as he zooms in on the flower brooch. He feels really pissed that a weakling would dare to wear a badge from Professor Yumina, who everybody considers the goddess of flowers. He's really jealous that he wasn't the one who got to wear the brooch, so the fact that the guy from a lower dimension would have the nerve to wear it in front of him makes him extremely furious. Rockface over here grits his teeth in rage, claiming that he'll never acknowledge that badge, because he doesn't think he will ever see Ban as a class president. With all of this animosity in play, Rocky finally gets fed up with just feeling mad. He wants to actually do something about his rage. And what better way to let out his anger than by beating the shit out of the guy he considers weak. With this in mind, he calls on the professor again, telling the man that he wants to test his skills by himself. The guy yells out furiously and his voice is so loud that the other students in class almost have their eardrums ruptured. They cover their ears as the big guy at the back decides that it's time for them to spar. The professor is also ready to see some action, so he agrees with Rocky, telling the guy that his idea sounds good. That being said, the robot-looking professor calls Ban to step up and take center stage. It's the matchup they've probably been waiting to see, and Doko is probably smiling at the back because she'll finally get the chance to see how strong the blue-haired kid is after all. The teacher calls our boy out and confirms that he'll be sparring with the rock-faced guy named Erecto. The scene shifts and we see Professor Yumina looking really stressed out in her office. Anyway, she's currently really stressed out, but she's about to become even more stressed because she suddenly gets a notification informing her of what's going on with her students. She finds out that her new students are currently having a joint class with the special class on the very first day. She's really pissed when she finds out about this because she knows how the students from Class 1 can be. Feeling pretty concerned, she starts swiping through the pages to see more, and that's when she finds out that her students are going to be involved in a comprehensive practical battle right at the start of the lesson. That's practically the first period, and they're already being made to engage in combat with the highest ranked students of Class 1. Almost everyone believes that there's no way a student from lower dimensions special admissions can spar with the upper dimension class, so Yumina probably starts panicking because her best student, Ban, is the first one to take the stage against Erecto. She knows that this is what the school must have thought when they drew up this curriculum, and she has a feeling that it's all just a scheme to give her students a hard time. Professor Yumina doesn't know whose prank this is, but she can certainly sense that the whole arrangement came from a place of malice. She knows that it's a setup, but right now, she's not sure how she can help her students. Back at the training ground, the robot-looking professor calls Ban out once again. Turns out our boy still hasn't gotten to the stage because he's feeling nervous. He only took a few steps forward and stopped there. The clever protagonist puts in all the factors and comes to the conclusion that he won't be able to face someone like Erecto, so he politely informs the teacher that his combat skills are lacking. He shamelessly makes this known to the class, claiming that he doesn't think there's anything to gain from the match since he's not on the same level as Erecto. A Slide is pretty surprised when he hears Ban say this so bluntly, because he knows that the professor won't take that lightly. Sure enough, the teacher gets upset when he hears Ban's opinion, but he doesn't even protest. He simply tells our boy that he's already lost 3 points even before the fight starts. At this point, the hero starts sweating nervously because he's practically already owing marks in his first class. He doesn't know how to get out of this situation, and to make matters worse, the professor is seriously on his case. The guy calls him out once again, and this time, he doesn't look like he'll take no for an answer. He bluntly informs Ban that having lacking skills is not an excuse not to fight and insists that he step forward to face his opponent. Seeing how persistent the professor is about the whole thing, our boy starts to get pissed. He doesn't get what this guy's deal is, and from the look of things, it's like the teacher is intentionally dragging him out so that he can just get humiliated. He doesn't like this at all, but he has to be smart about what he does next because it's way too early for him to be having problems in the academy. He just got here, so it won't be a good look for him to be having issues with teachers. He stares down the professor with a strong glare and then claims that him having lacking skills isn't an excuse but actually a fact. He goes on to explain that he was accepted as a special admissions student because of his unique ability, and not his combat skills. He tries to make the gray man understand why he shouldn't be forced into a duel like this. He feels that since the guy is so curious about his ability as a special admissions student, it would make more sense to assess the ability another way instead of forcing him into a fight. Our boy lays down his points in a really civil and polite manner, hoping that the teacher would see reason with him, but this just makes the guy even more upset. He yells at Ban in anger, feeling insulted because it's like Ban is now trying to teach his professor. While the guy is screaming at the top of his lungs, our boy bluntly explains that it doesn't matter if he's a student or a professor. As far as Ban is concerned, they all have to learn what they don't know, and after making another solid point, he reminds the guy that he's still an assistant professor for now. At this point, it wouldn't be a surprise if the teacher absolutely hates Ban already. He feels insulted so much so he decides to punish our boy some more by subtracting 5 more points from whatever total score he gets. Now, the hero is short of 8 marks and he hasn't even had his first class yet, so he's really pissed and disappointed to see that this is how the assistant professor wants to play. Ban is determined to avoid the fight with Erecto right now because he's insanely unprepared for such a matchup. He knows that he'll just end up being humiliated and crushed, so he'd like to avoid that since it's the kind of event that sticks to your record in a school like this. As such, he comes up with another idea, suggesting that they all take this first week as a preparation time, so that they can have the sparring match the following week. The assistant professor doesn't look like he likes the sound of this, and judging by the look on his face, he might do more than just subtract points if Ban upsets him any more than this. He asks the kid what he means by this, so our boy explains that he just needs to get the first week off so he can train. He feels that he needs to go into the top once and come out, because after that, then he'll be a lot more confident in his skills and preparation. While he's making all of these negotiations, his pals just stand at the back with their jaws dropped. They're so surprised that he'd have the confidence to keep arguing with a teacher for this long. Anyway, Ban finally brings forth his idea completely and then awaits the professor's response, hoping that they'll be on the same page now. At first, there's nothing but silence because everyone around is still processing what he just said. The silence is finally broken when students from Class 1 start mocking the idea. One of them is still in shock after hearing what Ban just said, so he asks again to confirm, and another student tells him that the guy is asking for a week to prepare for the sparring match. They've never heard anything like that, so they start laughing, feeling that Ban's skills must be at rock bottom for him to be shamelessly requesting a whole week of preparation for just a sparring match. But then again, it's a really bold statement because he's practically saying that all he needs is 1 week of training to be able to stand up to the special class and highest ranked students in the entire academy. While the others are given their opinions on the matter, a certain girl in the stands wearing a watch hat looks rather intrigued by our boy. This girl doesn't look like she behaves the same way as the other regular students in Class 1, so she starts to look like a really interesting character. While the students are busy yapping about the situation, the assistant professor finally processes everything and is now able to respond. He looks really pissed right now, even more than before, because he feels that Ban Yuan is intentionally ignoring him and his instructions at this point. The teacher is so angry that he's literally vibrating in rage. He can't believe that a student would have the balls to set a schedule as he pleases. The guy looks like he's going to explode in anger any time from now, but Ban doesn't seem to give a shit. He doesn't care if this guy is mad at him, and he doesn't even think the guy can punish him for anything. In his mind, this guy can't do anything even if he ignores him since he's not even a full professor yet. Our boy seems to have crossed his mind and is ready for whatever subtraction of points he's going to face next, so he casually braces himself for it. But to his surprise, the guy suddenly agrees with his idea. The assistant professor claims that Ban's idea sounds good and announces that Ban Yuan and Erecto will have their sparring match on Tuesday the following week. Our boy and the rest of the class are shocked by this sudden change of heart. The teacher announces that the match between them will be official and states that the format will be fully public. This assistant professor is still very confident that Erecto will wipe the floor with Ban, and since he really can't do anything to hurt the blue-haired student, he figures that the best way to get payback is by broadcasting the sparring match live so that the whole academy can watch. After making all of this clear to them, he tells the 2 students involved to get ready for that day. At this point, our boy can already see what the teacher is up to. He insulted him, so now, the man doesn't only want to humiliate him anymore, but he also wants to make it a big spectacle too. While our boy is pondering on this, the teacher in question calls out to him, so he answers. The man then advises him to better show his abilities during the match since he was the one who asked for the preparation period. Judging by the look on the gray man's face, you can tell that this is more of a warning and a threat than a friendly piece of advice. Thankfully, Ban Yuan still doesn't give a shit about the guy, so he's not afraid of him or anything he'll do. With this confidence, he bluntly cuts the teacher off, claiming that he's perfectly fine with the terms and conditions. After shunning the annoying assistant professor, he erecto and waves at the guy. He completely ignores the teacher again, making the guy's blood boil in rage. Mr. Rockface is also quite surprised that the kid would talk to him. He's surprised that Ban isn't terrified of him, but he just listens to what our boy has to say. The protagonist gives Erecto a confident smile and admits that he's looking forward to their official match next week. Hearing this, Rockface gets pissed, but he just keeps his cool even though he finds Ban extremely annoying. The big calls him annoying and he just smiles back, admitting that he wasn't even expecting a polite response in the first place. The real reason he talked to the stone man wasn't because he wanted a friendly chat or even the banter. In reality, he just needed the opportunity to use his all-seeing eyes to take note of Erecto's real stats. That's pretty clever if you ask me, since the first step to being prepared for an opponent is by knowing the person's strengths and weaknesses. Ban was able to see Erecto's stats, and now he knows that Rocky over here has 250 life points and about 300 body points. Thanks to his eyes of infinite reading, our boy is able to get a deeper understanding of his target's aura and spirit. With such high body and life stats, as well as magic stats of 120 points, Erecto is practically a heavyweight champion at the academy, and our boy isn't surprised at all, because it's just the kind of thing he expects from a student of the special class. Ban Yuan admits that Rocky's life and body stats are ridiculously high. Erecto's body stats are 10 times his own, and the guy's life points are 5 times more as well. But even after confirming that he's definitely no match for the guy, he still feels pretty confident for some reason. Even though they're definitely not in the same league, our boy is still unfazed because he knows people who are extremely more powerful than Rocky. He takes a look at his friends, Rachel and Aslight, who appear to be really worried about him, and after using his all-seeing eyes to examine their true strength once again, he confirms that he's nothing compared to them when it comes to strength. All of this makes him realize what he needs to do. Our boy gets a reality check after all that's happened this morning, because now he's concluding that he'll need to surpass Erecto's level if he even wants to be capable of climbing the tower with them. After thinking about all of this, he looks back at his pals and notices that they all look so gloomy, so he asks them what's up. He asks them if they're worried about him or something, and while he's still trying to figure out what's going on, he hears Doko stretching at the back. The white-haired girl looks like she's preparing to fight in a few moments and reveals that she's disappointed that nobody is coming out to spar. She didn't have any intention of fighting before because she was literally lying at the back. But after seeing how eager the students of Class 1 were to beat Ban Yuan up, she's decided to stand up for him and show them what special admissions students are capable of. Doko Yon tells the special class students that unlike her class president, she specializes in combat, so she's really eager to start swinging punches anytime now. The fearless and quite frankly scary young lady steps up to the middle of the training ground and starts addressing the special class students. Right now, she's wondering if they are no longer curious about the skills of the special admissions students. The girl boldly challenges the students of Class 1 to come out and fight her, telling them that any one of them can step up. Seeing what's about to happen, Ban gets really worried, so he tries to call Doko and get her to stop. He uses his all-seeing eyes to examine her skills, and once again, he sees just how insanely powerful she is. The girl probably already knows that she's the strongest person around, so she tells them that she's more than willing to accept a sparring challenge. Even the students of the special class get really nervous when she boldly comes up to make such a statement. They're all sweating and nervous, so it means that they're the ones who are afraid of her. It's surprising that they're so terrified because most people consider the special admissions students weaklings. Even the assistant professor is scared of her, so it makes you wonder how they know she's so strong. Anyway, it's really quiet after her bold challenge, and Ban seems to know exactly why. It turns out that Doko Yon is so strong that it's practically radiating off her body. The white-haired girl is so powerful that even Ban's eyes of infinite reading can't fully grasp the full extent of her strength. It's so prominent that our boy is so convinced that there's no way the students of Class 1 can also sense her overwhelming aura. He believes that they can also feel just how intimidating the aura is, so he totally understands why they're all afraid to face her. She asks them what's wrong, and then suggests lowering herself to their level since they're all afraid. Doko gets tired of waiting for them to step up by themselves, so she calls out to Erecto. She calls the big guy to come out, and he's absolutely horrified to hear his name. His classmates also feel really sorry for him when they hear that he'll be forced to go up against the terrifying Doko Yon. The white-haired girl gives him a really scary smile, suggesting that he's not the kind of student to hold back. She knows that the guy has a really hot temper, and if she plays her cards right, she can make him mad enough to come at her. With this in mind, she tells the guy to come out so she can crush him, and of course, he feels insulted. He's angry about what she just said, but he's also really scared of her, so he just remains sat in the midst of his classmates and grits his teeth instead. Seeing how reluctant Erecto is to come out and face Doko Yon, Ban presumes that the Rockman must be really terrified right now. His original target was our boy because he felt that the blue-haired kid would be easy pickings for him. Ban Yuan feels that the big guy will be done for if he tries to save face and back down from Doko Yon's provocation. Our boy can see how uncomfortable Rocky is right now, and the guy is torn between saving his reputation and saving his body. The truth of the matter is that he'll be left so injured that he won't recover in a week if he attempts to fight the white-haired tyrant. He sees what's about to go down and decides to save the big guy. It's not like this is any of his concern, but he knows that this shouldn't be allowed to happen. It's way too unfair, so he steps forward and tells the girl to wait 1 second. He calls out to her and tells her not to challenge Rocky. He reminds her that the big guy has a sparring match with him the following week and makes it clear to her that she'll have to wait her turn if she wants to fight the Stone Man. As you can imagine, Doko doesn't appreciate being told no by Ban, who she already doesn't like. She asks him if he's being serious right now, and he tells her that he is. He thanks her for checking on him, but explains that he needs to prove his worth with his own abilities this time around. Hearing this, Doko is initially reluctant to withdraw her challenge. But then after looking into his eyes, she sees just how serious he is. As such, she smiles at him and then turns around, admitting that she thought he was just a guy who relied on tricks before. But now, she's starting to realize that he might actually have a bit of manliness in him. That being said, she decides to stand down and agrees to let him do this his own way. Doko decides to let Erecto off the hook, and now that she doesn't have a favorite candidate in the stands anymore, she asks the students of class one of them would like to take the Stone Man's place as her opponent. As you can imagine, they're all terrified once again, and Erecto quickly points at the guy sitting in front of him, hoping to get someone to replace him before Doko changes her mind. Nobody speaks up, and once it's clear that they're all way too afraid to stand up to her, the white-haired realizes that it's just back to square one again. She asks for the last time if not even one of them has the balls to fight her, but all she gets in response is just more silence. They're all terrified, so she just sighs in disappointment, wondering how they can suddenly turn mute when they were all barking so loudly a few moments ago. When Ban was the opponent, everyone wanted a piece of him, but now they don't even know how to talk anymore. Doko makes sure to let them know how disappointed she is with them. The special admissions student mocks the special class students for being cowards. Now that a real threat has appeared, they're groveling on the ground like losers, but they were all feeling tough before. Ban and the other students of class 11 start laughing when they see how small Doko is making the cruel bullies feel. Ban Yuan and a Slide are particularly the ones enjoying the whole thing the most. They're laughing confidently as if they're watching a really interesting movie. And they don't even hide this from the Class 1 students. The Class 1 students are extremely pissed, but all they can do is stay still and grit their teeth. While most of them are terrified, there appears to be a guy sitting at the back, asking her who the hell she's calling dogs. The guy's got a gold crown horn thingy, and coupled with the flaming aura surrounding his body, there's a good chance that he's also really powerful. The special students sitting in the stands turn around to see the person who just confronted Doko. The girl also turns around to see who had the balls to talk to her. She looks up at the guy and he continues his little speech, telling her that it's always the weak and foolish who band together in packs. He claims that they're the ones who come out growling, pretending to protect their little groups. He's practically telling her that she's only coming out to defend her group of friends because they're all weak and foolish. As you can imagine, this is a really bold statement. And you don't need a fortune teller to tell you that this golden-haired fellow is the one that's going to face Doko. The white-haired girl looks up at the guy and she's just taken aback by his boldness. It's like she already knows him, and judging by the expression on her face, fighting him is not going to be a walkover. Doko just keeps looking at him speechless, and after calling her and her classmates dogs, he mocks her, telling her that it's such a sight to see her acting all tough. The golden-haired fellow continues to speak, claiming that it's been quite a sight to watch them all snarl, especially Doko Yon, who feels that she can protect her group. Apparently, this guy doesn't think she's strong enough to do that, so he has now stepped forward to put her in her place. As he goes on and on about how he's a lot stronger than the special admissions students, our boy band starts to experience a strange vibe at the back. He is pretty curious about the guy and wonders what exactly it is that makes him so ominous. Right now, even among the other students of the special class seated in the stands, Ban feels that this stranger seems to be on a whole nother level in terms of power. He can sense the aura radiating off the guy's body, and of course, that's alright a good enough sign to tell him that the golden-haired dude will be an absolute powerhouse. While he's racking his brain thinking about who this guy could be, a slight suddenly reveals that the guy seated up there is Orta, the ruler of the Kidius dimension. As you can imagine, he has no idea what any of that means and is completely bamboozled when the pretty boy starts talking about things like Kidius, Orta, and whatnot. At this point, it's clear that he's the only one who isn't in the loop, so he expresses his confusion, and a slight realizes that his roommate over here is absolutely clueless. He remembers that this guy is from another dimension, but he's still surprised that he has no idea about Kidius since he is also from a different dimension. The pretty boy reveals that excluding the Union, there are 10 dimensions with the highest hierarchies, and Orta is from a family that rules over one of them, which is called Kidius. Hearing this, the hero gasps in shock and suddenly realizes that the guy walking down from the stands is someone from one of the top families in all the dimensions. Orta suddenly starts making his way down the stairs, and with each step, his uniform suddenly transforms into his training suit. By the time he's in front of Doko, he's fully wearing his training uniform and definitely ready for that sparring session the girl has been asking for. Orta gets to the middle of the arena and then walks up to the assistant professor. Like all the other students around, the teacher looks really nervous when the golden-haired student comes up to him. Orta doesn't even need to spell it out before he knows what he's supposed to do next. The man brings up some blue windows and starts tapping away at the screen. He then brings out some sort of small camera from his inventory, and when Rachel sees it, she's really confused. The pink-haired girl wonders what it is that he's holding, so a slide explains what's going on to her. Apparently, the small tool is a recording device. The pretty boy confirms this and then presumes that the professor is trying to make a public video by filming the match that's about to take place. As you can imagine, this worries Ban a bit since he has no idea what they plan to do with the recording. He asks the pretty boy what he thinks will happen afterwards, so Blondie reveals that they intend to share everything that happens to her on something called the internet. Yep, that's right, the internet. A slight admits that he's not sure what that means, but of course, our boy has a very good idea what might be going on. The fact that they plan on sharing the video alone is enough for him to know that they're going to send the footage online for others to see. He completely understands what's going on, so he opens his inventory as well and attempts to get involved. From the way he sounds, it is clear that he's familiar with all of this while a slight is clueless. Seeing this, the pretty boy expresses his shock, asking him if he knows what the internet. In response, Ban admits that the concept is pretty similar to what he is back home. While explaining this, he immediately starts connecting to the Unionet so that he can stream the match as well. A slight still doesn't get what he means, so he breaks it down further, explaining that the internet is basically a network set up by companies or educational institutions for exchanging information. Of course, it's pretty difficult for Allright to wrap his head around the fact that Ban is familiar with all of this. Last time he checked, his roommate was from a lower dimension and didn't even know about Union Academy, so it's really baffling that he'd know so much about their internet. As the conversation goes on, Ban is able to connect to the Unionet, giving him access to all sorts of news and content online. But none of that is his business right now, since he's only concerned with getting connected to the school's internet network. In response to a slight's question, he simply explains that Tech was heading in this same direction back in his own dimension. After a few seconds, he finally manages to get on the internet, and is immediately hooked on how much content is on there. Rachel is especially astounded because she suddenly sees that there is a live channel on there which is from the classes that they take. When the pink-haired girl points this out, he immediately realizes that it's exactly the page he's been looking for, so he thanks her for finding it. They click on the page and are instantly taken aback by the fact that their current class is already live. They can literally see Doko standing face to face with Orta, and this just pisses Ban off a bit. The assistant professor was so quick to get the fight on live, so he feels that the man is pretty desperate to embarrass the special admissions students. This is confirmed when we see the teacher in question chuckling at the back. The guy probably feels that he is one step closer to getting his revenge on Ban and is currently confident that Orta will wipe the floor with Doko. However, our boy has taken a close look at both warriors, so he has a strong feeling that things won't go the way the professor expects. While he's saying this, we see Doko standing confidently before her opponent. She is a really strong character, so she probably isn't afraid of anything that Orta can throw at her. The two opponents stand before each other and their dense auras can be seen so clearly, suggesting that this so-called sparring match will be a lot more than just a regular training session. On one side, Doko can be seen with her dark aura, which probably represents her cold demeanor, while Orta is surrounded by a flaming gold aura, which most likely stands for the fact that he's practically royalty. Everything is in place for the fight to begin, so Orta challenges Doko to bring it on and charge at him. Unfortunately, this girl isn't one to take orders from others so easily, so she just responds by calling him a novice. In her mind, Orta doesn't have enough battle experience to do any real damage to her, so she tells him that she'll let him make the first move. As you'd expect, such a comment gets the golden boy really upset. He doesn't appreciate her looking down on him, and the fact that she would even dare call him a novice is enough reason for him to throw everything he's got at her. Orta is pissed, and he'd like to see how far her arrogant attitude takes her when uses one of his deadly moves on her. The guy stretches his hand forward and you can literally see the flaming bolts whirling around his fingers. All of a sudden, Orta commands her to kneel before him, and even though most would expect this to just be some kind of empty threat or command, his voice actually holds some kind of overwhelming authority to it. While Doko looks completely unaffected by the wave of power that blasts past her, Ban and the other students seem to be pretty overwhelmed by it. His head starts banging a lot, just like the first time he encountered the principal of the school. The vibrations rock his entire body and he immediately realizes that this power is different from the kind he controls. He's not the only one affected by it, since Rachel and Aslight both seem to have been incapacitated as well, just like all the other students seated in the stands. Ban feels that the sensation is like when water flows from high to low. The pressure it's exerting on his body is tremendous and it's giving him the feeling of not being able to breathe, as if there's no air. With all that's going on, he figures that this must be the law of nature because everything in this space is forcing him to kneel before Orta. At the moment, the power makes him feel that kneeling before the Golden Boy is the most natural thing in the world. Our boy continues to struggle in order to keep this energy out and also keep his body under control to resist the powerful influence of Orta's command. He feels that this overwhelming force is like a distortion of natural law, and even he is taken aback by what he just confessed. Aslight overhears him say this and the pretty boy is left speechless. He's pretty shocked and astounded because from what he just heard, Ban might have just figured out the principle of Orta's ability. He turns to the blue-haired kid and asks him if that's the case, but our boy is just shocked that Aslight heard what he just said, so he gets nervous and remains silent. While he's keeping shut and trying to remain quiet, Rachel, who is extremely worried, comes up behind him and holds his arm. The pink-haired girl seems terrified of what's happening and wraps herself on Ban's arm so she can be a little less scared. The hero is surprised when he sees her tightening the grip around his arm, and even though he's also quite overwhelmed too, he just lets her remain there, knowing that it will probably help her feel better. As all of that is going on, we get to see that Doko is still completely unaffected by Orta's command. In fact, she's currently creating her own attack which she'll use against the Golden Boy. The dark energy swirls around her and focuses around her fingers to give her control over it, and this allows her to deflect Orta's command around her. The overwhelming pressure that compels the others to kneel before the Golden Boy is immediately taken out by Doko's power. You can literally see her dark aura countering the flaming essence of Orta's command, and when the others see what just happened, their minds are blown. All the students, including the assistant professor, are bewildered by what they just witnessed with their own eyes. Even Ban is taken aback by how she just casually countered her opponent. Our boy's jaw drops in shock because Doko practically just killed Orta's energy. Ban is amazed when he sees this because of how unbelievable it all is. Right after deflecting the Golden Boy's attack, the girl poses like a champion and waits for Orta to respond or even make the next move. Sure enough, the Golden Boy is also surprised by what she just did, but he just shrugs it all off with a confident laugh. He admits that she's got some skill, and before he can say anything else, the white-haired girl quickly bites back at him, informing him that his power is just as ridiculous as the horns on top of his head. Doko bluntly reveals that she's definitely disappointed in him if that's the best he could throw at her, and when Orta hears her say this, a twisted smile creeps up on his face. The energy floods his body again, and then he assured her that there's no way that was everything he had to show her. The white-haired girl glares at him in response, and when she sees what he's about to do, she charges at him with insane speed and lands a mean dropkick right on his chest to stop him from concentrating his energy. Orta groans when he feels the impact on his chest, but he can't do much to stop it since he didn't see her coming. At this point, Doko asks him if he really thought she was going to let him blast her with a second attack. She already knows that he was about to hit her with an obvious attack that gets stronger the closer he gets to her. Meanwhile, Orta suddenly realizes that he might have underestimated the girl because he's currently having a hard time. The force from the kick did a bit of damage to him, and to avoid any more, he figures that he needs to use two hands to defend himself with his force field shield thing. The Golden Boy is struggling to push her back, and just when he thinks he's finally caught a break, Doko appears right behind him and whispers something in his ear. The rude girl literally insults him, suggesting that his body now has to work harder because he lacks brains. As you can imagine, Orta is shocked to hear this, and this enrages him too. So, he swiftly turns around to land a mean blow, but the white-haired girl casually ducks to avoid getting hit. He calls her arrogant now, and he desperately wants to knock her out right now, but he just keeps missing with each swing he takes. At this point, Doko just takes advantage of the situation and counters all his moves, feeling that his movement is clumsy and stuff just as she expected. With this in mind, she capitalizes on the weakness and is able to easily land a powerful pick right in his face. He then follows up with another kick to the face, and as she leaps into the air, she mocks him, suggesting that someone has to spoon feed him too. As you can imagine, this comment pissed Orta off a lot too, so he creates a shield over his head and then furiously follows up with another mean attack. He calls her a wench and tries to blast her with a flaming punch. Doko manages to jump over the fire with ease, and this just frustrates her opponent even more. With the way things are going, it's easy to see why Orta is becoming even more desperate, and when Aslight realizes just how intense the matchup is becoming, he's really shocked. The pretty boy is left speechless when he sees that his own classmate is practically overpowering Orta, the ruler of Kidius. It finally dawns on him just how powerful Doko is, and as the intense clash goes on, Aslight watches carefully go see what's going to happen next. The girl leaps into the air and balls her fists, suggesting that she's about to hit him with a serious blow, and then Ban chimes in as well, expressing his own shock too. From what he's seen so far, it seems that Orta is used to suppressing his opponent's movements with his skill, thereby defeating them with the distortion of natural law he used earlier. As far as Ban is concerned, this is what the ruler of Kidius has been using in his fights, but now he's come up against the first person who was completely unaffected by it. Doko gets close enough to Orta and lands several mean punches on his face. After landing blows on his face, she follows up with body shots, which leaves the guy completely unable to defend himself. He keeps taking but after a hit from her, and it becomes clear that all of this is happening simply because he's come against a person like Doko Yon, who is practically immune to his normal method of fighting. You can literally see the frustration all over his face at this point because he doesn't even know what to do to stop the girl. She's really making him look weak for all the other students to see, and he has no idea how to turn the tables on the fight. Our boy continues to comment on the clash and admits that Orta is indeed strong. He can see that the golden boy has overwhelming powers and physical abilities, but it's also pretty easy to see that he never uses his body in fights. He depended mostly on his overwhelming skill, and that's why he's having a hard time keeping up with Doko Yon, who is a master of combat. While Ban is saying all of this is himself, a Slide overhears him once again and wonders how he can see all the stuff he's talking about. The blondie is surprised that his roommate is becoming suddenly aware of everything when only a few moments ago he seemed totally clueless. At the moment, he feels that Doko is fighting on equal footing with Orta, but he's also confused as to how Ban is able to grasp the principles of both students in such a short time. It really baffles Blondie because from what he's been told, these guys are definitely supposed to be special admissions students from the lower dimensions, so it makes him wonder what the hell is happening right now. Doko is going toe-to-toe with the leader of Kidius, and by the looks of things, she's even overpowering him. The white-haired girl keeps Orta at bay with a relentless barrage of punches. The girl lands so many hits in a short amount of time that the guy can only keep his shield up and continue to block all of them as much as he can. As you'd expect, he gets really fed up with this in no time because he's a respected student of this school who's never been humiliated like this. He's probably never faced any fighter as powerful as Doko, since all he has to do most of the time is just force them to kneel before him. Unfortunately, now he's being forced to take punches from a special admissions student, and it really annoys him, so he snaps. Orta is furious that he would insult him like this and starts growling as if he's about to turn the tables on this fight. Unfortunately, while the poor guy is still trying to threaten and intimidate her, when he gets his mouth shut with a speeding fist, Doko lands yet another mean punch and then asks him if he came here to wag his tongue or if he's still protesting for her to cut it off because it's too long. The girl drops yet another insulting comment, so Orta decides that he's had enough of it. Enraged by her rude statements, he gets real mad and blows her away with a massive flame blast. He calls her a wench and unleashes a powerful ray of flames on her. The guy screams in rage, determined to teach her a lesson for daring to humiliate him like that. For this, he vows that he'll never forgive her and tells her that he'll kill her right now since she wishes to die that much. In response, Doko Yon just scoffs at him for talking about death. She tells him that it's not a concept a kid like him should even speak about. She then places her hands on the ground as she gets into battle mode. You can see the energy surging out of her body, and once it's enough, she charges at the golden boy. Orta is also feeling really confident now that his powers are off the roof, so he blasts himself toward her, yelling at her to die. Just when things are about to get out of hand, Professor Yumina comes around to stop the fight. She claps to get their attention, telling them that they've already done enough. Orta and Doko Yon are inches away from landing some really devastating hits on each other when the professor arrives, so they're forced to freeze in their tracks. The moment she arrives, the entire training ground is completely filled with flowers, which leaves them shocked. The two fighters are so confused by this because even their auras suddenly turn pink, making them look a lot less dangerous. Their rage suddenly disappears and they're really confused by all of this, so they turn to the professor to see what's up. The pretty Yumina has finally gotten them to calm down, and once she has their attention, she informs them that students are not encouraged to fight for their lives in the Union Academy. Here, they're just supposed to be training hard, and admits that she prefers them saving all that aggression and desperation for their tower climb. Yumina calmly explains this to the both of them and then asks them if they understand what she means. With only her presence and a few claps of her hand, she turned the entire training ground into some kind of large garden filled with a sea of pink flowers. There's flowers all over the place, and even the sky turns pink, all because Yumina came around. Ban is speechless when he sees the spectacle, but then he suddenly realizes that it's just a hallucination. Even though it's all supposed to be an illusion, our boy admits that the scent of the flowers is insanely strong. He can smell the strong scent of the flowers, and the other students can probably smell it as well. Orta and Doko stand face to face, knowing that they can't keep fighting now that the professor has come around. The golden boy is really pissed that he didn't get the chance to have his revenge on Doko. She literally humiliated him and he wanted to teach her a lesson so badly, but now he can't, so he just hisses in rage and storms out of the training ground. As the boy walks away, Doko stays back with her teacher and admits that Yumina is very strong. The professor is flattered when she hears this from her student, and while she's still blushing, the white-haired girl walks away as well. She returns to her fellow Class 11 students who welcome her back excitedly. She asks them how they thought she did in the fight, and Ban is the first to compliment her, telling her that it was absolutely amazing. That's what he thinks, so he asks the others if they felt the same way. Our boy claims that just watching Doko fight was really helpful for him, and while he's still showering the snobby girl with praise, Rachel suddenly bumps into him from behind. Her head rams into his back for some reason, and he's really confused by this, so he turns around to see what's up. He tries to look at her face, but she just hides behind him like she's afraid of something. He's really baffled at this point because he did get what's going on. He asks her what's up, and it turns out that she's still really scared of Doko Yon. Apparently, this cute girl is terrified of her white-haired colleague, so much so that she doesn't even want the girl to see her face. As you can imagine, Doko Yon is really shocked and confused by all this, so she just stands there and watches the funny display in front of her. When our boy sees that Rachel is still afraid, he just lets out a small laugh, thinking that it's kinda cute that she'd hide behind him. But still, it's not the best, so he encourages her to come out of hiding. While he's trying to comfort the terrified girl, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he hears Yumina scolding the assistant professor, Farrell. She makes it clear to him that what he did deserves punishment because as far as she's concerned, he shouldn't have tried to get away with a sparring match in the very first class of the session. On top of that, he allowed the match to escalate tremendously without any limits while standing there and just watching the whole time. Yumina is extremely pissed at Farrell for this, and the guy looks so ashamed of himself. He doesn't even have anything to say to prove his innocence, so he just stands there like a lost puppy as she berates him. Yumina is convinced that he knew what he was doing was a huge mistake, and he doesn't even argue or deny it. The guy knows that he's already in a lot of trouble, so rather than being stubborn, he just apologizes to the lady, looking really terrified and nervous. Unfortunately for him, sorry isn't going to cut this time around. Yumina makes it clear to him that this isn't something that can end with just a simple apology, so she tells him to get prepared for the consequences of his actions today. The guy almost bursts into tears when he hears her say this, and before he can even say anything else, the furious lady walks away from him in a huff. Once she's done with the assistant professor, she walks up to her students and stops right in front of Ban like she's about to give him a stern talking to. Thankfully, she hasn't come to scold him. She simply points to the flower brooch she gave him, which makes him really nervous, and then reminds him that, as the class president, dignity is everything. She places her finger on the badge and flips it, telling him that he's been wearing upside down the whole time. Yumina has her face extremely close to Ban's face at this point, and judging by the way our boy is blushing, one would think that they'd kiss anytime from now. She gives him a warm smile that leaves all the other students absolutely stunned. They can't believe what they're seeing. It's already been established that Yumina is the most attractive teacher in the entire school, and most of them are already infatuated with her, so when they see her being all familiar with the blue-haired boy from a lower dimension, they're pissed. The professor addresses them once she's done sorting everything out and then tells them to have a good day while she gets along with hers. As Yumina walks away, our boy sighs in relief, feeling really glad that their professor came to stop the fight before things got out of hand. But this relief is short-lived because he quickly realizes that she only stirred things up even more, because now the Class 1 students hate him and his butt is even more now, especially because she appears to like him more than the rest. They're all growling at him right now, with hate and murderous intent laced in their eyes. They feel that he stole Yumina's attention away from them, and so, they're all waiting for the opportunity to tear him apart because they also think that he's just a weakling. To make matters worse, news starts to spread all over the school about the new kid from the lower dimension who is on par with the notorious Orta. Students all around Union Academy see the news on the internet, and they're all really shocked that anybody could be on the same level as the Golden Boy. Of course, there will always be different versions of a story like this, and so some students start saying that the fight wasn't even close since Orta wiped the floor with Doko. Others just feel that the story doesn't even make sense because they believe that someone from a lower dimension cannot even stand in the same room as the leader of Kidius. On the other hand, there's those who believe the story, and they're all intrigued by the special admissions students. They feel that the new kids are really amazing, especially because of how good looking they are. Some of them are already crushing on Rachel, thinking that her pink hair makes her so cute. At the same time, there's some who aren't even interested in the story because Orta is the top student of the year, and so they feel that everyone should just stop with the nonsense rumors. Practically all the students in Union Academy are on their phones right now, curiously searching for more information on the story. They decide to check out what Professor Farrell posted, and when they watch the video, they're astounded by how insane the fight was. They finally realize just how good the silver-haired girl is, and after seeing how she humiliated their top student, most of them decide to make Doko their new favorite henceforth. After watching the fight, some of the students also come across Ban's video where he was bargaining with the assistant professor. They wonder why he was trying so much to get a negotiation out and even nickname him the bargaining master. They're impressed by how sharp his words are, and then others are starstruck when they see Yumina entering the scene. They consider her a goddess and are really shocked to see her interrupting the fight, but what really blows their minds is when they see how friendly she is with Ban. The chat blows up as the students go crazy all of a sudden. Their hottest teacher is getting a little too friendly with the new guy, so they all start asking the same question. Who is he? Sometime later, our boy and his pals hang out together, and after going through all the stuff that was posted online, he informs the others that the entire school is talking about them. A Slight seems to really like the idea of being popular at school, but Doko is definitely not interested. She finds it all strange and admits that she doesn't even get what this whole internet thing is about. Ban notices her looking all gloomy, so he asks her what's wrong, and that's when she expressed her concerns. She fought with Orta, but she doesn't believe that the guy is really the top prospect in the school. She doesn't think that it's true because she noticed a girl with the witch hat, and she is convinced that she's the one person more capable than Orta. Doko thought that Ban would be sharp enough to notice that too, but he just teased her in response, telling her that he was too busy watching the sparring match that he didn't notice. The conversation between them is interrupted when a Slight informs Ban that his name is all over the internet as well. Everyone is calling him Bargaining Master, and the pretty boy doesn't even understand what they mean by that. They're all teasing him about his argument with Professor Farrell, but of course, Ban doesn't really care. The hero figures that the students can't touch the one person who could challenge their top prospects, and so now they're taking it out on him. Hearing this, Doko bluntly reminds but that it's not the only thing they're saying about him, since he's the one that Yumina is interested in. Anyway, a Slight suddenly changes the topic again, pointing out how distant they suddenly are in the group because Rachel hasn't really been talking to them anymore. The girl has been isolating herself recently because she's afraid of Doko, but Ban doesn't even get how that works since they're both roommates. So, HR presumes that she's still nervous from before, but that doesn't look like the case since she's practically trembling on her seat. Ban wants to make her feel better, so he looks into his inventory to check for something sweet, hoping it can make her more comfortable. He suddenly finds something for her and calls for everyone's attention before revealing the special elixir jam created with his ability. The jam was formed by concentrating thousands of fruits, and it has a special effect which promotes overall growth and stats. A Slight and Doko are intrigued by the jam, so our boy assures them that they'll be amazed shortly. He asks them to get him some bread, and after a while, he presents the bread with jam on it to Rachel. The pink-haired girl is shocked when she sees them offering her the snack. Ban asks her to try it, but she hesitates, unlike the others who take a bite and are absolutely blown away by how good it tastes. He asks them if they think it's good, and they just respond by shamelessly gobbling down the rest of the snack, telling him that it's beyond good. Even Doko admits that this sweetness is on a different level, and she's someone who's tasted all kinds of sweets from the Central Plains. At this point, Ban encourages Rachel to come and join them, so she asks him if he can make one for her as well. Of course, our boy is more than happy to do this for her. The moment she takes her first bite, she screams in delight, claiming that this jam is the essence of fruit itself and the most delicious fruit flavor ever. The pretty boy asks if Ban made it with his ability, and he confirms this, while Doko just asks if she can have even more, to which he responds by telling them that they can have as much as they want. The silver-haired girl admits that it feels like she's eating something way too precious, but our joy assures her that the jam isn't that expensive. After all, he feels that it's best to share stuff together since they're a team, and tells Doko to consider this as a return favor for the kindness she showed him on the training ground, just like the rest of them. Even so, Doko still feels that this jam outweighs her help, so she wants to make sure that they're even. To do this, she makes up her mind and decides that she's going to teach Ban a martial art in return for the elixir he just gave her. Of course, our boy doesn't see the need for this, and he's pretty nervous too since she's practically holding his tie. He can't really say no at this point, so he just stares at her with a confused expression on his face and a slice of bread sticking out of his mouth. It turns out Doko really means business, because right after she tells Ban that she'll teach him a martial art, the next thing we see is the both of them being teleported to one of the academy training grounds. As they arrive at the place, the girl starts to give her little lecture. She is surprised that there's a place like this in the school, and even though it's not the biggest training room out there, she feels that it's fine as long as she can move her body freely inside it. Besides that, she seems to like it a bit since it gives her this strange sense of calm all of a sudden. Ban also has a thing or two to say about the place, since he believes that the training room somehow reflects their psychological environment. This basically means that their minds are pretty calm at the moment. This explains why the place is so quiet. He's not too surprised though, since it's just the kind of thing he expects from the union class. However, he isn't too happy that he had to leave in the middle of eating just to come here, so he asks the girl what exactly she's going to teach him that couldn't wait a couple more hours. While he's rambling at the back, Doko just ignores him and continues to examine the space in the room, and after a moment, she finally concludes that the space will be sufficient for her training. Right after saying that, she starts waving her arms around with her wooden sword, and they're moving so fast that it's almost as if she has more than two hands. Doko advises our boy not to move carelessly, but he doesn't seem to understand what she's trying to tell him. He doesn't get what she means by that, and while he's still processing what she just said, she points her wooden sword at him and tells him that they're about to start the first lesson. That being said, he takes a big jab at Ban's face while he's still in a daze, and before he can even see the sword coming at him, the tip of the wooden sword is merely centimeters in front of his face. He's so stunned because he certainly didn't see that coming, and he's just left speechless as he keeps staring at the tip. Seeing how bewildered he is, Doko explains that what she just did is called a thrust, and of course, this marks the beginning of a really intense training session for our boy. Shortly after that, we see that she goes on to explain how it works. Doko tells him that it's a move that must be carried out without a shred of hesitation or doubt. It's hard to believe that this piercing strike was done by a human, but in that moment when she thrusted the wooden sword straight at his face, Ban Yuan discovered a new concept. The hero can see the aura surrounding his classmate, and while nobody else would be able to see this, he manages to make out a symbol from the energy flowing around the girl. He interprets the symbol as penetration and is surprised that the system would call it that. To him, it should be called swordsmanship since that's what he's being taught right now, so he finds it really puzzling. While he's racking his brain about this, Doko calls out to him and brings him back to reality, asking him if he's even listening to her at all. He apologizes for getting distracted, so the silver-haired girl forgives him and encourages him to keep his focus on what she's teaching him. Once she's gotten his attention again, she explains that a thrust exists in more than one form. She says something about sword three-leg angle, and of course, Ban has no idea what she's talking about. Doko claims that a thrust can be done with anything and that what she's showing him is the most basic and fundamental meaning of a thrust. She demonstrates with her wooden blade and unleashes a powerful strike. After that, she goes on to explain how many times one should thrust. The location from where one thrusts also matters a lot, and another very important factor is what one mimics while thrusting. The white-haired girl points all of these things out to our boy, but the most important factor is the kind of aura or force one uses with the thrust. At this point, our boy just stands there and watches her do her thing. He's not even sure what to say right now because it's all pretty overwhelming. After explaining all of that to him, she goes on to tell him that there are countless variations of thrusts, but makes it clear to him that what she just showed him are the ultimate basics. She claims that it's just a thrust and tells him not to forget it. At the moment, she's got the tip of her wooden sword pointed right at his neck, which makes him pretty nervous. She's probably doing it for dramatic effect, but she might just end up scaring out all the knowledge from his head. Thankfully, our boy's got a retentive memory, so he ponders on all what she just said and focuses on the ultimate basics she talked about. As far as Ban is concerned, the actions of Doko Yon, who is single concept to its utmost, feel far deeper than mixing several concepts. The girl has pretty much mastered her style a lot more than anyone else, while our boy is like a jack of all trades and a master of none. He's pondering on the whole thing, and tries to come up with a reason for Doko's specialization. But his thoughts are interrupted when the girl in question asks him if he wants to give what she just demonstrated to him a try. Ban Yuan is happy to try it out and takes the sword from her. He keeps his focus on the essence of the thrust, and as he starts waving the wooden sword around, he tells her to bear with him because he feels that he's going to give her a really clumsy imitation. Doko watches him from the back, smiling mischievously and feeling that there's no way he can do it in one go. If he gives a perfect imitation on the first try, then it would mean that the years she spent mastering it would all be meaningless. In her mind, something like that isn't even possible, so she is confident that our boy will fail on the first go, but the sudden gust of wind that blasts her from his thrust makes her rethink this. She can't believe her eyes when she turns around to see that he really just grasped the concept after seeing it just once. While she's busy thinking he's already done it, Ban is busy scolding himself because he feels that he didn't do it well enough. He tells himself to focus and then tries to perfectly replicate it. Until now, he's been too focused on mixing different concepts together because he thought he would get more strength by adding more or combining them. But now, he's determined to master this single concept of penetration here and now. After the second try, he's still not satisfied with the results, so he goes again, feeling that he can still grow stronger by refining what he already has. Ban forces himself to think and remember that there are many characters for his thrusting, so it makes him wonder why he caught penetration out of the lot. He racks his brain for the answer as he attempts to perfect this skill, and then he finally concludes that the reason he caught the penetration concept is because to Doko, a thrust is a move that must pierce its target without fail. With this in mind, he performs another really powerful thrust. It's a deadly move, and this explains why the girl has chosen to master it. After demonstrating the thrust for the third time, Doko finally gets tired of him showing off, so she tells him to stop. She tells him that there's no need to push himself so hard right from the start, and while she's still talking, Ban just falls to his knees in exhaustion. Seeing how tired he is, she tells him to try the move later when he's in a larger space against an opponent if he can remember what she just taught him. Of course, Ban isn't one to forget his skills that easily, so he assures her that he'll do as he says. He's still panting and gasping for air when multiple windows from the system pop up. He's shocked, but he's also got a feeling that he might have just raised his stats by swinging a sword a few times. It turns out that our boy now understands the internalized concepts of penetration and martial arts, and as such, swordsmanship is also absorbed since it's a subconcept of martial arts. He's still wishing that he had that kind of talent when all of a sudden, he looks at the next page and sees that his stats have actually skyrocketed. Ban Yuan has his additional abilities updated, and his Infinite Eyes stats are also increased to 110. His martial arts are at 36, with swordsmanship at 20 and penetration stats at 16. He's shocked to see that penetration is already at 16 when he only just acquired the skill. As for the swordsmanship, he's just confused to see that it went up just now after swinging the sword for a while, when it didn't ever rise no matter how many goblins he killed in the dungeon. It literally shot up to 20 after only a few minutes, and after looking at everything on the screen, the kid is overwhelmed because his combat abilities have practically doubled overall. He's so astonished by this because he didn't even think something like this was possible. His panic is interrupted by Doko, who admits that she didn't expect to lose like this. She never would have thought that he'd be able to display the essence of the technique free from the form of a weapon. She's really curious as to how he managed to outshine her at her own game, but he doesn't even seem to know what she's talking about. Ban figures that he's about to get her upset, so he quickly starts explaining things to her. He's really nervous, but he assures her that all he did was follow her instructions and claims that he probably just imitated her movements without even realizing it. Of course, she's not buying that bullshit story because she doesn't believe that just showing a person a set of movements makes it that easy to imitate. If that was the case, then no one would ever struggle to master it. At this point, our boy doesn't even know what to tell her anymore, so he just keeps smiling nervously and agrees with her. But then, he comes up with a clever idea to get Doko off his tail, so he suggests that the reason he learned it so quickly is because she's a really good teacher. The girl is taken aback and calms down for a moment. Seeing this, Ban continues to flatter her, claiming that he saw the profoundness in her movement as she demonstrated the thrust. He tells her that he was so amazed that he didn't think it was possible to get to that level, and so, he ended up getting absorbed in the depth of it that he lost track of time for a moment. Doko starts blushing at this point, confirming that the words really touched her. She's surprised at how nice he can be to her with words when they haven't even known each other for so long. Seeing that he just brought out a really unusual softness in her, he changes the topic and tells her that her teachings were great. He also tells her to leave the elixir to him henceforth. But now, she feels like that hardly makes up for what she just taught him. Apparently, he's now the one who has to return a favor, so he asks her what he has to do, but she just tells him not to worry, claiming that she'll take care of the day's losses herself over time. Doko says this with a really wise and cute smile on her face, and it's literally the first time she's actually smiled genuinely since we got to know her. She tells our boy to be prepared for what's to come, and he's just stunned by the fact that she's actually being lively. She snaps him back to reality by informing him that it's time for the next lecture and suggesting that they head out. As they teleport back to their class, he just scratches his head in disbelief because he never imagined that the girl can have such a cheerful expression on her face. Back at the school, Rachel is quietly walking down the hall while scrolling on the internet, but she's suddenly about to have a really bad day because one of the regular students decides that it's time to pick on her. He slaps away the window she was looking at, which startles her, and then once he's gotten her afraid, he asks her where the hell she's from. The bully slaps away the screen she was looking at, and this startles her, of course. Rachel gasps in shock as fear grips her, and that's when the troublemaker decides to make her even more uncomfortable by asking her where she's from. When he asks Rachel the question, she's just stunned and terrified, so she's not even able to process it at first. She's just frozen in shock, so the bully starts to get impatient. Thankfully, he doesn't get the chance to do any more harm that he has already because someone comes up Rachel's aid. The student stands in front of the pink-haired girl so that the bully can't see her face anymore. The bully asks the pretty boy what he wants, feeling irritated by his presence, so a slight responds, telling the jerk that Rachel is in the same class as him. After explaining this, he asks the blue-haired delinquent what he wants from his friend, and this just infuriates the troublemaker. He's pissed that a slight would have the balls to talk to him like that, so he expresses his annoyance and snaps at the pretty boy. The troublemaker yells at him to get lost, but he just keeps staring right into the guy's eyes. He doesn't say a word at first, but from the glare in his eyes, you can tell that he's not even slightly afraid of the guy. While he's standing up to the bully, our boy, Ban, and his new martial arts tutor returns from their little private training session. They both reappear in the hallway, thanks to the teleportation device they were given by the principal upon their admission. Ban seems a little worried, and as he arrives in the hallway, he hopes that he's not too late for something. Apparently, he doesn't have any idea of what's going down with Rachel and the Slight. Speaking of a Slight, the knight in shining armor is currently being surrounded by more bullies. He's already outnumbered because the blue-haired troublemaker's minions have arrived to support their boss. After looking around for a while, he finally spots Rachel and a Slight, so he calls out to them in excitement, hoping they can follow him. But that's when he realizes they're in a little pickle. Doko, on the other hand, feels that this is perfect timing since their next class is just starting. The troublemakers see that Doko and Ban are now in the picture, and since they already have an idea of how dangerous the girl can be, seeing how she gave their top student a top time, they figure that it would be best to postpone beating a Slight up. Ban calls out to his friends, asking them what's going on, and before he can even walk up to them, the blue-haired bully and his gang members flee the scene. However, before they do, they call the blondie a bastard and tell him to watch his back. Clearly, they're out for him now, and he should expect another encounter like this in the near future. The troublemakers finally retreat, leaving Rachel extremely relieved and Ban very confused. The pink-haired girl thanks a Slight for coming to her aid and standing up for her, while Ban doesn't even get what the hell just went down. Once the bullies are gone, he asks his roommate what's up with the guys, but the pretty boy just remains quiet. He doesn't say a word, and the mean scowl on his face suggests that he was really prepared to throw hands with the jerks if he had to. The next thing we see is that the students are in class, receiving a lecture from an old green professor we've not been introduced to yet. This appears to be their history class, since the geezer is talking about how the Union Academy came to be. He informs the students that the history of the Union didn't start when the Chancellor founded the Academy, claiming that it actually started when the Tower of Babel appeared in the primal dimension where they are right now. While the class is ongoing and other focused students are paying attention, the bullies from earlier take the time to take some pictures of Rachel without her consent. As if she wasn't already uncomfortable enough, they're sitting right behind her, so they make the class pretty miserable for her. One of them, with a mask on his face, takes pictures of her to add to his collection like a pervert, while the remaining two delinquents disturb her with annoying comments throughout the class. The one with dark red hair like her tells her that a bug like her shouldn't even be thinking of climbing the tower, while the blue-haired instigator of it all suggests that there should be a more suitable job for her. Apparently, this guy looks down on Rachel so much that he suggests she would be better off working as a maid in his family home. He tells her that she'd be pampered every day if she came to work for his family, which indirectly means that he sees her as a slave he can buy. The troublemakers get a kick out of saying all sorts of mean things to her, and being the timid girl she is, she can't say anything back at them. One even claims that he'd be the first to bid on her if he ever saw her being sold at an auction, and at this point, a Slight starts to get really upset because he can hear everything they're saying. Our boy band is also present and he can hear everything they've said as well. But he's not exactly sure how to handle the situation right, so he just sighs in exhaustion as he continues to feel sorry for the poor girl being mocked right in front of him. He's really sad for Rachel, but what's really makes him very disappointed is the fact that people are really just the same everywhere in the universe, no matter the scale. It's pretty obvious now that bullying just exists everywhere, regardless of the dimension, and he feels quite sad about that. Besides his feeling of disappointment, another thing that's really bothering him right now is the professor teaching the class. The old geezer doesn't seem to hear anything happening at the back, even though the bullies are being so loud. At this point, the pretty boy gets fed up. He's had enough of the troublemakers bullying his friend, so he angrily calls out to the professor at the top of his voice, hoping that the old teacher would finally see what's going on. Turns out the man isn't deaf after all, because he actually hears the not-so-subtle call of his attention. He turns around and asks if someone called on him, so the blondie boldly speaks up. A Slight immediately reports the delinquents at the back, informing the professor that they're being noisy and making it difficult to concentrate on the lecture. That being said, he asks the old geezer if he could take action against the offenders, but the reaction he gets is extremely below par. He probably thinks that the professor would punish them or send them out of the class, but the old man just calmly reminds the entire class that they shouldn't talk while a lecture is on. The man is so calm about it that all he asks is that they focus solely on his voice. After making the very polite request with zero display of authority, the professor quickly resumes the lecture, and of course, a Slight can't believe his eyes. The professor just casually downplayed his report and went back to talking about the Union's revival period, so he's utterly shocked and dumbfounded. Our boy band is also pretty bewildered that the old geezer didn't do anything to correct the troublemakers at the back. After all they did, all he could do was tell the entire class to focus on his voice, so the hero is quite disappointed. As you can imagine, the bullies don't give a shit what the nonchalant professor just said, so they carry on with their noise and insults. The blue-haired dude who already has beef with the pretty boy starts the insults, calling him an idiot. He must really hate a Slight now, and he's also quite jealous of the blondie. He feels that the pretty boy is showing off how good-looking he is, feeling that he probably stood up just so people could see his good looks. While this hater is being really vulgar, the masked member of the group chimes in, claiming that a Slight is the reason he couldn't get Rachel's number earlier. Anyway, the guy is pretty pissed about a Slight being in the picture since he thinks that they might be dating. The noisemakers at the back keep running their mouths, and the pretty boy is starting to lose his shit. He can't take it anymore, because not only are they distracting him from the lecture, but they're also saying all sorts of things about him and his friends. Enraged by them, he slams the desk with his fists as he grits his teeth. The pink-haired girl starts to tear up as the bullies continue with their rude comments. They feel that a Slight isn't dating her and scrutinize her body, stating that she doesn't look like his type, so of course, this pushes her to tears. They laugh at her so loudly that it's impossible to ignore, and when it becomes unbearable, the blondie finally loses his shit. It's like he's about to finally get up and smack the hell out of the bullies. He snaps his pencil in two out of rage, but before he can do anything he might regret, Ban taps him on the shoulder and quietly tells him to calm down. The moment he does this, the pretty boy is taken aback. He doesn't look like he appreciates being told to calm down, so he looks back at the guy in disbelief. He can't believe that Ban is actually telling him to calm down even when they're saying bad stuff about their classmate. In response, our boy just asks him what he expects to do if he doesn't fight them. As far as Ban is concerned, they'll just end up getting into a fight if they react, and that will lead them getting into trouble, which none of them want. As such, he feels that there's no need to give them a reaction, stating that he's not into pointless actions. Unfortunately, Ban insists that there's really no point getting into a fight. He claims that causing trouble during the class will only make things worse for everyone. That being said, he tells a Slight to just calm down and then calls him to take a look at something on his phone. The pretty boy takes a peek and is left quite baffled because he doesn't get why Ban is showing him Union Tube on the internet. He doesn't get what's that supposed to mean, so Ban shows him a live feed of their current class and then reminds him that there's more than one way to solve a problem. Our boy takes a close look at the screen and assures a Slight that those jerks behind them will surely get what's coming to them. The pretty boy is shocked when he sees what Ban is actually up to, and while he's still trying to process it, our clever hero just laughs mischievously, stating that the bullies can keep laughing like idiots if they want because all that filthy talk they've been spouting during the class is being streamed live right now. Even Doko is shocked when she sees the live feed that Ban was uploading to the internet the whole time. In the stream, you can clearly see where the pink-haired bully called Rachel a bug who shouldn't bother climbing the tower, the part where the other guy suggested she come work for his family as a maid. It's all really cool that our boy was able to catch them red-handed and expose them online, but it makes you wonder how he even managed to do it. Well, it turns out that his hidden camera capturing everything is actually being held by Eve, his pet snake. As you can imagine, it doesn't take long for the stream to go viral and all the other students online start to drop their comments. The comment section blows up as all the keyboard warriors blast the boys saying such mean stuff. Other students conclude that they're psychos, and those who know them immediately identify them as Class 7 students. They're clearly not happy with the new regular admission students, and such poor conduct makes them wonder where the professor is while all of this is going on. She commends him for the really smart move because she noticed that he cleverly captioned the video, Union History, so that he could stir up public opinion. Rachel, on the other hand, is pretty clueless at this point since she's not exactly sure what's going on. Meanwhile, Ban continues to assure them that he'll make sure the troublemakers are ruined for bothering his friend. Our boy reveals that there's no way he could have let the bullies off the hook so easily after what they said about Rachel. The pink-haired girl finally realizes what's going on and is shocked to see that there's actually a broadcast. One of the bullies suddenly realizes that they're being recorded and streamed online. He's absolutely horrified when he finds out that they're being filmed, so curses out and quickly starts searching for the camera. The jerks disrupt the class at that moment as they desperately search for the camera filming them. It doesn't take long for them to see the snake holding the camera, so the blue-haired one in the gang points up furiously. Unfortunately, before he can do anything about it, the snake starts to disappear and the blue-haired bully is left furious. He starts throwing a tantrum and then accuses a Slight of secretly recording them. The others gasp in shock when they hear this, and while the ringleader is busy calling out the pretty, the professor finally has enough of his bad behavior. He angrily confronts the bully, annoyed by his atrocious behavior during the class. He remembers that these guys were the ones who were being noisy earlier, and now he can't take any more of their shit, so he asks them to state their names, as well as their class, before getting the hell out of his lecture hall. The boys are terrified to see the chill old man actually scolding them, but they try to explain themselves, telling him that someone uploaded a video of them. Of course, the professor doesn't care about that, so he yells at them to get the hell out. This angry shout is accompanied with a serious blast that sends the troublemakers running for their lives. Once they're finally gone, the professor calms down and returns back to the board, telling the rest of the class that he'll be giving the bullies an F for the entire school year. He gets back to teaching in a huff, but not before warning the rest of the class to stop disrupting the class and pay attention. As you can imagine, our boy is a little satisfied that the troublemakers have gotten what they deserve. He had initially thought the geezer was just a weak old man who was too tired to show any authority. But now, it's pretty clear that even the assistant professor isn't someone to mess with. Our boy has managed to deal with the bullies in two ways. Not only are they going to fail history class this year, but now the whole school knows that they're monsters. However, Ban can't help but feel that an F for the class is a bit too lenient considering all the mean stuff they said about Rachel. A Slight agrees with him immediately, confirming that the both of them are still a bit pissed. The only consolation for the blondie now is that the jerks' school lives are pretty much over. While they're grumbling about how weak the punishment is, Rachel overhears them and then chimes in, claiming that she thinks it's good enough. The boys are shocked by her response, seeing that she's the one who took most of the insults, but she assures them that she's fine now and thanks the both of them for standing up for her. Hearing this, our boy is really flattered, so he gets nervous and starts rambling. He claims that he didn't do much since he's not as strong as the rest of them, stating that all he did was think of a way to handle it and was lucky that it all worked out well. As far as he's concerned, there's no need for her to thank him, and this just makes Rachel appreciate him even more. She smiles at him, seemingly really impressed by his modesty, and even though he's trying to wave off all the compliments, the pretty boy admits that he feels more at ease now that Ban Yu-won is the class president. Hearing this, even Doko smiles genuinely, confirming that she's now on the same page as the pretty boy on this issue, which is really nice to see since she was the one who protested when Ban announced he was the class president. Apparently, she's had a change of heart and is now okay with our boy leading the students of class 11. The scene shifts, and the next day, we see that the bullies are still out for blood. There, they confront the pretty boy when he arrives, and Rachel starts to tremble the moment she sees them. The fact that they have the audacity to still be making trouble makes Ban really worried because he's really not ready for what's about to go down. The blue-haired bully clearly has beef with the Slight and he doesn't even care about Rachel anymore, but the terrified girl just remains hidden behind Ban. The blondie has secretly been waiting for an opportunity to teach these troublemakers a lesson, especially since he wasn't satisfied with how things went down in the class. With this in mind, he answers the guy's call and turns around to face him. Blondie makes his way to the troublemakers, and once he's right in front of the ringleader's face, he stops and asks them what it is that they want this time around. Just like the first time they encountered each other, a Slight is still not scared of any of them. In response, the blue-faced gang leader asks him to explain what happened in class the previous day. He's very convinced that a Slight was stage 1 who recorded and uploaded the video of them on the school's internet for all students to see. He calls the blondie a bug once again and reveals that the broadcast from the history class has ruined his semester score even before the term started. As if that's not bad enough for them, the seniors of the school have also marked them, and the masked one among them seems to be really bothered about this. The guy points out that the rest of their classmates are also avoiding them because of the bad reputation they have now. While this altercation is going on, the professor who's supposed to take the class just sits casually and watches as everything unfolds. The geezer seems to even be enjoying the argument as he sits there cross-legged and rubs his chin the whole time. Of course, Ban notices this and it becomes clear to him that there's a really deep-rooted discrimination in this school. 3 hostile students are currently facing a Slight with weapons drawn, confirming that they're ready for a fight, and they don't seem to consider stopping even when there's a teacher sitting right in front of him. This makes Ban feel that the professors and students from other dimensions don't see those from lower dimensions as humans at all, and of course, that's not a good feeling. It makes our boy feel a bit discriminated against at the academy, so he wonders what the hell is even going on at the school. While he's thinking about this, the bullies start to get really mad. The gang leader snaps at a Slight all of a sudden, asking him if he's insane, and then he dares the pretty boy to repeat what he just said to them. Apparently, he must have said something that really got to them because they're all riled up and ready to start throwing hands any moment now. As you can imagine, all their yelling and threats do absolutely nothing to the blondie. He remains unfazed and chill as ice. Once they're done barking at him, he calmly responds to them and proceeds to repeat what he told them the first time. He starts by suggesting that they didn't understand him the first time, so he spells it out for them a second time. This time, he says it is a lot slower and makes it a lot slower. The pretty boy bluntly tells them that they'll have to speak politely to him if they want to hear what he has to say. He makes this very clear and finishes by calling the blue ringleader a barbarian once again. To show how fearless this guy is, the bully currently has a really tight grip on his shirt, but he doesn't mind calling him names. When the bullies realize that he's still insulting them without hesitation, they get really mad. Infuriated by a Slight's complete lack of fear for them, the leader of the gang is desperate to get the blondie to start trembling, so he takes his sharp blade out and shows it to the pretty boy. Apparently, he thinks that this would be enough to strike fear into the blondie's heart, but he couldn't be more wrong. Anyway, the leader of the gang holds the sword to a Slight's face and scolds him, wondering why he would dare speak to him like that. As far as this bully is concerned, the pretty boy is just a lowly creature of the lower dimension, but I guess he's about to find out just how wrong he is about this. While the guy is still ranting, something shocking happens all of a sudden. Out of the blue, a huge sword with a glowing blade of flames appears in the pretty boy's hand. The bullies are shocked when this happens because they certainly didn't see it coming, and while they're still trying to wrap their heads around it, the blondie calls their leader a barbarian once again. He waves his long sword once and the slash release causes a small blast on the floor, which gets the troublemakers startled for a moment. In that moment, they suddenly get a glimpse of the true power of the guy they've been picking on, and it's safe to say that they're no longer so confident that they can beat him up with ease. Even our boy is shocked when he sees the powerful sword and its slash. Rachel is equally taken aback, just like Doko, who didn't see that coming. While trying to figure out what the hell he just saw with his eyes, the system starts going crazy in his head, informing him multiple times that he has just discovered a new concept. Judging by the numerous symbols he sees floating in the air as they come out of the sword, it's pretty clear that this is going to be one hell of a concept. At the same time, the bullies start to get pretty nervous when they see the glowing long-ass sword in a Slight's hand. They back away for a second, and then the pretty boy reminds them that he told them to ask him politely. As you can imagine, the blue-faced dude refuses to be intimidated, so he gets mad again and starts acting out again. It's funny that he would still be acting tough when his own sword is way shorter than a Slight's. He yells out in rage and then tries to attack the blondie, but he's stopped right in his tracks when the flaming blade is brought up to his neck. The heat from the blade probably brings him back to his senses for a second because he freezes in fear, and then falls to his knees instantly. He clearly doesn't want his head chopped off, so he finally calms down and kneels before the pretty boy. A Slight keeps the sword mere inches away from the bully's neck, and it's a miracle the guy's body isn't already on fire since the flames on the sword are so intense. Once the blue-faced ringleader stops acting out, a Slight reminds him of when he said he'd only agree to talk if they're polite to him. While all of this is going on, Ban just watches in shock because he couldn't have predicted what he just saw. He can't believe that the hot-headed bully suddenly calmed down in the blink of an eye. He finds it strange that the guy changed all of a sudden, so he wonders if something like this is even possible. In our boy's experience, bullies like this are usually relentless and ready to fight until they've lost, but this guy just gave up even before the fight started, which is really shocking to see. While he's trying to figure out all of this, the pretty boy continues to subdue his opponent. He places the sword next to the troublemaker's head as he remains on his knees and starts sweating profusely. The guy is probably really scared for his life that he doesn't even utter another word. He just stays there quietly, hoping that the blondie would spare his life and let him go. At this point, the pretty boy finally addresses the ringleader. He starts by admitting that it's nice to finally have some peace and quiet. Anyway, the pretty boy isn't as cruel as the bullies, so he really isn't enjoying all of this. All he wanted was for them to leave him and his friends alone, so now that he's struck a good amount of fear in their hearts, he's at ease. He has a feeling that they won't bother him or his friends anymore, so he doesn't mind letting them go. With this in mind, he tells the leader of the gang that he'd like to take his leave now that he's gotten a proper greeting from him. It's at this point that we get to see what really happened to the bully which caused him to kneel. Apparently, the fear of having his head chopped off isn't the major reason he fell to his knees, since a slight sword has some kind of power that made it impossible for him to move his legs anymore. The pretty boy's sword caused a great amount of pressure to be released and entered on the leader of the gang. So now, he can't move his legs and is forced to remain on his knees. The blue-faced nuisance is extremely pissed and frustrated that he can't even stand up because he still wants to fight. Clearly, the long-ass sword really isn't enough to make the guy back down, and this is confirmed when his two minions start yelling at the pretty boy. They ask the blondie why he would dare to make their fellow troublemaker kneel before him, and then they try to stop him from walking away. While they're hassling the pretty boy, Doko watches everything unfold and starts to get fed up with their trouble. The silver-haired girl hasn't actually had any exchange with them since they started their whole hateful behavior. He really doesn't want to have to beat the shit out of them, but they're pretty much pushing him to the wall right now, so to avoid any more problems, he calls on the professor who's been seated there the whole time. The geezer gives his attention, so the pretty boy asks the teacher what kind of evaluation a group receives when they suddenly attack their classmates with real swords in the academy. Hearing this, the old man just smiles mischievously, almost as if he has no intention of punishing the bullies. In his mind, he just finds it funny that Blondie is suddenly asking for his opinion after pretty much taking matters into his own hands. A slight is also holding a real sword, so he's guilty of the same offense at this point. Anyway, moving on to the professor's response, he simply starts by clearing his throat, and then he points out how the Union Academy encourages practical sparring among students. In fact, practical sparring is a big deal at the school, and with that being said, the professor mischievously attempts to water down the offense by suggesting that the challenge is in line with the school's principles and whatnot. Before he can twist it, however, the pretty boy sees right through him and realizes that he's going to be biased, so he cuts the professor off and reminds him that he never accepted a sparring match with the troublemaker. In response, the teacher admits that this is true, but then this is where he corners the pretty as well, pointing out the fact that a slight also pulled out an artifact of his wine as well. The professor is trying to make sure that the blondie is implicated along with the bullies, but the pretty boy is determined to prove his point and get himself out of this pickle, so he insists that he only brought his sword out as a response to the unprovoked attack. Unfortunately, this teacher is out for him and ready to argue this till the end, so he comes up with yet another point to counter a slight, reminding him that he was the first one to release his energy. Truly, the pretty boy can't deny this, but he refuses to succumb and counters this as well by telling the teacher that he only released his energy as a means to avoid damage. He goes on to ask the professor if he would have just stood there and taken the attack if he was the one in that position. While the both of them are going back and forth with the argument, Ban is just astounded by how bold the guy is being right now. Rachel is also taken aback, but of course, she remains quiet and keeps hiding behind our boy. Ban notices that a slight's condition seems a bit off, so he's really bothered by it. Meanwhile, the professor starts to get offended when the pretty boy gets a little too harsh with words. He asks a slight to repeat what he just said, but the pretty boy isn't in the mood for all those antics, so he bluntly asks the professor to tell him how he would handle all the insults and slanders the bullies have been spitting in his face. At this point, the biased old geezer realizes that he doesn't really have a way to counter the question, so after pondering for a few seconds, he comes up with the best way to win the argument, which is by lying. With this in mind, smiles coyly again and then slowly claims that he didn't witness any of the insults a slight is talking about. The corrupt professor hates the lower dimension students so much that he's not only ready to side with the bullies, but he also denies seeing the wrong they did. When the pretty boy hears this, he's absolutely furious because he realizes that there's no way justice can prevail if he's got a corrupt liar as a judge on this case. Annoyed by what he just heard, he loses his shit and points his flaming sword at the lying teacher. He asks the man what he means by what he just said and angrily demands to know if the man is being serious right now. Thankfully, he's not allowed to make things any worse than this because Doko suddenly stops him by flicking his head hard to save him from ruining his life at Union Academy. She informs him that what he just did was extremely foolish on him, and the impact from her flick on his head seems to bring him back to his senses. The spot she just hit is absolutely throbbing, and after that brief moment of quiet, the pretty boy starts yelling at her for hitting him. In response, the cold girl tells him that he's being noisy and then proceeds to scold him. She asks him who he thinks he is to act all high and mighty when he's being swung around by a sword. She says this while poking his throbbing wound with her fingers, and as the searing pain goes straight to his brain, he quickly realizes the messed up. The wound hurts a lot, but it's also helped him calm down and come back to his senses, so he gets rid of his flaming sword immediately, and Ban is so relieved to see that the rageful energy is gone. However, the professor is upset when the sword disappears because that's what he wanted to implicate the pretty boy with. Enraged that he doesn't see the sword anymore, the old man starts throwing a tantrum, and while grumbling, he calls a slight a lowly arrogant creature of the lower dimension. The professor starts walking away, leaving Ban and Rachel a bit taken aback by his last comment. The both of them are equally nervous because they're not sure what's going to happen next, since what happened with the slight was a pretty close call. It was also pretty dangerous, which is why he's still being scolded by Doko right now. The silver-haired girl chews him out and slams him for screaming just because he's holding a decent divine object. She's definitely ashamed of him and asks him if that's his true nature, but as you can imagine, the boy is just too embarrassed to say anything, and just as Ban expected, the pretty boy turned out to be the biggest bomb in their group that was just waiting to go off all this time. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that our boy is having a meal. He's in the cafeteria with his pals but hasn't even taken a bite of his food because he's been thinking since they got there. At the moment, our boy is quite worried that they will never be treated well at the Union Academy if they keep going on like this. They're already outcasts in a way, so the protagonist is afraid that things might get even worse for them if they don't do something to change the impression others have of them. Hearing this, a slight attacks him by sounding shocked that Ban is the one saying this. In response, our boy just snaps at his roommate for sounding judgmental when he's the one who's been involved in the most scandals recently. Pissed by a slight's recent attitude, Ban reminds the pretty boy that he wasn't the one who just tried to pick a fight with the professor, pointing out how he even formally applied for a sparring match regarding the provocation when he felt mistreated. As far as our boy is concerned, he and a slight aren't even in the same position when it comes to how much trouble they're in or caused recently. At this point, the blondie keeps quiet and realizes that he actually needs to chill. He can now see that he's the problem, so he starts to feel bad and admits that he only acted out because he thought he could improve the situation after seeing how Ban handled it the last time. In response, our boy just reveals that he almost caused a bigger problem in the end, and scolds a slight for leaving the provocateurs alone and trying to fight the professor. Hearing this, the blondie admits that he messed up and apologizes for his errors. While that's going on, Doko just enjoys her meal, but she's looking extremely cheerful today, which is very unusual of her. Anyway, that aside, our boy is starting to become really concerned about his roommate. He wonders if Light is going berserk or something because the usual pretty boy wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Sure, he's been blunt and vocal from the start, but he's never been the type to threaten a teacher in front of everyone. He thinks back to the encounter at the training ground and remembers how it felt like his roommate had suddenly changed in the blink of an eye, as if someone flipped a switch or something. With this in mind, he remembers seeing just how powerful that sword was and figures that the artifact must have something to do with a slight sudden change in character. After all, the professor did say that it was an artifact, and even Doko considered it a divine one. With all of this in mind, he becomes pretty curious, so he tells his roommate to just be honest with him at this point and asks him if he can actually control the power that he showed earlier. In response, the blondie immediately claims that he can control the power, stating that he wouldn't have even passed the entrance exam if he didn't know how to use it. He makes this clear and explains that he only lashed out earlier because of the professor's lies. Ban sounds surprised to hear that the pretty boy flipped out because of the lies, so he decides to play a little trick on him at this point. With a mischievous grin on his face, he suddenly asks a slight if he thinks that lies are bad, as the blondie confirms this nervously. Ban then admits that he's not sure if he can believe that a slight can control the power from that sword, so the pretty boy just tells him to trust him. Blondie is determined to redeem himself for what just happened between him and a teacher at the school. He seems really embarrassed that he messed up like that, and he wants to prove himself, so he promises Ban that he'll make sure nothing like what happened today ever repeats itself. While he's trying to sound all responsible like he knows what he's talking about, Doko just lands a low blow by admitting that it's a relief he said it wasn't a nuisance, because seeing him being tossed around like a puppet by that divine object was indeed a sight to see. Pretty much everyone except Rachel has scolded the blondie, so now he's so tired that he just places his head on the table and lies there in frustration. Seeing that his roommate has had enough and is now back to his senses, Ban decides that it's time for them to move on to another topic, and even Doko finally agrees that the poor boy doesn't need to be scolded anymore. Now that they're all done chewing up the pretty boy, the silver-haired can now focus on her other target, who happens to be our boy, Ban Yu-1. She suddenly calls out to get his attention, which startles him. Thankfully, he's no longer so wary of her like he was before when she was out for his position as class president. It's crazy how she desperately wanted to be the leader, but he stood his ground. And now, they're finally on the same page. The silver-haired girl reveals that she's finally starting to feel the advice that Professor Yumina gave them a few days ago regarding the professors, and the regular admission students. Doko thinks back to what the professor told them about being cautious of the regular students' envy and malice. They didn't really understand what the beautiful teacher was trying to tell them back then, but after these little encounters, they're finally seeing it unfold so clearly with their own eyes. So much so that Doko is afraid that life is just going to get noisier for them at the school if they keep going like this. That being said, she asks Ban to tell her if he's thinking about a way to have a better future at Union Academy, and requests that he tell her right now. The silver-haired girl reveals that she now recognizes him as the class representative, and since she's accepted him for the role, she wants to know his thoughts on the issue. But of course, this sudden confession catches our boy off guard, so he's left speechless at first. He ponders on this for a few seconds, and it did take him too long to realize what his thoughts on the matter actually are. Ban thinks about how he's been able to discover what's really bothering them as a class the past few days he's spent going through school life at Union Academy. The thing that our boy thinks is their biggest problem is the mindset of superiority based on birth or inherent strength. This was what he noticed during his encounter with Erecto, the rock-faced troublemaker, and it's the same thing he felt when Orta came out to challenge Doko to a duel. Both of those guys were so fixated on their strengths, feeling that it was all that mattered, and while that's one big problem affecting the Union Academy, Ban feels that there's something else making their lives a lot more difficult than they should be at the school. Not surprisingly, he reveals that this second factor is the strange contempt directed at the lower dimensions. This is a shared character among almost all the regular admissions students of the school, and judging by the encounter a Slight had with the professor at the training ground, it's obvious that some teachers are also guilty of this. On top of this, Ban feels that the outdated system that takes the discrimination and bullying for granted is also a big problem for them. As such, he suggests there's really not much that outsiders like them can do in a place where these flawed behaviors and beliefs are considered common sense. With all of this in mind, our boy finally answers Doko's question and asks the group what they think is necessary to build emotional rapport, or at least even gain favor from a broad, unspecified group. Hearing this, the rest of Class 11 is just stumped. They didn't expect Ban to throw the question back at them like that, so they're really confused, especially Rachel, who's just busy munching on a slice of bread with Ban's delicious jam on it. They're taken aback, but they actually think of answers, so it doesn't take long for them to bring forth their suggestions. A Slight is the first to suggest using conversation and dialogue to their advantage, while Doko feels that showing power will be the best bet in a place like this. As for Rachel, well, she was too busy savoring the tasty snack, so she probably didn't hear the question, and now she's totally clueless. Hearing their answers, Ban nervously disagrees with them, suggesting that they're wrong. As far as he's concerned, they already have these things they just mentioned. He places his fingers in a way they look like a frame, and when he places his 3 buddies in that frame, they're pretty confused because they don't get what he's doing. Ban tells them that it's their looks, and none of them is sure what he means by this. They're still in a daze, and that's when our boy suggests that the solution to their problems at the school is a reality show. Okay, that's not exactly what he says, but that's basically what he's implying, because he suggests that they make a channel that shows their daily lives for the other students of the school to stream on the internet. Doko is very much taken aback by this idea, but Ban assures her that it's a great plan. He tells her that it's a very common way to build rapport back on Earth where he's from. He feels that by creating a show for people to watch and see their lives, they'll be able to build an image to show the general public. Thankfully, his friends are open to the idea, so shortly after he suggests it, they get right to work. They find an empty space at the school to shoot their first video, and after setting everything up, Ban takes out his phone to begin the stream. He and Rachel take care of the lighting, while a Slight and Doko will be the subjects for the first video, since they're both the more popular special admissions students as of now. Our boy explains that they will be able to create a sense of familiarity when they build an image of themselves in people's minds. Once that's achieved, then the familiarity can even be developed into respect and even reverence for the target. Basically, what he's trying to say is that he's going to turn them into public figures and celebrities at the school so that the other students can't bully them anymore. The pretty boy is pretty down with the plan, and he likes where his roommate's head is at. He asks the question while stretching out and warming up on one side, and of course, Doko is on the other side doing the same. The silver-haired girl doesn't seem to have any questions for now, so Ban quickly breaks it down for the pretty boy to understand. He tells a Slight that the duel is taking place because it's not staged. He claims that it's a proper sparring match and tells him to take the duel seriously. Hearing these words, Doko instantly goes into battle mode as her eyes turn dark all of a sudden. The sparring match begins shortly and the two students exchange blows. A Slight feels a little pissed that Ban told him to be serious all of a sudden, and while he's nagging in his mind, Doko capitalizes on his lack of focus. She evades one of his blows and then goes lower to deliver a powerful strike of her own. She has the opportunity to take him out with a mean body shot to the side, but she probably doesn't want to hurt him too much, so she just grabs a Slight's uniform and tosses him over like a piece of cloth. The ruthless cold master of combat slams the pretty boy into the ground and then tells Ban that he worries too much, claiming that anyone will naturally get serious after taking a few painful hits in a sparring match. As you can imagine, Rachel gets really scared when she sees this happen. The soft girl gets really worried that a slight got hurt, but our boy just keeps the camera rolling with a very excited smile on his face. As far as he's concerned, this is television gold and it's just the kind of thing he needs for the reality show he's trying to create. The pretty boy groans in pain, and as the dust clears, he slowly gets back on his feet. Bro looks like he's about to throw up, so Doko decides to motivate him a little more. She seems surprised though, wondering if this is really all he has got to show her. She expresses her disappointment but then suddenly claims that she's not so surprised because now it all makes sense that he was thrown around so easily by that strange artifact earlier. In other words, she's calling him a weakling, and since it's looking as though he won't stand a chance against her, she tells him that he can bring out his sword if he wants. Doko continues to blast him with taunts as he groans on the floor. She lands emotional blows on his ego over and over again until the words start getting to him, telling him that he still won't be able to close the huge gap between them even if he brings out his flaming sword. Apparently, this is enough to do the trick because right after she says this, the pretty boy starts growling and it's safe to say he doesn't look that pretty anymore. He yells at Doko furiously like he's going to tear her apart, and when Ban sees this undiluted rage, he just gets even more excited. This is exactly what he's been looking for, so he cheers his roommate on, telling him that he's doing a great job. While he's screaming passionately like an obsessive director, Rachel just starts to feel worried. The girl has been scared for a while and now she can't hold it back anymore, so she asks Ban if he really thinks that this will make life in Union Academy easier for them. She admits that she still doesn't get the point of all this, and while she's expressing her concerns, a slight blasts himself at Doko, and the two go in for another round. Hearing the poor girl's worries, he assures her that it will leave a lasting effect, even though it will not change things immediately. He makes this point and then goes on to break it down further. Ban claims that if those who've been bothering them knew how skilled they were, they wouldn't have even messed with them in the first place. Our boy really believes that this exposure will help them survive in the academy because it gives the troublemakers an impression that they wouldn't want to have to deal with. Hearing this, Rachel agrees with him, claiming that he's correct about what he just said. Once he's able to convince her, he takes his focus back to the intense match in front of him. He's so excited that the fighters are giving it their all, and it's so mind-blowing because they're casually breaking the floor like it's tofu or something. Knowing that Rachel might keep thinking of worrying, he tells her that they shouldn't bother themselves with the results of this little experiment, and then goes on to flatter her, telling her that her beauty is too precious for her to be stressing over stuff like this. Hearing this, the girl is caught off guard and she doesn't even realize when her cheeks start turning red. She's surprised that he would compliment her out of nowhere, but he just keeps flattering her, claiming that her beautiful face looks even better while smiling. While he's busy playing Riz God, he doesn't realize that the camera is no longer facing the fight. He doesn't seem to mind anyway because he just keeps complimenting Rachel, telling her she's got a face that could win over anyone wherever she goes. As such, he informs her that it's a shame to waste her beauty by frowning. The girl is left speechless after receiving this barrage of compliments. She doesn't even know what to say, so she just keeps staring at him dumbfounded. Anyway, now that she is stumped, Ban tells her to leave the worrying for later and encourages her to just enjoy this for now. In response, she just agrees with him but also finds herself thinking about something else. She finds it strange that whenever Ban tells her something, she always feels like it will happen that way, and she doesn't get why. While she's pondering on this, we see that the sparring match has now taken an unexpected turn. Apparently, a slight has had enough, so now he's running for his life, but as you can imagine, Doko isn't done fighting yet. She calls out to the pretty boy, asking him where he's going, and then informs him that she's just starting to warm up. Unfortunately, she might not get that duel she so craves because the blondie is not looking to die anytime soon. He shamelessly runs away from the fight, begging Ban to save him because as far as he's concerned, Doko is definitely not human. Seeing that the sparring match is over, Ban just sighs in disappointment because he was just thinking that he should also try to enjoy this moment. Unfortunately, that's not going to be happening anymore. The scene shifts and the next thing we see is that Rachel is complaining about the meal she was given at the cafeteria. Right now, the food tastes like soap to her, so she doesn't think she can even eat. There's probably a good chance that Ban's insanely sweet jam has made her taste buds intolerable to noodle soup with lots of cilantro. She starts crying at that moment, but Ban tries to cheer her up. He tells her that she'll be fine and get used to the food, all while filming her on his phone, which she doesn't seem to appreciate. Following Ban's suggestion, the students of Class 11 started uploading videos of their daily lives on the Unionet for other students to see. They created a channel which they named Rebellion, and this is where all the videos were posted. Not surprisingly, this turned out to be a very successful venture because the response from other students was massive, and so the channel was a huge hit on campus. As the story continues, we see that all the students who follow them become instantly hooked on their channel. Those who see the first video of Aslight's and Doko's insane sparring match are left in utter disbelief because they never imagined that students from the lower dimensions would be so skilled. This shock quickly turns into admiration and many of them begin to confess their feelings for Doko and Aslight. While some are busy crushing and others find it more interesting to criticize the students of Class 11, there are those who are more concerned with conspiracy theories. Some students feel that Ban and his gang are gathering monsters, and this just makes them more curious to see what goes on in their daily lives. In one video, we see Ban and his friends seated at a table playing a board game. Some students at the school have no idea what it is, so those who are familiar with it explain that it is a traditional game from Jiangman's homeland, whoever that is. The game is played by moving two pieces on a board according to a rulebook. Square stones and paper are used in the game, and since it's not exactly the most advanced game ever, some students find it boring and use it as an excuse to mock the lower dimensions. Apparently, even some of the lower dimension students are also having a hard time understanding the rules of the game, especially a Slight who looks like he's been losing back to back. His friends tease him about it, leaving him really confused and embarrassed. After their time playing the board game, the next place we see the four musketeers is in their homeroom with Professor Yumina. When the regular students watch this online, most of them start drooling over the hot teacher. They're all convinced that she's a goddess, and they really wish that they were a part of the group at this point. The keyboard warriors type away all their thoughts, some talking about how good the professor smells, others calling each other pervs, while some just feel like the hottest girls in the school were just gathered in this group. At the same time, some talk about Ban's hoverbike, and those who know what it is reveal that it's from Ronica City, admitting that they're really jealous of the protagonist. They watch the little discussion Professor Yumina has with her students, and after they have some tea, they move on to their next blog video. This time around, they're at the cafeteria where Rachel is once again complaining about the horrible food she's been served. While she's whining about it, those watching the video seem to be having a really good time because her cuteness is like a feast for the eyes. Some find watching the pink-haired girl relaxing, while others feel like they'll die of cuteness overload any time from now. Seeing how upset she was about the food, those who tasted the food admit that it was really horrible. For some reason, the taste of the food leads to an argument between some of the students, but before it can get out of hand, they're cautioned and decide to go to the next video on the channel. When the students move to the next clip, they're surprised to see that it's actually a live stream. They're all caught up with the Class 11 students' location and are amazed to see that the school celebrities are currently having a tower climbing event. As they take a closer look at the screens, they realize that the date for this stream is actually the next day, which means the broadcast hasn't started yet. Seeing this, they're so hyped and eager to watch the live stream the following day. While the subscribers are certainly anxious about this, the students of Class 11 are equally nervous when they see how many people are waiting to watch them climb the tower the following morning. Ban is pretty excited, if we're being honest, since he's the one that planned the whole event. But Ban and Rachel are getting really worked up. The pink-haired girl is getting really nervous because she doesn't understand why so many people are waiting to watch them. In response, Ban informs the group that their channel gained over 1,000 subscribers in just one day. As far as he's concerned, this is a huge hit and he can't even hide his excitement. While Ban is busy jumping around, the pretty boy finally takes a close look at the uploads and is really baffled that the video of him getting beat up is the most popular one on their channel. The students are already wearing their outfits for the tower climb, and as they talk about their channel, their discussion is interrupted when Professor Yumina suddenly appears. She admits that it's really amazing how Union is a top dimension filled with real wonders. When she says this, the four of them turn around, seemingly perplexed, and that's when she gets to the point, revealing that no student thought to create media content in a place where wonders are taken for granted. She makes this bold statement and then informs Ban's group that the channel and content they've created have cleverly tapped into that common wonder. The professor is so impressed that she starts giggling, and then admits that she would never have thought to create entertainment and connection in such a brilliant way. That being said, Yumina concludes her little speech and Ban decides to rattle his roommate a little by reminding the professor that the Sparring video was staged real hit. Sure enough, the pretty boy is already tired of being embarrassed, so he just begs Ban to let it go at this point. In response, Professor Yumina just laughs over it before quickly changing the topic. She reminds them that this is the day they enter the tower, and expects all of them to already be aware of this. Doko doesn't say a word in response, but the pose and stance she takes suggests that she's very prepared and ready to get down to business. The silver-haired girl didn't come to mess around in the tower, and you can see this from the really neat and cool suit she's wearing the tower climb. On the other hand, our boy Ban just looks the same as always with his normal school uniform. But that's not to say he isn't going to be useful in the dungeons. Even a Slight is already clad in his armor, and a wave of seriousness washes over him the moment the professor starts her pep talk. She asks the students of Class 11 if they're prepared, and while the others look like they're ready to start their mission, Ban finally admits that he didn't really think his outfit through. It just occurred to him that he's the only one wearing his school uniform, and now he's feeling like he's unprepared to enter the tower. Hearing this, Doko and a Slight explain that they just picked the outfits that they feel the most comfortable in, since inside the tower is just one battlefield after the other. Rachel chimes in as well, admitting that she just wore her outfit since she feels safe in it. Our boy gets it now and starts pondering on it, but then they ask him if he actually feels comfortable in the school uniform. Hearing this, he thinks about his own world. Back in his dimension, it's pretty peaceful, so he didn't exactly have any specific clothes for fighting. But now, he's no longer at home, so he reminds himself that this is the life he chose for himself, and then it is also a place where he'll fight for his life, so in that case, he decides that this outfit is okay for him. Ban confidently informs the rest that he's okay going into the tower in his school uniform. With this in mind, she activates a teleportation portal and informs her students that it's time to head out. Ban is pretty astounded when he sees the huge glowing magic circle underneath him, but the rest of the gang look really familiar with it. Anyway, it doesn't take them more than a few seconds to vanish and reappear inside the tower. There, many students are already suited up and ready for their own tower climb. The moment Professor Yumina and the students of Class 11 arrive there, those who are familiar with the Rebellion channel are pretty taken aback. It's like seeing celebrities, and some of them can't even believe that they're in the same space as the powerful special admissions students they've been admiring from afar. Rachel has never been here before, so when she sees the sea of people around, she starts to panic. The pink-haired girl is quickly overwhelmed by the crowd and the vibe of the place, so she starts getting all frantic, but the teacher immediately calms her down, informing her that this is the entrance to the tower. Professor Yumina then takes the chance to give her students a little heads up. She reveals that the tall structure has been open since dawn, but the entry order is by grade level, which means that they'll have to wait. Yumina informs them that they're in the second-year line even though they're freshmen at the academy. Ban is amazed by the fact that he and HSU friends are the first years to enter the tower this session, and the lady just smiles, telling him to think of it as due to their high visibility now that they're popular. This chat is cut short all of a sudden when a slight notices the bullies from before. He feels that there's something not right with them, and he can't help but think that the way the troublemakers look at them now is different from before. In truth, the bullies no longer look like they want to pick a fight, and they seem more like they're just terrified of the Class 11 students. They certainly don't like Ban and his friends, but they just wouldn't want to cross paths with them, which is funny because our boy knows that they subscribe to their channel. Anyway, at least now they no longer have to watch their backs around the trip of trouble. But then again, Doko points out how there are still some students who are still glaring at them with murderous intent. For instance, Erecto from Class 1 looks like he wants to pound our boy into the ground, and his eyes are literally flaming, to show just how much rage and hate he's waiting to unleash. Speaking of this, Doko remembers that Ban Yu-1 still has to fight this rock man soon, so she's about to remind him. But before she can even say it, he assures her that he knows what she's about to say. Our boy hasn't forgotten that he has to duel Erecto the following Tuesday, but that's a problem for another day, so for now, he just wants to focus on the task at hand since today is the day they climb the tower as a team for the first time. With all of this in mind, he decides that it's time to head out. So, he turns his back to the Stone Man, and since he knows that he has only 4 days left before the anticipated matchup, he feels confident that it's enough time for him to reach a level where Erecto won't even be able to touch him. After all of that, she informs them that for safety reasons, she wants them to finish the exploration early and return before the weekend. But then again, she admits that this is something that will be decided by those climbing the tower. As such, she asks her students how many days they think it would take them to explore the tower. At this point, all of them have the same exact thought in their minds, and it's almost telepathic. Ban knows that they're all thinking the same thing, so as class president, he asks them if he can reveal the answer to Yumina. They all give him the go-ahead, so he takes a dramatic pause before informing the professor that the exploration will take them 3 days and 2 nights. None of them dispute this answer, and while they're busy at the back, our boy brings out some strange floating device from his inventory and assures the teacher that they'll be back right on time. Hearing this, Professor Yumina is undeniably worried and a little reluctant to let her special first-year students remain in the dangerous tower for more than 2 days. At this point, Ban leads his class into the tower. As our boy leads the team with pride, a confident smile creeps up on his face because he knows that he's about to make history. He's one step closer to reclaiming his family's lost glory, so he tells his ancestors to just wait and see the feats he's going to achieve in the Tower of Babel. In a flashback scene, we get to see what Ban and his friends discussed with their professor the day before their tower climb. This was probably the meeting they were having on their live broadcast when all those watching were saying all sorts of things about them and their teacher. Anyway, it's also the time when Ban finally informs Professor Yumina of their little reality show. He tells her that he plans to stream their exploration of the tower for other students at the school to watch. When she asks him about it, he excitedly tells her that he intends to record the situation inside the tower and assures her that it won't be a distraction for him since his little drone will be handling the filming. It's at this point that we get introduced to the little drone, which is actually a self-operating artifact created following in the footsteps of Eve and Lilith. As you can imagine, Professor Yumina isn't too surprised that this is a necessary endeavor, so she asks Ban if he thinks that recording will have any meaning, since the tower's structures change every moment into something entirely different. Apparently, our boy didn't have any clue of this, so when she reveals this, he seems pretty disappointed. While the protagonist is feeling a little frustrated, Rachel goes to get acquainted with the drone because she finds it really cute. In response to what the professor just revealed, a slight quickly does some research and confirms that Yumina is right because according to the basic manual, the tower's internal structures change at intervals. The students are pretty baffled by all of this, so they ask their teacher what it means, and Yumina informs them that it's exactly what is being said in the manual. At this point, she decides to break things down some more so that they can understand and starts by telling them that each floor in the tower is called a room. Each time they defeat the monsters in a room or overcome the traps there, the space itself moves the party to the next room. Yumina explains that this unique structural change is called a shift in the union, and so, the more shifts a group can experience during their exploration, the deeper they penetrate into the tower. Hearing all of this, Ben curiously asks if the room always moves during a shift, and the professor immediately confirms that this is always the case, revealing that they can never return to the same room after passing through it once. The gravity of the task begins to dawn on the students at this point, and a slight suddenly asks if the monsters and traps change along with the rooms. Yumina confirms this as well, stating that each time a room changes, the monsters that appear in the next one are different and stronger. While the teacher is explaining all of this scary stuff to them, Doko just sips her tea like she already knows what the tower is like. However, what she doesn't know is what happens to a person if they die while climbing the tower. It's a question that the others are all curious about, but when she asks, it still sends shivers down their spines. Ban hadn't really considered the cons of this exploration, but after hearing Doko's question, the possibility of death becomes a lot present in his mind. The pretty boy had equally forgotten about this aspect of the tower climb, which is pretty much the most important part, so now, he starts to panic as he waits for the professor's answer. In response, Yumina lets out a pretty unsettling laugh first before admitting that Doko has just asked a really critical question. Apparently, contrary to their worries and popular belief, in most areas of the tower, challengers don't actually die in the real world even if they die during the mission. The boys can finally stop holding their breaths when they hear this, and to be precise, she reveals that they will just get sent back to the entrance of the tower if they die in action. Ban doesn't really like the sound of that, since it means that they'll have to start all over again, regardless of how far they'd gone before getting killed. Thankfully, he's wrong about this assumption because Yumina informs them that their special ID cards record the shift as they go higher, which means they can just start from where they left off the next time they go into the tower. After explaining this, she reminds them that this is the reason why their student ID is an essential token for climbing the tower. Yumina shows them the pendant, which currently has 0 shifts, and tells them to never forget what she just taught them. At this point, he just laughs nervously, admitting that all of this feels like a roguelike game with a mid-save function, and a slight agrees, stating that they can challenge as many times as they want as long as they can revive themselves. Their little celebration is cut short by Doko, who points out what Yumina said earlier about how challengers don't actually die in most parts of the tower. This basically means that there are certain locations or situations where the challengers can die for real. The silver-haired girl puts all of this together and concludes that neither the tower nor the student ID can guarantee their safety. It appears that she's absolutely right about this because the professor is left speechless for a second, and when Ban notices this, he begins to panic again. Yumina is reluctant to admit it, but the silver-haired girl bluntly forces her to confess. At this point, the jig is up, so she commends Doko for being sharp as always, before revealing that they actually can die in certain exceptional situations. Ban, a slight and Rachel are extremely horrified to hear this, and that's about where the flashback comes to an end. Back in the present, we see that the students of Class 11 have already started their exploration of the tower. They're currently in a room fighting off countless slime monsters with everything they've got. These green creatures they're currently dealing with are actually claw scythers. The claw scyther is a notorious monster that devours all of an explorer's equipment and disarms them, making it impossible for them to fight back. Thankfully, this party looks like they know how to handle these monsters. The pretty boy is taking out all the slime monsters in sight with his flaming sword. The blondie slashes through them like nobody's business, and while he's depending on brute strength and swordsmanship, for instance, Doko isn't using a weapon at the moment. Rather, she's just flicking her fingers and apparently using magic to deal with the claw scythers. With a single flick of her fingers, several powerful rays shoot forward and blast the slime monsters. The silver-haired girl appears to be doing a whole lot of damage to the creatures, and it still looks like they're not making much progress because of just how many the claw scythers are in the dungeon. Thankfully, they're still very energized, so they're able to keep fighting at full capacity. While Doko and a Slight are busy doing their best to destroy all the slime monsters, we see our boy in a corner of the room not really doing anything to fight the creatures. He seems to be more occupied with something else, and when we take a closer look, we see him trying some kind of fire spell, but it's still not working. He's getting stressed out since he's been here for a while with no success, but he doesn't give up. He stretches his hand in front of one of the lamps hung on the wall and attempts to extract the concept of fire from it, but he's unable to. It's like a track runner losing his legs or something, so he is desperate to find a solution. Van stands in front of the fire and continues to try all the techniques he knows to absorb the concept, feeling that figuring this out might be the key to unlocking his true ability. While he's at it, the white-haired girl in the group comes around to check up on him, and that's when he realizes that he's zoned out in the middle of the fight, so he apologizes. The fight isn't over yet, but Doko just wants to know if Ban is okay, so here she is. Apparently, our boy already asked for some time because he needed to figure out something, and it's been a while, so she wants to know he found the answers he was looking for. Unfortunately, he hasn't, so he admits that he tried to extract the fire concept from the lamp, but it didn't work. While they're talking about this on the sides, we see that the pretty boy is now the one left to do most of the work. Meanwhile, Doko is currently consoling Ban about the lack of success. She feels that it's unfortunate because they would have been able to use the tower's terrain to their advantage if he had figured out how to extract the concepts in there. In response, our boy just gets nervous, telling her not to make scary predictions with his ability ahead of time. Their little conversation is interrupted when a massive cross-sither attempts to sneak up on Doko from behind. Our boy sees this just in time, so he warns he takes action before his colleague can get hurt. All of a sudden, a powerful chain blast strikes the slime monster away, and when Doko sees that he just saved her, she figures that this is what a self-operating artifact looks like in battle. The spear-headed chain is actually Eve, who can shape-shift, and our boy confirms this. He calls on his pet artifact, who is now a death chain, and sends her to finish off the slime monster that was just about to attack Doko. The chain flies across the room with the speed of light, and with each impact, Eve absolutely destroys one slime monster after the other. When Doko sees this, she's pretty impressed and admits that his artifact is pretty quick. In response, Ban just reveals that there are stronger weapons for Eve to transform into, but he chooses this one since it's not as noisy as the others. Hearing this, the silver-haired girl just scoffs, feeling that noise shouldn't even be his worry now since there's practically no weapon that can be noisier than Rachel and a Slight right now. We get to see the cute girl in action, and for the first time, she doesn't look so cute anymore. Rachel viciously charges at the slime monsters like a wolverine, with insanely long claws, as well as deadly gangs sticking out of her mouth. She lands a deadly blow on the creatures that causes a huge explosion, which Doko doesn't really appreciate. She feels that they're being ridiculous because the basics of battle are to hide and avoid detection by the enemy. But here they are, being insanely loud while fighting in a place like this. When Ban sees all of this, he just laughs nervously, claiming that Rachel's fighting style seems completely instinctive. A Slight is apparently a fan of this primal fighting style, so he joins Rachel and starts yelling like ancient hunters. Doko is just disappointed when she sees them acting like wild animals. They're being so noisy, and she's starting to wonder if they're going to make a fuss with every swing throughout their exploration. As much as she doesn't like their style, it appears to have done the job because there are no more active claw-sithers in sight. The Slight pokes the last slime monster to death and figures that room 1 only had this type of monster. The blonde knight goes on to suggest that they won't have any problems in the tower if they keep coming across monsters like this, but Doko has a feeling that they're not done here just yet. She's having this strange feeling that there's still something to fight in this dungeon, so she advises the pretty boy not to let his guard down. She sensed that energy started gathering the moment he said that they were done, and now she feels that a stronger foe is making its way to them. The students brace themselves for what's about to come, and a Slight wonders if it could already be an elite-level monster in just the first room. To this, Doko suggests that it's most likely the case, and then a Slight turns to our boy to tell him something. Before he can even say it, Ban claims that he already knows. Apparently, the pretty boy was about to tell him to use his Eyes of Infinite Reading to detect the incoming monster. Ban already knew this, and he's been looking forward to using it, so he gets right to it and immediately does so, and thankfully, Rachel is already aware of what her role in the team is, so she asks Ban to tell her the extremity of the beast. By this, she's asking to know how strong the monster has grown so she can be prepared to fight. In response, our boy simply tells her to smash the obelisk in front of them. Without any hesitation or even a second thought, Rachel launches herself into the air and then smashes the big rectangular block sitting in front of her. With that single blow, she turns the massive structure into a pile of dust and sand. The rest of the group watches the ferocious destroyer does her thing, and they're pretty impressed. The blonde-haired knight in the group thinks that it's really incredible that Rachel and Ban were able to take down the obelisk before the elite monster could even fully materialize. She destroys the structure, and what's even cooler is that it even dropped an enhancement core. The pretty boy is so confused because he doesn't think that he usually drops this easily. Meanwhile, the girl who destroyed the obelisk is panting in exhaustion. She picks up the glowing orb that was left behind after smashing the big rock. The orb is glowing with a really strange purple color. As soon as she touches the enhancement core, it starts to react, and our boy just stares at her in shock. He probably didn't expect that she'd pick up the stone, but right now, that's not even the thing bothering him the most. Protagonist still in a daze. He remains frozen in shock while staring at Rachel's hair, which is now a lot darker than its usual bright color. As if that's not shocking enough, he can also see the heart furnace concept radiating from the hair. The girl in question is really confused as to why he's looking at her like that. With the orb tightly clutched in her hands, she looks back at him and asks him what the problem is. Seeing the worried look on her face, Ban is reluctant to tell her what's wrong at first, but he decides to just inform her anyway. He tells her that her hair color has turned dark, and he says this with a lot of confusion laced in his voice. He looks over her head and sees the symbols floating. He identifies them as the heart furnace, and he seems to have heard about it before because he figures that it must be the furnace of the heart. While he's thinking about this, we see that Rachel is already tearing up again. The soft girl is worried about the sudden change in color of her hair, so she's getting worked up about it. Apparently, the heart furnace is the reason for this, and our boy knows this to be the concept that burns emotions like fuel to gain power. In other words, it's like a berserker, and with this in mind he thinks back to what he saw earlier when they were dealing with the claw scythers that flooded the dungeon. He remembers how Rachel suddenly went on a rampage like the most ferocious Wolverine he'd ever seen before. For a girl who doesn't even like being seen in public, Rachel was unbelievably bold and fearless during the fight against the slime monsters. It's starting to make a lot of sense to our boy now because he finally understands why Rachel has been acting extremely differently from usual. This gets him pretty worried too because he starts to wonder what would happen if the hair completely changes color. He's still thinking about this when the girl in question tugs on his sleeve and draws him back to reality. He's surprised by this but instantly gives her his full attention to know what she wants. Rachel keeps her grip on his sleeve and then nervously asks him if she was really scared just now. As you can imagine, the protagonist isn't the kind to be so blunt. He's not like a slight who would probably tell Rachel that she was quite scary. Anyway, Ban just smiles in response, giving off a really warm, cozy vibe, and then tells her that she wasn't scary at all. He's so nervous while lying, but the pink-haired girl probably can't see it, so he just keeps spewing his flattery, claiming that she was even pretty reliable during the fight. Well, that's very true, but he puts it in a way that she would feel better about her condition. Only Doko and a slight seem to be seeing right through Ban's lies, and it's safe to say the silver-haired girl in the team doesn't really appreciate them. She's more like a slight in this situation and would probably just tell Rachel that she was pretty much out of control while fighting the slime monsters. Doko pretty much holds her tongue because she's ready to give a piece of her mind and end all of Ban's sugarcoating. The rest of the team is horrified when they hear Doko say something so cruel. They can't believe what they just heard, and not surprisingly, the poor girl with the problem starts shedding tears. As if she wasn't already terrified enough of Doko, now she's heard the silver-haired girl threaten to kill her. As the class president, it's Ban's job to keep the peace and prevent such a crazy thing from happening, so he addresses Doko personally, reminding her that she can't do such a thing. But because if any of them dies, then they would have to start their exploration from room 1 again. Unfortunately, Doko doesn't see things the same way he does because she believes that they'll just be forced to climb up the tower as 3 in the group if this keeps up. The silver-haired girl feels that Rachel would be too much to handle as they progress in the tower, so she suggests that they'll have to get rid of the shy girl and move on as a trio. As soon as Doko says this, she just changes her mind again, feeling that it would even be better if it were just her and Ban climbing the tower together. So at the moment, the girl is just pondering quietly at the side with her head held pretty low. So while she's brooding, he suddenly interrupts her little episode of self-pity by tapping her on the shoulder to get her attention, and then promising her that he'll think of something to help her. The timid girl is shocked when he touches her and even more surprised when he makes this promise to her. She clearly doesn't know what to say in response, so she just stares at him without saying a word. Ban can already tell exactly how she's feeling just from the sorry look on her face. As such, he decides to be the light that would brighten up her really dark mood, and he does this with a warm smile. Our boy assures her that he knows why she's feeling uneasy, and after revealing this, he reminds her that it's his job as the class president to think of a solution. Sure, that's his job, but he probably is also doing this, not just because of his obligations, but also because he actually cares about her and feels sorry for her. The pretty girl gasps in shock when he reveals this to her, and her eyes widen with longing as they glisten with hope. With all of this in mind, Rachel thanks Ban genuinely with her hands still tugging on his fingers. The girl is so grateful, and she shows it to the point that our boy starts getting nervous. His cheeks start burning up as well, but he tries to play it cool and act like he isn't feeling anything. He waves off her thanks and reminds her that it's what a class president should do for his classmates, claiming that it's not a big deal. At this point, a slight can clearly see that he is getting flustered by Rachel and is a little disappointed that he's acting like he has a crush. Rather, she feels disappointed in him and suggests that he's just an ordinary guy after all, falling for appearances so easily, because as far as she's concerned, he's just doing all of this because he's infatuated with Rachel's beauty. The guy is literally blushing so much that even a slight noticed it. But Ban denies having any feelings for Rachel. In response to Doko's accusation, he claims that it's just a misunderstanding and then suggests that he's been perfectly normal in front of them the whole time. Our boy insists that he has no other intentions than to help Rachel climb the tower with the rest of them as a team, so Doko lets it go. The white-haired girl doesn't complain after this and allows him go ahead to try and save Rachel since he's the class president after all. Once that's pretty much settled, the pretty boy in the group suddenly points out how they're all being a bit too relaxed when they're supposed to be on high alert. In the next scene, we see that the students of Class 11 are now in a new room. It looks as though they've been teleported here, and while the magic circles are still vanishing, a slight confirms that the first shift is over, claiming that from here, it is room 2. The blonde knight is the first to start inspecting the new dungeon they just entered. He goes on one knee to take a closer look at the ground and notices that there's some grass. The blondie closely examines a blade of grass which he plucks out of the ground and admits that he can't really tell much of a difference between this place where they are now and the previous room. As far as he's concerned, the rooms are pretty similar, and besides the moss and weed growing in this room, it's practically the same place. While the pretty boy is busy surveying the area, we see Ban at the back with the core Rachel gave him earlier. Apparently, the orb might not have been what made the girl's hair color change, and now our boy is on a mission to learn more about the core. He's trying to figure out what this glowing ball is all about, and even though we don't know exactly what it is yet, what we do know is that this orb contains a lot of power. While he's still inspecting the glowing stone, he suddenly receives a message from the system, informing him that the core contains several concepts, which include 8 life concepts, 11 demon concepts, 12 fusion, 5 acid, and 1 resistance concept. As you can imagine, the hero is really taken aback by this because that's quite a lot of concepts. It makes him feel like all that time he spent in the dungeon before now was for nothing, because the amount of concepts he acquired after passing just the first room in the tower is equivalent to what he'd have gotten from running the Goblin Cave 10 times, and that's saying something. Now that he's established just how much more valuable it would be to spend his time in the tower, he proceeds to check out the new concepts they acquired. The acid and fusion concepts are attributes that dissolve materials, and since they defeated the Claw Sither, it must have dropped this core, which is what probably allows the monster to consume the weapons of those who tried to climb the tower. With these concepts in his possession now, he decides that he'll imbue the fusion concept into his sword, and then the remaining acid concepts, he'll give them to his trusty pet Snake Eve. Ban imbues the acid concept into his serpentine artifact and does it in a way that it looks like a feeding her. While he's in the middle of it, Doko suddenly appears out of nowhere. She looks over his shoulders and quietly suggests that Eve has grown a lot stronger in only a short time. As you can imagine, our boy didn't know she was going to come around, so he is startled when he suddenly hears her talking behind him. He flinches as a result and then asks Doko to stop sneaking up on him. He also doesn't appreciate the tone of her voice because of how scary and cold it is, so he also makes this clear to her. In response, the silver-haired member of the team bluntly tells him that he wouldn't have a problem if he trained his senses a bit more. As far as she's concerned, he needs sharper senses so he can detect people trying to sneak up on him. That way, he wouldn't be so startled all the time. That being said, she feels that he's really jumpy and wonders why that's the case. Their bickering is interrupted when a Slight suddenly hears something in the distance. The blonde knight senses something is about to happen, so he calls on the others to get their attention. An ominous red fog appears, so the pretty boy figures that the monsters of Room 2 are about to come out anytime now. The students braces themselves for what's about to appear, and this time around, a Slight is the most focused among them. He probably didn't like what Doko said about wanting to climb the tower with only Ban, so now, he's most likely showing them how strategic he can be. He stands in front with his sword, and tells the others to at least act a little more serious. While he's still saying this, a powerful red beam shoots past him toward the incoming monster, and this leaves all the others in the group pretty stunned. The pretty boy, who was just thinking he was the most focused in the team, is shocked to see that Doko was the one who shot the blast. Doko's blast appears to have done some damage to the fog monster, and then she confidently asks the others in the group if they really think that a lion can get killed by an ant even if it's careless. While she's bragging, we get to see what the kids are up against in Room 2. This time around, the students of Class 11 will have to deal with an evil spirit. This is a malicious entity that targets the magic within humans. It's safe to say this one will be tougher than the first monster they faced in the first room, and a Slight can sense this, so he doesn't really appreciate Doko's cockiness at the moment. As such, warns her and reminds her that her current behavior is exactly how she's going to get caught off guard because she least expects the worst. For some reason, the silver-haired girl doesn't even disagree with him, but then in response, she asks if she can make a suggestion. She's given the floor to speak, of course, but then, all of a sudden, she suggests that Ban Yuan should do all the fighting in Room 2. As you can imagine, our boy is shocked when he hears her proposal, and his eyes widen so much that they look like they're going to pop. He starts sweating nervously because he still hasn't come to terms with what's about to happen. Of course, our boy isn't ready to face the monster by himself, so he expresses his concerns and starts protesting the idea. Thankfully, a Slight and Rachel are also on his side, so they scold Doko for even bringing up such an idea and remind her that it's way too dangerous to let only the class president fight the monster in the room. Unfortunately, Doko makes it clear that she's not even joking about it. She makes it absolutely clear that she actually wants Ban to fight alone. Doko reminds everyone that Ban needs to quickly develop his abilities during their tower climb because it's like the best opportunity he has for it. On top of that, it's also really urgent for him to get stronger since he has a sparring match with one of the most powerful and ruthless regular students at the school. From the look on Erecto's face before they entered the tower, Ban could already tell that the stone man wasn't going to go easy on him at all during their match. After pointing this out, Doko smugly asks Ban if he still thinks that she isn't making sense. Hearing all of this, our boy realizes what she's trying to do, and he even commends her for it. In response, he just laughs first and then admits that she's really something. He feels that she's been oddly mischievous lately, and a confident smile creeps up on his face today that he relishes the challenge. Our boy is not some chicken who would run away from a challenge like this, so now that Doko has made a lot more sense, he agrees to handle things by himself. The blue-haired hero walks forward to go face the enemy alone while Slight and Rachel look on in shock. His roommate still feels that it's a crazy idea, so he tries to stop Ban, telling him that what he's about to do is extremely dangerous. The blondie feels that his roommate shouldn't listen to the cold-hearted girl, but before he can finish talking, Ban quickly stops him there, which leaves him speechless. Our boy tells the pretty boy that it's fine, and then starts walking up to the fog monster again. He agrees completely with what Doko said about him needing to grow quickly, so he feels that he should handle it by himself. Other than that, he also feels that it would be a waste for the rest of them to just get work out here at such an early stage in the tower climb. This way, he can also postpone whatever possibility there is of Rachel losing control of her rage, so to him, this is the best way to go about it. That being said, he goes even closer to the incoming fog monsters, then asks Slight and Rachel to help him close the gap as soon as possible. The pretty boy is still finding it hard to go along with this plan, but Ban is confident, so he allows him to follow his mind. At the same time, Rachel is still really worried but admits that she is ready to trust him since he's asking them this way. Ban has shown that he's prepared for what's to come, so they're both willing to support him in his decision. However, Slight makes it very clear that he's going to step in if he notices that the fight is becoming even slightly difficult for Ban. Hearing this, Ban just laughs, claiming that he'd appreciate the help. Now, he's ready to face the small army of smoke monsters coming toward him, but before engaging them, he calls out to Doko Yon and tells her that he expects her to help him out later since he's about to help her save her energy. He trusts that she'll assist him when the time comes, but she just responds with a cheeky grin, telling him that she can only promise he won't die. She promises that he won't die from overexerting himself here now, and when our boy hears this, he figures that it's good enough a deal for him. Ban claims that her offer sounds good enough and then goes into battle mode. From the look in his eyes, you can see that he's not going easy on the smoke monsters, but before doing anything, he needs his trusty pet snake to be ready for action. Ban calls on Eve and creates a small magic portal for her to enter. The snake passes through the seal and instantly transforms into that massive magic machine gun we saw him use at the start of the story. With the powerful gun set and easy to fire, he tells the artifact to engage the enemies. Of course, Eve opens fire on the smoke monsters with an insane barrage that makes it impossible for them to advance further than where they had gotten to. It's really crazy that the bullets are able to burn through the fog monsters, but I guess that's what happens when you've got your assault rifle loaded with magical bullets that can penetrate anything. The fig monsters scream as they burn up, and the other students in the team are left speechless after seeing this insane display. They certainly don't even know what a gun is, and that makes them even more puzzled, and quite frankly terrified. Slight and Rachel look on with their jaws dropped and wonder what the hell that destructive weapon even is. The pretty boy wonders if the machine gun is a typical weapon from Ban's homeworld, and he's definitely astounded by it. Sure, he doesn't know what the weapon is even called, but what he does know is that it's definitely defeating the monsters at mind-blowing speed. Seeing how efficient and destructive the gun is, the pretty boy silently wishes that his country's soldiers would be armed with such a weapon. He feels that their army would be unstoppable if they had something like this machine gun in their possession. He keeps looking at the gun in action, wondering what it is, and coming up with some theories. He wonders if it could be a rapid-fire launcher, but quickly realizes that it's not the case. This is because a launcher shoots its bullets a lot slower, while this deadly weapon works by a mechanism of a continuous firing of metal pellets. He dreams of his country's soldiers using the gun and starts to think and all the things they could achieve with it. Slight feels that this weapon could handle second-rate assassins and even lower first-rates, and it turns out Doko is thinking the same thing. The silver-haired girl watches closely as our boy wipes out the fog monsters with multiple rounds of infinite bullets. Doko feels that the gun could even be useful in the martial arts world, but she feels that there's one problem, which is the fact that the attack style is too linear. Apparently, she prefers a weapon that can land curved attacks or something. The silver-haired girl has her reservations concerning the weapon, feeling that it's great for a long-range combat. But then again, in a tight space like this, she doesn't think it would be the best choice. The master strategist ponders on all this in her mind, feeling that there are all sorts of variables that work against Ban in this situation. For instance, she considers the possibility of an enemy striking him from a blind spot. It's almost as if she can see the future, because just as she thinks about this, we see one of the huge fog monsters sneaking up on Ban from behind. All of a sudden, he senses the malicious presence behind him, and the look on his face is enough to tell you that he knows he's done for. He freezes in shock as soon as he senses it, probably too afraid to turn around and see it with his eyes. By the time Slight and Rachel start yelling for him to look out or get out of the way, it's already too late and the creature is already just a few inches behind him. Nevertheless, in response to their loud screams, he finally summons the courage to look back at the creature, and it's safe to say he's completely shocked by what he sees right behind him. The pink-haired girl and the pretty boy yell at Ban to get out of the way, but it's already too late. They even appear to be running toward him so they can help him out, but all of that seems pretty futile as well, since the huge monster is already right behind him and about to strike. Our boy looks back and is shocked by how close the monster has gotten. At this point, one would think that he's done for, but just when it looks like he's about to be devoured by the giant fog monster, a sword appears in his hand which he uses to slice through the creature. Ban delivers the killer slash in style as he strikes a really cool superhero pose. As he splits the monster open, he lets out a confident laugh and admits that they all scared him with the way they were screaming at him. Thankfully, he's able to protect himself, and so the others are very relieved, especially Rachel. While the pink-haired girl heaves a sigh of relief, a Slight just looks absolutely confused by what he just saw. He can't believe his eyes because he's never seen Ban with a sword before, and what's even more intriguing is the kind of sword that the blue-haired hero is using. Apparently, our boy didn't just summon any old regular sword. He summoned a rare weapon which is called the Long Sword. This blade is imbued with 12 magic concepts, 19 of the murder concept, 9 blood poison, and 12 fusion concepts. The sword is pretty long to say the least, and another thing that really surprises Ban is the aura that can be seen coming out of the blade. Even our boy isn't sure what the sword in his hand is truly capable of, and the pretty boy on the other side just keeps staring with his jaw dropped. He's extremely perplexed because he had no idea that his roommate can wield a sword this well. He's never even seen the guy with a sword, and the only person in the group who's ever witnessed just a glimpse of what Ban can actually do with a blade is Doko. Rachel instantly admits that she had no idea either, and so it's pretty much time for Ban to explain where his mad sword skills suddenly came from. As you can imagine, he gets nervous immediately because they all feel like he's been hiding his true abilities from them. He assures that this is not the case, claiming that he's still a novice and nowhere near as good as Light or Doko Yon. He starts demonstrating a few moves, and as the silver-haired girl watches him, a small smile creeps up on her face. Seeing him with a blade reminds her of the first time she gave him a wooden sword in the small training ground. That was the class she literally dragged him to in order to repay him for the jam he gave her. She recalls how he impressed her, and maybe a part of her feels proud that she could have taught him the art of thrusting. Anyway, that aside, Ban's machine gun is still firing, and it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon. The artifact unleashes an endless barrage on the fog monsters, and it makes you wonder just how many of these creatures are in the cave. It's really crazy how they're still popping up out of the dark, so Ban decides that it's time to finish them all for good. With this in mind, he takes the sword and starts slashing all the smoke monsters that get in his way. While he's taking one big swing after the other, the machine gun continues to fire bullets at the creatures with blistering speed. Our hero admitted that he isn't as good as Light and Doko when it comes to using the sword. But now, he's finally about to take advantage of the sword. Even though he's not exactly a master of swordsmanship, he's sure as hell trying to become a way better sword user, and judging by the way he's swinging that blade, it's just a matter of time before he becomes a formidable swordsman. The scene shifts after this, and the next thing we see is that Ban is sticking the top of his sword in the ground to rest. He heaves a sigh of relief, feeling pretty exhausted too. It appears that he might actually have cleared this room all by himself because he claims that he can't see any more demon spirits coming out to attack him. With this in mind, he looks at the little fog monster sweating in front of him and figures that this must be the last one in the dungeon. The little demon spirit is extremely terrified as it sits there looking at the same person who just wiped out its kind. With this in mind, he calls Eve to take care of the guy in the meantime. To do this, the artifact in question quickly transforms from the machine gun into the chain spear he used earlier. After taking this form, Eve then wraps herself around the terrified demon spirit. The little monster is probably shitting himself in terror as the chain wraps around him. With the last fog monsters tightly secured, Ban figures that he can now take a break before having to experience the next shift. While he's starting his little break, Doko examines the battlefield and starts checking the other demon spirits that were killed. We're not sure what exactly she's looking for, but I guess we're about to find out. The white-haired girl is left speechless by one of the discoveries she makes. Apparently, the edge of the sword is melting and disintegrating the demon spirits that it killed. This basically means that with each strike of the sword, there's no way for the smoke monsters to recover because they will just end up melting away and disintegrating. She's amazed by this because it means that Ban is already using the abilities he gained in the previous room so soon. This makes Doko Yon think back to what she noticed when Ban took out the long sword for the first time. Considering what happened earlier and how he wielded the sword then, the silver-haired girl is able to conclude that he didn't live a life involved in battles in his home dimension. Doko can't understand how Ban is growing so ridiculously fast, and it seems to be bothering her a little. She's not the only one who is extremely impressed with the class president right now, since a Slight wastes no time to compliment his roommate. The knight in the group is really amazed by the fact that Ban can already control the shift to this degree. On this note, he admits that our boy's resourcefulness is truly amazing. Rachel chimes in at this point. The girl agrees with a Slight, and suggests that what Ban just came up with is the kind of idea you'd expect from an experienced student who's been in the tower multiple times. Yet, our boy has just been here once and he's already found a way to hack the shift, by knowing when to kill the last monster to allow him save energy and even time to strategize. Hearing all of these compliments, the hero just rubs his head nervously. Even Doko commends him on a job well done, which is something that happens once in a blue moon. She is impressed with his performance and admits that his last strike was excellent. To hear such nice compliments from his classmates, Ban feels really proud of himself and is encouraged to keep up the good work because he certainly didn't expect this many compliments. As much as she was impressed by his performance, Doko still had some observations and feels that there are things he could do even better. You can't blame her for the criticism since she's like he's a tutor in a way after all. If he wasn't too focused on his quick sword strike, she believes that he would have done better. Nevertheless, it doesn't take away the fact that he did a good job. After all, she thinks that it's a lot better than being a fool who just swings the sword mindlessly. This statement is an indirect blow at the pretty boy in the group who is truly swinging his sword with poor form and yelling like a barbarian. As you can imagine, he is quick to take offense, courtesy of his short temper, and of course, he responds in annoyance. A slight snaps at Doko, feeling insulted. He asks her what the hell she means by that and wonders why he would be called a fool when he fought hard in the first room too. In response, the white-haired troublemaker just pretends like she wasn't referring to him. She reminds him that nobody's name was mentioned and asks him why he's taking it personal. She makes it look like she wasn't talking about him at first, but then decides it would be more fun to exchange words with him, so she points out how only a fool would shout while cutting shadows with a sword. Being the most confrontational character in the team, he doesn't hesitate to snap back at her. Shadows or not, he feels that it shouldn't matter because that's just how he learned swordsmanship. While the both of them are arguing, our boy just sticks his hand into his inventory and it comes out with a can of soda. He opens the can to have a drink while laughing over the argument. He feels that the both of them are really something else and finds it amusing that they're not tired at all, even though this is supposed to be like a break time for them to relax and re-strategize. Ban takes a sip of the soda, but then an awkward silence follows which causes him to open his eyes, and that's when he sees that the other students in his team are staring at him like they just saw a ghost. As you can imagine, they've probably never heard of soda before, so the metal can in his hand seems like some otherworldly object. They're all quiet for the same reason, but Doko is upset for another reason. Apparently, she's pissed that he's drinking it all by himself without sharing it with them, and that's really funny since she doesn't even know what it is. While she's upset, Rachel is just confused. The pink-haired is intrigued by the fragrance, as well as the sizzling sound since she's not familiar with it. At this point, our boy quickly informs them that the same kind of soda he's drinking is sold outside the school, but he has no idea that he's actually putting himself in a lot more trouble. It turns out that they're actually familiar with the soda, but the problem is that they can't go outside the school, unlike Ban who can teleport outside whenever he has free time. A slight points this out with a longing look on his face. Apparently, they're all thirsty and they all want a sip of his drink. When Ban realizes what's actually going on, he quickly tells them to calm down and apologizes for drinking it alone. He claims that he didn't bring much, which explains why he can't even share it with them, but this is actually a lie. Besides that, he states that the drink is only effective when one is exhausted, which means that drinking it now would be pointless. With that being said, he tosses the can back into his store. When Doko realizes that she can only have the soda when she's exhausted, she decides that she'll take charge of the next room. The girl is determined to take that soda, so she offers to fight off all the monsters in room 3 after the next shift. Apparently, Ban didn't consider this possibility, so he's shocked when she suddenly volunteers to fight alone in the next dungeon. The protagonist is pretty confused at this point because she was the same person who just told him that he should do everything alone so that he could grow. All of a sudden, she's changed her mind, so he finds it suspicious. Ban calls her out for it, but she shamelessly admits that she's doing it so that she can drink his soda. She figures that the flavor he had is one she's never tasted, so she's not going to let him keep it all to himself. While Doko is being pretty shameless about this, a slight just looks at her in disappointment and reminds her that the drink belonged to Ban in the first place. It's not like he's obligated to share it with her, but she doesn't really care about that at the moment. All she wants to do is appease her tongue, and the only way to do that right now is by having a taste of the soda that Ban clearly doesn't want her to have. Anyway, the protagonist gets fed up with the petty argument, so he decides that it's time to go to the next room. For this, the poor little demon spirit has to be snuffed out, so he orders Eve to do the honors, and the chain instantly tightens to split the last fog monster in two. After taking out the last of the demon spirits, the magic circles appear once again, confirming that the next shift is about to take place. A slight points it out even though it's obvious, and as they're transported to the next room, Ban attempts to view the internal code. The moment he does this, all of his stats are displayed and he sees that his life concept is at 129. The body concept is just shy of 73. Soul is at a whopping 350. Magic has just crossed the 100 mark. Martial arts is at 62, with swordsmanship at 36. His piercing concept is now 26, and leadership at 7. Riding at 15, resistance at 2. His all poison eyes stats are now at 115. All hearing ears at 105, and finally, his all speaking lips are at 107. As you can imagine, this is huge progress for him, and he finds it incredible that he's already at the Academy's average in less than a week. He's only been swinging a sword for a short while here, but the swordsmanship and piercing techniques he just started learning have already improved greatly. With efficiency like this, our boy geeks that he should focus more on growing his swordsmanship. After all, he has a sparring match coming soon. He thinks about the upcoming match and figures that the outcome of the duel would depend on how much he can grow HSU martial arts. At the moment, he feels that the difference between Erecto's body and his is the fact that the guy a lot stronger than him physically. The stone man is also a lot larger than him and he's got a strength level of 300. Our boy just got here so his strength stats are still pretty low at just shy of 73. Going by this, you don't need rocket science to see that the gap in strength between them is over 200 levels. That's an insanely large margin and Ban already knows that there's no way he can close the gap by the weekend. No matter what he does, he feels it's practically impossible to go up 200 levels in less than 3 days. With this in mind, he concludes that there's no point even thinking he can become stronger than his opponent. As such, he decides that all he can do is focus on his martial arts since that's where he has the advantage. He's learning really fast from Doko, and he's already grasped a clue in that short time. Gaining abilities is important, but our boy knows that it's equally important to nurture those abilities. When it comes to growing in martial arts, he believes that his best hope is in Doko Yon. If the white-haired girl could just teach him one more thing, he's confident that he would have a fighting chance. While he's still thinking about this, he suddenly stops and instantly starts scolding himself. He can't believe that his condition is so bad that he has to depend on Doko. He feels so pathetic and wonders why he would even think such a thing. With this reality check, he tells himself that he shouldn't depend on her no matter how strong she is. He feels that it's not right to put all his faith in her because if he does, then he'll be tipping the balance of their relationship, which is equally bad. Now that he's decided he won't depend on Doko, he needs to come up with a new plan, but to do this, he needs to think slowly and carefully. He feels that he still has some time to come up with a new plan, so he remains inside his head and doesn't hear his name being called. His friends yell at him to get his head back in the game, but he's too lost in thought to realize that they've already been shifted to the next room. A slight is the one that finally brings him back to reality. The blondie is already a professional when it comes to yelling and annoyance, so he calls Ban and asks him what the hell he's doing. The pretty boy tells his roommate to snap out of his trance, and that's when Ban opens his eyes to see that they're currently in a sticky situation. Apparently, room 3 of the tower doesn't like visitors, so the moment they arrive at the place, they're shocked to meet a very unpleasant surprise. For some reason, they were teleported to this dungeon only to find themselves falling from a great height. Our boy is still trying to process what the hell is going on when he hears Rachel screaming in terror as she plummets down as well. He looks down at the pink-haired girl screaming and crying as she squeezes her eyes shut to avoid seeing the terrible drop. Judging by the height being portrayed, it would be a miracle if any of them survived a hard fall to the ground. At the same time, Ban finally starts to understand what's going on, and that's when he realizes that the ground has disappeared. With the current situation, our boy can't even be sure if this is a trap that comes with the room or if it's some kind of glitch in the shifting mechanism, because it's really looking like there's no way out of this. Rachel is still screaming in terror as she closes her eyes to avoid seeing the scary fall, while Ban is still trying to wrap his head around how the ground would suddenly disappear. As they fall at terrifying speed, our boy suddenly sees something that makes him gasp in horror. As if falling down a tower wasn't bad enough, they're also headed for a really painful crash on some insanely sharp traps at the bottom. He sees the many sharp spears pointed up at them ready to impale him and his friends, so he quickly summons his trusty pet Snake Eve to help him out. At the moment, she's still a self-operating spear chain, so the best she can do in such a short time is help him catch the pink-haired girl. The chain wraps around the cute girl's body just when she's about to fall to her death. Rachel is shocked the moment she feels the chain wrap around her body, but before she can even understand what's going on, she finds herself dangling right above the hundreds of spear tips that were waiting to impale her. Meanwhile, our boy is also hanging above her and holding on for dear life as the chain anchors to something at the top somewhere, and when he sees that Rachel didn't get turned into a kebab, he sighs in relief. He knows that what just happened was a really close call and it could have ended very badly for them. Rachel calls out to Ban from below and thanks him for saving her life. At this point, Ban begins to think about what just happened and what could have caused it. Apparently, he's heard of a room in the dungeon with such weird characteristics, and just when he's about to reach a conclusion, his thoughts get interrupted because someone calls out to him. The hero looks to see who it is, and that's when he realizes that it's Doko Yon, who is safe and sound for some reason. The white-haired girl is standing upside down like a bat with her feet sticking to the ceiling, and while he's still processing what the hell he's looking at, she tells him to move quickly. It's not much of a surprise that Doko would have a trick like this up her sleeve, since she's like the most strategic person in the group. Ban is so shocked by this, however, so he expresses his confusion and asks her how she even got there. He can't wrap his head around it, but she just ignores his question and bluntly tells him that he's going to die if he doesn't get moving. Doko tells him that he's going to die if he remains dangling there, and sure enough, it doesn't take long for him to see why she said that. Ban is pretty shocked by everything going on, but he's about to get another unpleasant surprise because while he's still dangling from the chain, the walls of the room open up to reveal even more spears tightly lined up and ready to bore into his body. The spears emerge right after Doko warns him, and before he can even think of a way to get off the chain, the sharp sticks shoot out of the wall like arrows, and unfortunately for him, he's the only target. The spears are launched at him with insane speed and he sees this on time, but he doesn't exactly have many options of escape right now. For starters, he's still suspended in the air, and on top of that, he's also the only thing keeping Rachel from falling to her death. Ban starts out this complicated move by tugging on the chain. You make him drop to a lower height all of a sudden. But before he does this, uses all the strength he can muster to pull Rachel up with his other arm. He yanks the girl with the chain tied around her waist, which leaves her really shocked too. His little gamble works out because he drops to a lower height, causing all the spears that were aimed at him to miss. He looks up and sees all the sticks with pointy ends collide with one another, and while that's happening, he also manages to catch Rachel gracefully after pulling her up. With Ban coming lower and Rachel going higher, they meet in between, and when our boy catches her, he calms her down by assuring her that he's got her. Everything happens so fast that the pink-haired girl is left speechless for a second. One moment she was dangling inches above many sharp spears, and the next thing she knows, she's being caught safely in Ban's arms. Her cheeks turn bright red as she curls up in his arms, and while she's still trying to put her response together, we see that they're both currently on Ban's hoverbike Lilith. Our boy apologizes for the rough handling and explains that he didn't really have any other choice because of how dangerous the situation was just now. It was either what he did or risking both their lives by delaying even for another second. Hearing all of this, the girl is finally able to put a few words together and tells him that it's okay. Hearing this, our boy is pretty relieved to see that she's completely okay besides the shock she suffered, so he gives her a heads up this time around, telling her to hold on tight. As you can imagine, he's about to zoom off on the hoverbike, so he makes her stay behind him and hold on tight. Our boy knows that they need to move very quickly now since they've already been faced with 2 near-death experiences after being in this room for only a short while. Ban looks around at this point and sees many more spears being shot at them, so he grunts in excitement, knowing that he's in for a really wild ride to avoid getting hit. As you can imagine, he's not the only one having a tough time in this part of the tower. The rest of his classmates are also forced to fight for their lives as they dodge and deflect the traps being thrown at them. We finally get to catch up with a slide in room 3. The pretty boy is currently being faced with multiple axes flying toward him, and of course, he's ready to take them on. Surprisingly, he's also got the special ability to walk horizontally on pillars and walls like Doko. Golden wings with a flame aura surrounding them destroy the axes, smashing them into pieces. After the dust settles, we see that the pretty boy has now got gold wings to go along with his shiny knight armor. He still doesn't understand what's going on in this room because it's completely different from what they were told to expect. It's just room 3 of the tower, but they're already being faced with some of the most dangerous traps ever. It doesn't add up because the pretty boy clearly remembers that during the briefing, Professor Yumina told them traps only start appearing after reaching room 20 of the tower. You don't need to be a genius to know that room 20 is still pretty far ahead of room 3, so it doesn't really make sense that they're already being faced with deadly traps. As such, the blonde knight is extremely confused, and he can't help but admit that the difficulty seems way off considering the fact that they haven't even gone far in their exploration. Just then, he sees his roommate jet past him on a hoverbike, which just leaves him astounded again. He's already aware that Ban possesses some really cool stuff that always leaves them surprised, but to see a high-tech flying vehicle this time around, he can only wonder what his roommate has pulled out. At such insane speed, you'd think that they'd have evaded all the traps by now, but that's not the case. It's almost like room 3 of the tower has a personal vendetta against our boy because despite his best efforts, he's just unable to catch a break. He's doing everything he can to escape, but it's like nothing is working, so he's starting to get really stressed out. As far as Ban is concerned, these traps are just pouring out everywhere at this point. He's starting to get really pissed, so he wonders what exactly the deal is with this particular structure of the tower. While he's busy trying to make it out of this sticky situation alive, Rachel is at the back daydreaming about him. She finds everything going on really fascinating and starts fantasizing because she's pretty much developed feelings for Ban. She remembers when he told her to hold on tight and how it made her feel, so she quickly wraps her arms around his torso. As she holds on, a small smile creeps up on her face, suggesting that she's definitely found something calming in all this chaos. Unfortunately, while it's soothing for her, it just makes Ban really nervous. He's already stressed out by the unending wave of traps being thrown at them, and now he's forced to deal with the nerves from being hugged. Bro literally starts sweating as his entire face turns red. He winces like a girl when he feels Rachel hug him from behind, and for some reason, his back is also heating up all of a sudden. Ban gets distracted for a second but is quickly forced to regain his focus when one of the arrows hits the back of his hoverbike. Lilith takes a little damage at the back, reminding all of them that they're still in a race to evade death. Our boy screams when he realizes just how close that was because the arrow could have hit him or even Rachel. This makes him remember just how dangerous what they're doing is, so he attempts to pick up the pace. But of course, this doesn't really matter since more traps are just shot at them. One of the missile arrows is about to make contact with them when all of a sudden, a golden slash takes the spear out and destroys several other flying weapons too. As you can imagine, our boy is surprised when he sees that the traps were suddenly destroyed, so he slows down a bit to check what happened. He can afford to slow down now since they're not being chased for the first time in a while. They finally have a chance to catch their breaths, and that's when the pretty boy calls out to him. A slight reveals that he was the one who just saved them and asks Ban what the hell he's doing. He claims that our boy was doing well before and then suddenly lost focus. At the moment, he's not really paying attention to anything that Blondie is saying, because he's in shock. He can't believe his eyes since the last time they saw. A slight didn't have two really cool pairs of golden wings. The pretty boy hovers next to them and Ban blurts out in shock, asking his roommate what these wings are and how he even got them. Hearing this, a slight just smiles in response and then tells Ban that he is also curious about something too. He tells our boy to answer his own question before he'll reveal the details of his wings, and then he quickly asks the class president to explain what he's riding. He asks Ban to tell him what he's riding on and asks if it's also another gadget from his own world. At this point, our boy reveals that it's a hover bike and then asks the Blondie if it's his first time seeing one like this. Anyway, our boy figures that it would be quite difficult to break it down now, so he quickly changes the topic and asks the pretty boy if he knows where Doko is. Upon hearing this, the blonde knight realizes that none of them have heard from their cold-hearted colleague in a while. The pretty boy begins to panic since he hasn't seen her either, and he starts freaking out because he's afraid that she might have fallen into a trap. While they're all panicking and wondering where their friend is, we see someone bouncing off several traps being shot at her. We see that the girl in question is casually flipping all over the place as she dodges one trap after the other. She bounces off them with ease and uses them to even make her way to the top of one of the floating pillars in the room. Ban is very confident that she's just chilling somewhere, keeping an eye on everything that's going on below. Hearing this, a slight doesn't even argue or doubt for a second. He agrees with Ban without any hesitation and then asks our boy what he thinks they should do. He has no idea how these traps will end, so he asks Ban if he knows how to handle it. In response, our boy just brings forward what he saw in the basic manual. According to the manual, they should survive by holding out for a certain amount of time. For this reason, he reveals that he doesn't know the exact duration. He also doesn't know how it operates either, but that doesn't stop him from coming up with an idea. Ban suddenly tells his roommate to fly over to the other side of the room. Our boy seems to have a plan, but first he needs to analyze the traps on this side of the room. The pretty boy trusts that the class president must have a good idea coming up, so he quickly jets off to the other without hesitation. While they're trying to figure this out, another set of traps is revealed as the walls suddenly open up to shoot out more spears at them. Ban senses this when it happens and figures that there must be a pattern for the trap's activation. Before, he was the main target for all the spears and arrows since they didn't even give him a break. But now, the pattern has changed and he's shocked to see that the spears and traps are now all targeting a slight. The Blondie is oblivious to the fact that he's now the one the traps are aiming at, so he just keeps flying in the same direction, making no attempt to evade the sharp sticks of death speeding toward him. Meanwhile, Ban watches everything going on and the gears in his head start turning at an insane rate. He's trying to figure out why the arrows are now targeting his roommate, so he wonders if the traps prioritize going after the person moving the fastest. He thinks that this might be the case, and realizes that there's a more sensible trigger which would be the best explanation. Ban recalls the time he was dangling from the chain and holding Rachel above the sharp spears. He remembers how he started moving frantically because of how confused he was. Rachel was also moving a lot because she was afraid that she would fall on the traps, and these all seemed to trigger the traps. Thinking back to all the times they were the target, he realizes that he probably moved recklessly right before being attacked. He finally figures that this is why they've been the target the whole time, and now that he's put a slight in danger, he starts beating himself up for it. Ban calls himself an idiot for not seeing the pattern earlier, and while he's busy scolding himself, Rachel interrupts him to show him something. He turns around to see what she's talking about, and that's when he notices the little damage on his hover bike. Our boy takes out the arrow that hit Lilith and is really pissed that the trap managed to injure his second key. As class president, he can't let anyone get hurt like this, so now that he's figured out the pattern of how the traps are triggered, he decides that he needs to warn the rest of his classmates to stop all unnecessary movements right away. He feels that it's a good idea at first, but then he remembers that they won't be able to clear this room if they stop moving all of a sudden. This anger causes him to grip the arrow tightly with so much force, and it's only when he feels something strange happening that he looks at his hand. Our boy is shocked when he sees that the arrow he pulled out is now glowing brightly. He begins to panic as he tries to figure out what the hell just happened. He has no idea what's going on and feels that something might have been absorbed just now. He feels that he might have just briefly read a concept, and this is all really baffling too. Back in the first room, he wasn't able to read any concept no matter how hard he tried. But now, he is able to do this without even trying. Ban is certain that there must be a reason for this. He takes a look at his stats again and begins to think of something. Before completing the thought, he suddenly stops himself and tells himself that it's just a coincidence. He looks at his sword, which is currently sitting a few meters away from him. He stares at the blade with anxiety, but then after some hesitation, he decides that the only way to be sure is if he checks. So, he reluctantly reaches for the sword, and the moment he touches it, a glow can be seen. The pink-haired girl behind him is left in awe when she sees the glow, and as our boy picks up the weapon, he just keeps staring at it in disbelief. The golden aura from the glowing weapon spreads to his hand, and of course, it's a concept. He sees the symbols floating around his hand and instantly identifies the signs as the beheading concept. Ban is very surprised to have acquired such a concept and finds it very strange. Usually, he'd expect to have acquired a concept relating to the sword, so he's really puzzled that what he just got is a beheading concept. He's never heard of anything like that and certainly didn't expect it, so he wonders why that's the case. As such, he decides to think deeply about it so he can get some answers. He has just seen something different from what he was shown before, and while he's still staring at his hands pondering, Rachel calls on him to look at something. He looks over at where she's pointing and is shocked to see that his roommate has gotten himself in trouble. For some reason, the guy that was supposed to be flying is now stuck on the ground, and the moment Ban sees it, he just screams in disappointment, calling his roommate an idiot. He's currently soaked in a pink fluid that seems to have a profound effect on him. He's struggling to stay on his feet, and it's pretty obvious that he's very exhausted. The only thing keeping him from falling flat to the ground right now is his sword, which he's using to anchor himself. The pretty boy feels that he's in this mess because he let his guard down. He thought that the weapons were the only things that were dangerous, and he never imagined that water would suddenly pour from a trap. He's suffering the consequences now and blames himself for it. The pretty boy gets really dizzy all of a sudden and realizes that there must have been something mixed in the water. His senses are numbing and his vision is starting to blur, so he's certain that he's in a lot of trouble. With the way things are going, making it out of this room is going to be extremely difficult. While he's still thinking about this, another compartment of traps opens up right above him. Unfortunately, that's not even the only one. Multiple chambers open up in the pillars in front of him, and he realizes that he won't be able to respond to the next trap launched at him because he'd have passed out by the time the arrows are shot at him. He doesn't know how he can get out of this sticky situation, so he just stands there and watches as the worst unfolds. On the other side of the room, our boy gets his hover bike in gear and blasts himself toward his roommate. Ban is determined to save his friends and make sure that they all make it out of this room alive. With this in mind, he makes Rachel get off the hover bike and blasts himself in a slight's direction. He needs all the speed he can get right now because he has to make it to the other side of the room as fast as he can. Rachel watches him move with blistering speed and just looks on with a confused expression on her face. The girl looks really anxious too because she's seen the gravity of things in this room, while Ban just apologizes to her, hoping that she doesn't feel like he abandoned her or something. In a flashback, we see her feeling left out, but this is something that Ban is okay with for the time being. He's already gambled with her life once in this room, and now that he's about to take another really big risk, he refuses to put her in danger a second time. Our boy doesn't want to drag her into yet another desperate game of chance, so he hopes that he can just wait there for him while he handles the issue at hand. The pink-haired girl agrees with his plan, claiming that she can wait there for him, but the moment he zooms off, she feels really scared again. She clutches her hands together, thinking about Ban the whole time, and desperately prays for him to stay strong. While the pink-haired girl is getting worked up at the back, we see our hero blasting through the air at incredible speeds. While speeding on the hover bike, he stretches his hand out and the concepts can be seen coming out like flames. All of a sudden, the system informs him that he has just gained over the points in acid and waves from this new concept. It comes as a surprise to us, but Ban seems to have expected this message. Apparently, our boy had already seen it coming by recalling what happened to him. Not too long ago, he was touched by water, but what he acquired was the wave and not water, so he's applied the same logic to this, and now he seems to finally understand how this whole concept acquisition thing works. Putting this theory in play, it now makes sense to him that the concept he acquired earlier was the beheading and not a sword. While Ban is blazing over to the other side of the room to save his friend, we finally catch up with the more elusive member of the team. The white-haired girl bounces off all the pillars, and she's so fast that it's almost as if she's flying. She finally makes it to the last pillar and just stops there. Just as our boy presumed earlier, she's been watching everything from above, but she didn't seem to realize the new change that Ban is experiencing. She sees the class president moving rapidly on his hover bike, and now that she's seen the flames surrounding him, she figures that something is up. Doko is taken aback by this and begins to wonder what he's planning this time around. At this point, he's only a few meters away from the pretty boy, who is still stuck with his soaked wings. As he steps on the gas, you can see the strain on his face and the flames all over his body. Bro looks like he's about to blow up because of how fast he's moving. And the whole time, all he thinks about is how the state of a substance at the moment it manifests determines the concept that can be acquired. With this in mind, Ban recalls the time when he was riding Lilith with Rachel behind him. Back then, he could see that the projectiles were all aiming for his neck each time, and as such, when he finally managed to get out of that sticky situation, he learned that they carried that concept of beheading and not the sword. That's why he acquired the beheading concept from the arrow that he pulled out of the hover bike. The arrows and projectiles were trying to behead him by going for his neck, which explains the kind of concept they possessed. The deadly projectiles fly towards him like heat-seeking missiles, and all he can do is hiss in frustration as he watches them rain on him. Just when it looks like the pretty boy is about to be finished off, the cavalry arrives. And by cavalry, we're talking about our boy Ban, who is determined to make sure that the students of Class 11 survive this deadly dungeon. He gets close enough so he tells a slight that he'll handle the traps. You know how Ban has a very cool skill that allows him to see other people's stats and even their aura without them knowing. Well, it's called the all-seeing eyes or the infinite eyes of reading. It's like his cool gimmick that gives him an edge from time to time, and this is kinda the technique he has in mind to use right now. He's currently planning to tweak the infinite eyes of reading, so that they can allow him to see even deeper than usual. It's a long shot, but it's worth a try because he might be able to deepen the all-seeing eyes and become even more active. Then they'll allow him to see beyond the essence of the target. While he's trying to initiate this little tweak, a slight struggles to stay on his feet. The pretty boy refuses to go down without a fight, so he takes out his sword and prepares to start swinging so that he can protect himself. It's not going to be easy, of course, but he's willing to try. He notices Ban trying something crazy, so he calls out to our boy and tries to talk him out of it. He doesn't want anyone else to take the fall for him or risk getting hurt, but it's too late for any of that now because the loyal class president is all in at this point. Ban starts trying out his plan, believing that he'll be able to read the intent of the projectiles being shot out by the trap. At this point, our boy has found his way to the potential meeting point of all the sharp projectiles being unleashed from the traps. He's pretty much in the eye of the storm, but he doesn't mind since he's got a crazy plan which is already in full swing. He hovers there with the flames surrounding him, and then all of a sudden, he makes a breakthrough. Just like magic, all the sharp spears, arrows and other deadly projectiles start glowing as well, before suddenly revealing their concepts to him in the form of different symbols. He can see all of the symbols glowing like magic circles, and he doesn't just see them, because he also absorbs them in that moment. It's a really cool sight which gives others an idea of how powerful the class president actually is. The pretty boy watches in horror as his roommate attempts to carry out the impossible, and that's when Ban reveals that he's not planning to absorb everything. The truth is that he might not be able to take all of those different concepts at the same time. So, he decides that it would be better to mix all of them up together and then break its form down. With this in mind, our boy begins to execute step 2 of his master plan. Ban suddenly begins to draw all the glowing waves surrounding him together. He uses his hands to control them, and they follow suit like waves to all merge into a single ball of energy. The scenes as he tries out this idea are unbelievable, and it's almost like he's trying to attain godlike status with this display because even Doko has never managed something this impressive. As this happens, the look on our blue-haired hero's face slowly turns from anxiety to a very confident expression. A smirk creeps up on his face as he confirms that he's finally gotten the hang of it. It's spread so much that it's even gotten to where our big left his pink-haired friend standing. She walks up to one of the waves of energy and stretches out her hands to collect some of it. Rachel has certainly never experienced anything as surreal as this, so she is just left speechless as she holds out her hands. She realizes that their beloved class president is responsible for this beautiful display, so a warm smile appears on her face. A wave of relief washes over her as well because she's now certain that Ban is okay. She was terrified when he left her to go save a slight, fearing that he might not make it. But now, she's glad to see that his brilliant plan worked. While she's on the other side admiring our boy's feat, we catch up with the hero himself, who finally rides his hoverbike back down to ground level. Bro skids in like a legend after saving the day, and the pretty boy instantly rushes toward him. The blondie can't believe that anyone would be able to pull off such a crazy stunt, so he runs over to check if his daredevil roommate is still okay. When he gets close enough, he asks Ban if he's alright, and our boy just responds with a sigh of relief. Judging by the look on his face, you can tell just how accomplished he feels that he was able to save the pretty boy too. He smiles at Blondie and admits that he's glad he's face. He goes on to let out a gentle laugh, stating just how close that was for them. One slip up and they would probably have been dead by now, so the hero is really glad that they made it out alive, even though it was just by the skin of their teeth. He had to take a very big gamble with that last move, a lot bigger than what he was forced to try a while back when he needed to save Rachel and himself while dangling from a chain. The pretty boy is also really glad that they're alive, but right now, looking at the glowing balls of energy there, he can see a symbol which he knows is probably a concept, so he reveals that he feels like he just gained something amazing. At the moment, Ban isn't sure what concept it is, but we're given a heads up by the authors which suggests that this new symbol is the chop concept. Intrigued by what his roommate just said and what he just witnessed, a slight curiously asks Ban if he's awakened a new ability. The pretty boy has never seen anything like what Ban just managed, so he asks the class president if he now has the ability to interfere with traps directly. He concludes that this is the case since he literally saw it with his own eyes, and this just makes him realize that his blue-haired classmate is really something else. The both of them are trying to enjoy a wholesome moment and also catch their breaths in the meantime, but this peaceful conversation is immediately cut short by yet another wave of deadly spirit attacks from a nearby trap. It's crazy that these things are still shooting at them even when there was no sudden movement. The two young men look up and see the countless weapons speeding toward them, and they're so shocked by this that they can't even move at first. It looks as though this would be the time they finally get hit, but the girls come to their rescue. Out of the blue, Doko and Rachel appear to deflect all the axes and spears that almost hit their boys. Banyuan and a Slider once again left speechless when they see the girls pop out of nowhere. They just look up at their saviors in shock, wondering how the girls even got to them so quickly. The pink-haired cutie heaves a sigh of relief while still in the air, and judging by her tone, you can tell that she was really worried about them just now. On the other hand, the mean one in the group doesn't waste a second before finding a way to blame the boys for what just happened. Everyone already knows her well for this, so it shouldn't be a surprise, but she just does it so well that they're always caught off guard. Doko makes her way toward them and instantly starts scolding them, claiming that they need to fix their reckless habit. She tells them that they'll get into serious trouble one day if they don't fuck their recklessness. As you can imagine, the boys are pretty shocked by the accusations. But anyway, Ban is just happy to see her, but the pretty boy looks as though he's just seen a ghost. Our boy sighs in relief once again and then thanks the girls, telling them that they just saved his life. The pink-haired girl didn't even realize it until he mentioned it, so she confirms that they actually just saved his life. In response to the thanks, the troublemaker, Doko Yon, finds another harsh comment. Rather than just telling him that he's welcome or something, she calls the two boys and ungroup ridiculous. The white-haired girl scolds them mercilessly because she can't believe that they got themselves into trouble and also lost focus after she already warned them not to. Hearing all of this, the pretty boy just starts sharpening his tongue as well. There's only so much he can take from Doko without snapping back at her, and since they're already very compatible when it comes to bickering, he doesn't waste another second. The blondie asks her to repeat what she just said while glaring at her, but before the two hotheads can tear into each other with words, portals start appearing beneath them, confirming that the next shift is starting. When Rachel sees this, she realizes that they just took out the last trap, but she doesn't look too happy to see that the next shift has already started. While Rachel is sulking, we see that none of the others in the group even pay attention to her because the pretty boy and the silver-haired grouch somehow found a way to still argue with each other. But the pretty boy finds it extremely annoying that she'd still be so harsh to him even though he almost died a few moments ago. As you can imagine, the mean girl doesn't even show a bit of sympathy after she says this. As far as she's concerned, she doesn't need to show him any pity or compassion because she warned them ahead of time to be more careful, and she definitely wasn't the one who told him to go get caught in one of the traps. At this point, it's easy to see why these two are always arguing. Their chemistry for bickering is unmatched, and it's like they always have the perfect comeback for each other. Sure, Doko Yon wins the arguments most of the time, but the pretty boy is definitely a worthy opponent for her. Anyway, Ban watches as they both chew into one another, and he just finds it intriguing that they still have the strength for this. He finds their relationship really funny as well and can't help but laugh each time they start. A Slight accuses her of waiting safely elsewhere while they did all the work so that she could just come out at the right time to act all tough. Ban feels that this should not even be a question because it's clear that they all run to save each other when things get dangerous, and so he feels that his point doesn't matter. Rachel wonders why they're all bickering while Ban realizes that they actually make a great team. Just then, Doko admits that she was actually waiting for the right moment, claiming that she wants to get them indebted to her by saving them so that she can get paid back. Of course, this leaves the boys stunned, and that's about where the argument ends, so Ban starts to hope that this sense of camaraderie isn't just an illusion. The story continues as the students of Class 11 arrive in Room 4 of the tower. The magic circles that teleported them here suddenly disappear, and Ban is the first one to look around to check out the place. The others do the same, and while they're all looking around, our boy points out how the ceiling in this room is lower than the previous one. This is a relief for him because he feels that they won't get attacked from above like they did in the last room. After surveying this dungeon a bit, he notices that there aren't any traps in sight and hopes that they won't have a repeat of what happened in Room 3. While he's saying this, he suddenly takes out his magic assault rifle and instantly unleashes a barrage of bullets on the first monster he sees. It's a giant spider, and our boy has no intention of showing it mercy, but when it screeches at him with absolutely no damage taken, he's left speechless for a moment. He's shocked to see that they'll be facing such powerful spiders in this dungeon, and the pretty boy also looks really horrified by the tower spiders. Apparently, these creatures are unique monsters that appear on any floor of the tower regardless of the level, and judging by how nervous a Slight is right now, it's clear that these creatures are probably really tough to deal with. Our boy can't believe his eyes when he sees that the monsters are perfectly fine even after his barrage of bullets. They practically deflected Eve's attack, so he's not sure what to do now. At this point, the blonde knight explains that the stats of the tower spiders are randomized regardless of the floor they're on. As such, he suggests that Ban's weapon is not effective enough to do any damage to the giant spiders. That being said, it's clear that the class president might have to sit this one out, so a Slight volunteers to take it from here. He claims that Doko and him will need to step in this time around, and Ban completely understands. At this time, the spiders are already closing in on them, so they have to move fast. Even though he understands why he has to stay out of this fight, our boy still feels really bad, and Doko just watches him brood in silence. He's so annoyed and can't believe that monsters this strong are already showing up when it's still so early. Seeing him upset, the silver-haired girl just sighs as she feels sorry for him. She doesn't like that he's feeling this way, so she steps forward to handle the monsters. She tells the others to stand back and asks Ban to watch closely as she handles the situation. Doko takes a battle stance as she begins to activate her powers and then informs Ban that this is exactly what he's been searching for. The moment she says this, she unleashes a powerful energy blast on the giant spiders and the unsuspecting monsters are immediately blown away by this attack. The energy blast sends them flying like tiny insects and all they can do is screech. After this display, Ban is amazed because he didn't expect to see such a powerful energy blast. His eyes widen in excitement, and after seeing just how effective that was, he figures that the blast did a lot more damage than Eve's bullets. From what he can see, most of the spiders have been knocked out as well, and this just goes to show how insane Doko's attack was. All of a sudden, the white-haired girl suggests that they let Ban Yu-1 finish off the remaining monsters, and this catches our boy off guard. He's surprised to hear this, so the girl just lets out a laugh, suggesting that there isn't a ruler more merciful than her. Ban finds the joke quite funny, so he just laughs nervously too. Nevertheless, he's excited that he can get in on the action, so he summons his long sword and tells the others to help him out. He asks a Slight to cover the rear for him while Rachel watches the ceiling just in case. The pretty boy and the cute girl understand their assignments, so they get right to it while Doko just sits back since she's done her part. The hero steps forward with his sword while thinking about what Doko just said. He certainly knows that she's not his ruler, but he didn't expect that she'd be so considerate about his situation. One of the giant spiders left screeches at him, so he leaps into the air to initiate his attack. The whole time he's in the air with his sword, all he thinks about is how he's really grateful for what Doko just did. With this in mind, he lands a sword strike on the creature, but to everyone's surprise, nothing happens. Seeing this, the others become worried for him and Ban suddenly realizes that even his sword isn't strong enough to penetrate the monster's tough bodies. As you can imagine, this makes the spider pretty confident and its eyes begin to glow right before it delivers a counter-attack on our boy. The spider shoves Ban to the ground, but he somehow manages to stay on his feet. He's determined to finish off the creature even though it's not going to be easy. So, he goes in for another attack, and this time around, he uses a powerful thrust to drive his sword right through the spider's head. Rachel is really excited to see that Ban finished the job, and a Slight is relieved as well, but he still feels that it's really pointless if slashing of the sword isn't enough to do any damage. Of course, Ban also knows this, and he's starting to get a little stressed out because he knows that he can't just keep stabbing and retreating with so many monsters around. He won't be able to beat them if that's the case, so he concludes that tower spiders are still too much for him to take on for now. Just then, he suddenly remembers something that makes him smile. Ban calls himself an idiot for even forgetting about the amazing concept he acquired from the previous room. It's the chop concept, and he totally forgot he had it. Thankfully, he's got the perfect opportunity to make good use of it, so he takes out the glowing balls of energy and slams it into his sword. The blade starts brimming with power instantly, so he tests the chop concept's compatibility with his sword. It turns out to be a good match because the artifact evolves right away due to excellent compatibility with the wielder. Just like that, Ban's longsword increases in the chop concept, as well as the demon sword, blood poison, killing, and fusion concepts. The giant spiders notice that he's now got something threatening in his hand, so they charge at him immediately. Thankfully, his long sword has gotten a major upgrade, so he braces himself and decides that it's time to give it a try. Sure enough, our boy slices right through the monsters with a single slash. Our boy cuts through multiple giant spiders at the same time, and all the others watching are left speechless for a second. The pretty boy is completely astounded by what just happened, so he wonders how things switched up in a flash. Rachel is more excited than shocked, while Doko just stands at the back with nothing to say. While the others watch him speechlessly, the hero himself also notices something that shocks him. Sure, he made a clean cut, but something still feels off. It feels awkward, and he doesn't get how it happened so effortlessly. He wonders if he swung harder than he needed to, so he decides to try it out again and find out exactly what's going on. The giant spiders surround him as he turns around to unleash the second deadly slash. Ban is determined to land the swing the right way this time, but a Slight notices that there are too many monsters. The blondie feels that Ban won't be able to handle them alone, so he rushes in, offering to help out, and Rachel follows him, but Doko just stays put so she can observe some more. The white-haired girl is pretty sure that Ban did something to his sword because that's the only explanation for what just happened. In that brief moment, he managed to cut through enemies that he couldn't even know before, so it doesn't add up. Doko ponders on this deeply while the blue-haired hero in question continues to deliver insane slashes on the monsters. Ban cuts right through the spiders with each strike, and the others rush to join him. The white-haired girl finds it intriguing that Ban was able to execute this, so she wonders how he can even be capable of such intuitive and overwhelming ability, and yet still honing his skills without relying solely on his power. It's really baffling for her, and while she's trying to wrap her head around all of it, Ban just continues to deliver deadly strikes on all of the giant spiders that come his way. Our boy displays incredible skill and power with each attack, so he admits that it all feels great. Doko Yon continues thinking about this. She really finds it intriguing that Ban didn't use his new skill the moment they arrived in room 4. At this time, Rachel and the Slight have already joined in the fight and are throwing everything they've got at the rest of the monsters. Usually, when someone strengthens their weapon or gets a powerful one, they end up swinging it around like flaws. This is what Doko feels, so she is really impressed that Ban doesn't have that flaw. From what she can see, the young hero has a lot of potential. He is really conservative and clever with his fighting style, so she is certain that he'll reach the true essence of the chop concept on his own, even if not today, then someday. The white-haired combat master watches closely as our boy continues his really impressive display of power. She feels that she doesn't have a reason to interfere with his journey to reaching the true essence of the chop concept, but she also feels like it would be a waste to just leave it at that. Doko is a lot more experienced than anyone around might know, and this explains why she's taken an interest in our boy. After overcoming the tree calamities, she took pride in being called the greatest prodigy of the martial world. This title gave her a lot of respect, and she was practically honored like royalty in her world as a result. However, here she is now, watching someone who makes her past look pathetic. A wave of determination washes over her as she makes up her mind to get involved. Ban has way too much potential for her to just let him grow by himself, so she concludes that her current position won't do. With this in mind, Doko decides that she'll have to make this young man hers. Doko's eyes are literally glowing red as she thinks this while the clueless hero keeps swinging his sword around. The white-haired martial master vows to make Ban Yu hers, and it appears that our boy might have sensed this because the look of excitement on his face suddenly turns into that of shock and fear. He stops fighting for a second and turns around frantically. The pretty boy asks him what's wrong, so he reveals that he just felt chills run down his spine for a second. The vibe he just got was as if an elite monster was about to show up. But in reality, it's just Doko being a creep. Anyway, he notices the girl in question standing there doing nothing to help them, so he asks if she could assist them with her energy blast. In response, she just snaps at him, claiming that he was doing just fine without her help. Hearing this, the mischievous hero decides to mess with her, suggesting that he doesn't need to give her the soda from earlier since he's doing all the work on his own. This definitely gets Doko on edge, and a slight just makes it worse by confirming that they're finally done clearing the room. At this point, Ban just runs away with the soda while Doko chases after him, feeling that he's just looking for an excuse to keep the sweet drink to himself. But he simply tells her that he's going to share it with Rachel and Light since they're the ones who helped him out. While Ban and Doko are busy messing around, the blondie receives an external message that leaves him really nervous. He informs the others and they suddenly receive the notification as well. They're all taken aback by this, including Rachel, who is standing by herself in a corner. Doko doesn't look too pleased to receive the message now of all times, while a slight just asks if they all received an external message. They open the message, and while they're at it, some red portals start to appear around the room. The students read the message together and are shocked to see that they've been told to leave the tower. Doko is particularly shocked by this news, and Ban curiously wonders what's going on all of a sudden. To make matters worse, it's a direct message from the headmaster, and they wonder if this instruction was given to all the students currently in the tower. The trio start complaining about the whole thing, but no one notices that something is up with Rachel. Doko is more pissed than anyone else because she's been looking forward to the tower climb. She feels that she hasn't even warmed up yet, and since she hasn't tasted Ban's sweet drink either, she refuses to accept it unless the school management gives them an explanation. She's suddenly interrupted by a loud rumble on the other side of the room. Rachel immediately yells out, telling them that something is coming, and that's when they finally turn around to notice her. Ban calls out to her and then suddenly sees the reason why they were asked to leave the tower. It turns out that those portals from earlier have now opened completely for a sea of giant spiders to come into the room. Doko realizes that this is why they were being called out, and as more portals continue to open up in the room, a slight figures that this event might be what they heard of in the meeting. Doko admits that it seems like it, while Ban just sighs in exhaustion, figuring that this is the reason the difficulty in the room felt off. Unfortunately for the students of Class 11, they can't even teleport back to the school if they wanted because their student IDs aren't exactly working at the moment. Doko brings out her pendant, but there's no signal, so they're stuck and she's left speechless. She informs the others as they all brace themselves for the incoming wave of giant spiders, and Ban realizes that they're trapped in room 4. At this point, it's become really clear that they're now in danger because the giant spiders are a lot more than before. Slight realizes that this must have been what the professor was talking about when she said that there is a phenomenon where even students can die in the tower. The endless sea of monsters charge at them, leaving nowhere for them to run to. As you can imagine, our boy and his friends aren't cowards, so they engage the enemies even though the odds are against them. This phenomenon that has suddenly put their lives at risk is called spatial irregularity. And as they attack our boy, he suddenly starts to remember the conversation they had with Professor Yumina. In this flashback, she informs the students that there's a high probability of dimensional pirates invading the rooms of the tower when freshmen are climbing. As you'd expect, Ban has no idea what she means by dimensional pirates, so he expresses his confusion. But there's really time to go into it, so she promises to explain it to him later. In the meantime, she claims that the abnormal invasions cause an irregular and unpredictable phenomenon to occur. The professor reminds them once again that they wouldn't normally die in the regular tower exploration, but admits that it all changes once things turn irregular. Once this happens, all the rules inside the tower get twisted, and areas that were once relatively safe become dangerous all of a sudden. Just like that, they'll find themselves in a no-safety zone because the number of monsters multiplies uncontrollably. On top of that, the room difficulty spikes unpredictably and a multitude of problems also start happening simultaneously. Basically, the tower goes into hell mode once the dimension pirates invade and disrupt the system. All of this is really overwhelming for Ban, who's still really hoping that the professor is messing with them or something. It's really terrifying for them, so they start freaking out. Professor Yumina explains all of this, showing them why the tower doesn't guarantee their safety. As such, she wants them to keep this in mind during their climb and pay attention to the next thing she's about to say. With the four of them listening closely, she tells them to know that they're in a truly dangerous situation if they ever find themselves caught in an irregular phenomenon. Back in the tower, we see a huge blast, and as the dust clears, Ban and the others come out of the room. Our boy had to crash through the wall on his hoverbike so that they could reach a bigger space, and once they're here, they just keep moving. Rachel rides with Ban while Doko and a Slight fly closely behind. For now, they're a bit safe since they've created some distance between themselves and the monsters. However, the blondie can't help but get worried because they don't know how long the giant spiders will keep coming. Our boy agrees with him, feeling that it would be risky to hold out in a cramped area. Rachel growls at the spiders as they keep moving toward them, and the moment the sea of monsters force themselves through the hole in the wall, Doko realizes that these creatures might actually be coming from an endless source. The monsters close in on the team, but not when it looks like they might be swallowed by the sea of spiders. Doko takes out the first wave with an energy blast. The pretty boy assists her by unleashing some deadly slashes of his own to keep the creatures at bay for some time. The two ferocious warriors continue throwing their powerful blasts to hold the spiders off, and a Slight tells Doko not to stop. In response, she just scoffs and tells him to worry about himself instead. As they keep throwing these blasts at the monsters, Ban just watches in awe. He's really amazed that Doko has already managed to fight off dozens of spiders coming this far, and he can also see that Light has thrown a lot of blows too. As such, he figures that they must be pretty worn out, and as if that's not bad enough, he turns to look at Rachel, who's fighting ferociously, only to see that more than half of her hair has already turned dark. The once cute girl is slowly losing control of herself, and Ban knows this because for a while now, she hasn't even been speaking. It's been more of growling, and with all of this, if her hair turns black completely, then it's going to be a nightmare scenario for the students of Class 11. Right now, the class president is so confused and not sure of what they're supposed to do. The spiders are endless and tough as well, so they're in a real pickle here. The hero just sits there nervously as he tries to think of a way out of this mess. Just then, Doko Yon appears, claiming that the beasts are completely losing it. Our boy is surprised to see her still going at it, and she just admits that she never thought it would come to this. At this rate, she's going to get exhausted sooner or later, and she feels that things might get even more dangerous for them if she doesn't take a breather soon. She's afraid that she can't go on like this much longer, and while she's still talking, our boy quickly takes out a can of the much coveted soda and hands it to her. She's surprised that he's suddenly willing to give it to her, but he just ignores her expression and tells her to drink it to get her energy up. While she's at it, he offers to hold the endless sea of spiders off, and then immediately jets away so she can rest. Dako's face lightens up when she sees the can of soda, but she's also pretty concerned about him, so she asks him if he's sure he can hold the monsters back. In response, Ban just laughs and brings out a grenade from his inventory. He assures her that he can take care of things and immediately pulls the pin. With only a few seconds left before it explodes, he tells her to watch closely and then throws the grenade high up to the ceiling. He sends the bomb up there and it starts brimming with power, which makes everyone pause first. Rachel ceases her attack to watch what's about to happen, and sure enough, the grenade explodes as it reaches the spiders and wipes out a multitude of them. The waves from the blast are so powerful that they travel throughout the room. The force is so much that it almost pushed a Slight to the ground, but he manages to stay on his feet even though he's very baffled by this insane power. Ban responds with pride, suggesting that it's amazing, and then reveals that he had a lot of work into crafting the bomb. Now that the spiders have taken a huge hit, our boy jets forward on his hoverbike to capitalize on it, leaving Light behind so he can rest up. With Doko and a Slight out of the fight for now, he turns his focus to Rachel and notices that the girl still has a lot of energy. Sure, she's strong, but he feels that she's way too unpredictable to rely on right now. With more monsters emerging by the second, Ban has no idea how long they have left before they're surrounded again, so he concludes that letting a Slight and Doko was the best option. Our boy feels that he can buy them some time to recover if he's able to take down as many monsters as possible while they're out. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he receives a message from the system telling him that his blood poison concept on his sword has increased to 10. He's taken aback by this, but then he's informed that he's faintly grasped the concept of chop and that his depth of it has reached the 2nd level. With this in mind, our boy looks at the longsword in his hand and is surprised to see that the blade is turning red. The powerful weapon is brimming with energy and exuding a really terrifying aura. Ban is so confused when it starts turning red, but he can't let his focus slip right now, so he ignores the change for now and goes on for another attack. In the process, he thinks about how he still doesn't know what the blood poison concept is based on, but decides that he'll just figure that out when he tests the newly enhanced sword. With this in mind, he advances toward the giant spiders waiting for him, and when they least expect it, he delivers a devastating strike on them. This has to be his most deadly slash yet because the flames that follow are absolutely destructive. The range is way more than before, and when our boy realizes this, his eyes widen in shock. He's surprised to see that the sword's trajectory has been extended seriously, which means that his attacks will now go even farther than before. At this point, the hero finally puts all the pieces of the puzzle together. He feels that if chop strengthens the slash of the sword itself, then the blood poison concept extends the attack's range and distance. Ban has pretty much figured it out right now, but there's a little drawback, which is the fact that his blood gets sucked whenever he uses it. As a result, he realizes that he won't be able to use this concept too often because it would be like donating blood with every swing. Bro hasn't even used the blood poison skill for long and he's already feeling hungry, craving a choco pie in the middle of the battlefield. While he's doing this, a slight suddenly notices that his roommate is up to something interesting again, so he calls out to our boy, asking him what's up with his sword's aura. Ban probably doesn't want Light to know about it for now, so he quickly changes the topic, asking where Rachel is. Doko responds, claiming that the girl is on the other side slaughtering the spiders, and also suggests that they don't approach the crazy girl for now. Truly, she's on a rampage and it would be dumb to meet her right now, so Ban just agrees with no argument. He also feels that neither of them should jump back in just yet because they need more rest, but the blonde knight disagrees, claiming that he's rested enough. He thanks Ban and tells the hero to look around. That's when they all see that the swarm of spiders has noticeably decreased. Ban didn't realize this earlier, but now that a slight points it out, he can see that the enemy forces have been significantly diminished. Doko chimes in, admitting that the flow of monsters seems to have stopped. That being the case, the pretty boy ponders on what the reason could be and then suggests that the monster wave might have halted because the battle is over. However, he informs them that it could also be because something a lot stronger is about to show up. Unfortunately, Rachel is the first to come across this bigger threat because while she's on her rampage, she suddenly halts in shock. The wild girl calms down all of a sudden as another huge red portal opens up in front of her. She's bewildered by this, but the pretty boy already knows what's about to happen. As the portal opens up significantly, he informs the team that the sea flow of spiders stopped because of the second reason. As soon as he says this, an absolutely gigantic spider, several times the size of the rest, emerges from the portal. This massive insect is probably the boss of the dungeon, and Ban starts freaking out because he was told that such creatures only start appearing after room 50. The hero is so confused and frustrated, but not as much as Doko, who is already tired of hearing that these patterns just keep breaking. She's not really surprised that a creature this massive would be their next opponent, but her ears are starting to blood from hearing about broken patterns all day. All of a sudden, the pretty boy calls out to Ban like there's another problem, so our boy asks him what's wrong, and the blondie suggests that they focus on the elite monster in front. Of course, our boy is taken aback by this because he didn't imagine that they'd have to face more than one of these massive creatures. He turns around to confirm and is horrified when he sees another elite spider. The two roommates gasp in horror, and Ban concludes that this is the worst situation they could find themselves in. They literally have elites in front and behind them as well, and that's definitely a big problem. As you can imagine, the pretty boy is terrified when he sees this. Right now, the Slight doesn't even get what's going on because it's starting to look like nothing in the school's manual even matches with what goes on in reality. The guys look like they're about to shit themselves while Doko nonchalantly drinks the soda Ban gave her earlier, looking completely unfazed. On the other hand, Rachel is still growling like a rabid dog, and when Ban sees this, he figures that she's about to do something dangerous, so he tries to stop her, but when he calls her, she just ignores him to charge at the elite monsters. The ferocious girl launches herself at the massive spider and swiftly lands a deadly strike that does a bit of damage. The spider screeches in pain, and a Slight is just stunned that she would charge in recklessly like that. Ban is also surprised, but after seeing what happened, he starts to feel that it might actually be for the best. Clearly, it's only a matter of time before the gigantic monster retaliates, so Ban figures that they should try to help Rachel now. He tells a Slight to stick with the girl while he takes the one at the front. Our boy feels it's better to take one each, so he decides to face the other elite monster with Doko Yon, confident that they'll manage somehow if they fight like this. Without hesitation, the pretty boy agrees with the plan and rushes to assist Rachel. Ban and Doko are left to face the big one towering above them, and the hero braces himself for the fight that's about to follow. He confidently came up with a plan, but now that he's face to face with the monster, he's a little uncertain how to fight it. The only way he stood a chance with the previous monsters was by using the chop concept and the blood poison combined. But now that he's got to face the bosses, he's not even sure if his current attack power would be enough to do any damage. The hero is torn at this point and also very reluctant to take a swing because there's a good chance it won't even work. While he's sweating profusely, Doko just keeps sipping her drink like she doesn't even care. She finally confronts him, reminding him that he said he was going to handle it. Our boy is too embarrassed to even respond at this point, so the white-haired martial master teases him for not asking for help even when he knows he can't win. She leans closer and really starts to wind him up, asking him if he's acting this way out of pride or stubbornness. Ban's cheeks turn red at this point as he gets extremely nervous around her. He asks her what she's doing and then she finally pulls away, handing him the empty can and suggesting that he enjoyed the drink because it was an unusual flavor. It was a strange flavor, but she didn't think it was bad, so now that her energy is enough, she takes out her sword and steps up to face the beast. As she does this, she makes it clear to him that he'll pay the price for that sweetness henceforth. She admits that it might seem like an excessive cost, but she wants him not to think of it as a debt. Doko's sword starts brimming with energy and she advances toward the elite spider. Our boy is amazed to see her draw her sword and finds it a bit baffling too. The girl starts out with a really impressive technique which Ban feels is unnecessary because he doesn't get why she needs the sword now when she's already proven she can do everything with her bare hands. He's really curious and wonders if she's showing him this for a reason. It's as if she can read his thoughts because the moment he thinks about this, she turns around to answer him. Doko clarifies that she doesn't need the sword, stating that she just doesn't want to get her hands dirty. She doesn't want him getting the wrong idea, and with what she said, he definitely won't. Ban is pretty embarrassed and quickly apologizes for his insinuation. Doko just smiles in response, knowing that all the hero is lacking is just one move. In reality, she's actually using the sword because she wants to show him this move just once, knowing that the single slash would be enough for Ban to find the answer he desperately needs. So, with her sword now at full power, she calls out to Ban Yu-1, telling him one more time to watch her carefully. Unfortunately, he doesn't do this because he's suddenly distracted by a noise coming from a slight's battle. Apparently, the girl has finally lost control and she's now attacking the pretty boy instead of the monster. A slight uses his sword to hold her back while trying to communicate with her, but she's gone berserk and now just wants to rip him apart. Her eyes have changed color completely and she doesn't even understand anything he's saying. This little distraction quickly causes problems for the team because the elite spider immediately capitalizes and shoots webs at them while they're fighting. Before a slight can even realize what is going on, he is tangled in the webs and finds himself stuck. Rachel, on the other hand, manages to evade the strike, which leaves the gigantic spider pretty shocked too. This just makes things worse for the pretty boy because now he's stuck, which means that Rachel can probably finish him off without any obstruction. The wild girl in question lands right on top of the pillar he's stuck to and then starts growling at the massive monster. The blonde knight starts sobbing at this point, feeling that he's doomed, but the gigantic spider screeches at Rachel, which makes her totally forget about him for a while. She turns her focus to the beast and engages it. On the other side of the room, Ban sees the situation with his roommate, so he concludes that everything is a mess. Before he can think of doing anything about it, Doko Yon calls out to him and tells him to focus on what she's showing him. After all, she's only going to do it once. Our boy claims that he's paying attention to her, but then also informs her that the others are in a pickle right now. Before he can finish his statement, she cuts him off, reminding him that she told him it's fine. The girl uses a single slash to split the elite spider in two, informing Ban that the only monsters left now are the ones outside. Seeing this, the hero is just stunned by the skill she just pulled off. Just as Doko Yon expected, our boy is left in a state of awe. The technique she used plays back in head and he thinks about how it was just a swing from below. Doko simply executed a basic move, slashing upwards, but in that extremely simple movement, what Ban saw was a death that divides the world. The girl was so effortless with the strike, but it was powerful enough to split such a massive elite monster into two. After Doko Yon unleashes this killer move, the deceased elite spider falls to the ground, and the result of watching this move seems to take a toll on our boy. The system starts blowing his brain up with notification and he immediately suffers a headache. The messages are basically saying the same thing, which is that he has leveled up again. One of them confirms that Ban instantly understood advanced techniques, stating that his power control has also increased. In another message, he's informed that the depth of 10,000 poisons, 10,000 purities, and 10,000 words deepen by 5 each. All of this information is very overwhelming, so our boy is finding it hard to take it all in. He's practically at a loss for words, but that's not all, because he receives yet another message, stating that he's just managed to grasp a very powerful and complex martial concept. As such, the depth of his soul goes up to 390, and the depth of his martial arts increases to 97. The hero is really taken aback by all of this because he didn't imagine that he would make such a huge breakthrough just by glimpsing a fragment of Doko's martial skill. He can already feel his inner side rising fiercely, and then he receives another message, telling him that the depth of his swordsmanship has reached 52. He has also observed the essence of slash in his depth, for that is now at 15. The power that our boy felt just now was like when Ortima's force field was shattered, and so Ban feels that this skill Doko just used must be an enhanced version of the move that cut through the power of death that was released back then. The whole thing is still messing with Ban, and he finds it hard to understand how a person can infuse such will into their sword. He really doesn't get it, and he tries to figure it out by recalling the concept for death he discovered and how it worked back then. Unfortunately, he's not able to finish the thought because Doko suddenly interrupts him by calling his name more than once. It's so clear and vivid now that it gives our boy chills, and while he's still thinking about this, Doko bluntly asks him if he was watching her carefully. She's asking him this because she won't show him a second time, and when he hears this, his eyes widen in shock. As you can imagine, Ban isn't pleased to hear this, so he starts throwing a tantrum, and when Doko sees him running around, she asks him what's up. In response, he just complains about how it's always way too close with her. He's still whining like a toddler when she suddenly shuts him off by giving him something. Doko tosses the glowing balls of energy to him and he catches it with a really confused expression on his face. At first, he's not sure what he's looking at, but then he realizes that the purple orb brimming in his hands is the core from the elite spider she just killed. The core has 3 life concepts, 11 flesh, 12 demon, 15 shell, 10 web, and 1 resistance concept. The hero is pretty excited to absorb them, but then he remembers that Doko Yon was the one who killed the elite spider, so he's not sure if it's okay for him to take it. He looks really nervous at this point, and the white-haired girl notices his hesitation, so she informs him that the core is his reward. She doesn't want him to waste another second before accepting it, but Ban still feels uncomfortable taking it from her. He's very reluctant to accept it, and while they're busy playing mind games, a slight calls out to the both of them. He tells them to stop flirting and come help him out of his sticky situation. The pretty boy is still stuck in the webs and he desperately wants to get out, so he tells them to hurry up before he gets mauled by the wild girl on their team. He reminds them that Rachel is going berserk, and that's when we see that the girl somehow managed to defeat the elite spider all on her own. She's currently standing on the bloody corpse and laughing maniacally, so it's pretty clear that she's finally lost it. Our boy feels really sad to see her in this state, but there's no time for all that right now. He has to come up with a plan. Ban feels that Light is completely useless at the moment, and even though the pretty boy tries to argue, he just gets ignored. Our hero knows that he'll probably be torn to shreds and defeated in a second if he goes to confront Rachel, so that's out of his options. All things considered, the class president concludes that the only person who can defeat Rachel in this state is still Doko Yon. Both he and a slight attempt to flatter her into helping them deal with Rachel, but the white-haired girl knows exactly what they're trying to do. At first, she just looks away from them and warns Ban not to look at her again. As far as she's concerned, she's done her part in this battle already and just keeps scowling. Hearing this, our boy admits that he already knew she would dislike his request, but then again, he reminds her that this is an irregular situation. He pleads with her not to ignore them, reminding her that they don't know what would happen if any of them ends up dying in the tower. Doko is left speechless when he makes this point, and it looks like she might actually change her mind. While he's trying to convince her, the bloody elite monster they thought was dead suddenly starts moving again, and Doko senses it, so she decides to help them finally. However, she's only going to deal with Rachel if Ban keeps the spider entertained. Ban is shocked when she tells him that he has to finish off the massive spider in exchange for her help, but he doesn't really have much of a choice, so he's forced to get right to it. Meanwhile, Rachel seems to understand what's about to happen, so she braces herself for the fight. Doko starts charging up her attacks and urges Ban to get moving, but our boy tries to warn her about the spider. She ignores him and Rachel just growls at her before going in for the attack. The martial master feels really excited because she knows she's about to have some real fun with the wild girl. Rachel just comes at her with murderous intent laced in her eyes, and as she reveals her claws, Doko just laughs out loud. The wild girl lands a powerful strike that sends shockwaves all over the room, but Doko casually evades the attack. She taunts the berserker, telling her to keep coming for more. As you can imagine, this infuriates the wild girl, so she launches yet another strike and starts throwing everything she's got at Doko Yon. Rachel tries over and over again to land a clean slash, but she just keeps missing by inches because Doko is way too fast for her. As if that wasn't annoying enough, the white-haired martial master suddenly grabs her hand like she's a child and then slams her into the ground with zero effort. Even though she didn't even use much power, Rachel is sent down hard to the point that the ground opens up. Doko taunts her some more, making her feel slow, and then starts dragging her across the ground like a rag. At this point, Rachel's eyes start to clear up, and it's almost like her senses have been smacked back into her head. Her eyes are no longer glowing and she actually feels fear like a human being, so Doko figures that she's had enough. After all, she's only trying to get her brain working again and not trying to kill her classmate. With this in mind, he stops dragging Rachel across the ground and then gives the girl a hand while laughing at her. She finds it amusing that the girl charges blindly at her when she's the stronger one, and that's what she had to flip her over. She calls Rachel a beast and tells her to get up. That's when she sees that the pink-haired girl is still wild. Doko notices that Rachel is still brimming with energy, so she encourages her to go wild again, stating that she'll entertain the berserker just enough to keep her conscious. As she says this, Rachel's eyes start glowing again and the growls continue, but they quickly turn into winces because Doko immediately starts wiping the floor with her. Ban watches the whole thing nervously, feeling really sorry for the wild girl. Bro is sweating from just watching the beatdown, and he starts to get the feeling that Doko might actually be enjoying this more than she should. The white-haired girl notices Ban staring at her like he just saw a ghost, so she reminds him that this isn't the time to get distracted. He's supposed to be fighting the elite spider, so she urges him to get back to business. Hearing this, the hero summons his long sword again as he prepares for the last fight. He claims that he knows what Doko is trying to say, but also suggests that this task might be too difficult for him. He still doesn't know if his sword can do any damage to the massive spider, so he's reluctant to even take a step forward. Seeing how scared he is, Doko assures him that he should be able to take out the beast if he properly saw her first strike. From the look on his face, he isn't confident that he can just imitate her slash perfectly, and while he's still being a coward, the spider launches a sharp attack on him. Thankfully, he doesn't get hit, but when he sees the small crater it left behind, fear grips him. A slight calls out to him, hoping that he's okay, and the dazed hero just wonders what the hell just attacked him. He's shocked at how fast the spider was with that strike. The creature practically pounced on him the moment the girls backed down. Even though the giant spider is in a near-death state, it still feels that it can handle him with ease, and this actually pisses Ban off. The hero feels insulted by the overgrown insect and decides to show it exactly what he's capable of. Ban is immediately motivated to fight, so he starts by summoning Eve to help him out, and the autonomous chain spear shoots out of multiple magic circles in the moment. Eve practically ambushes the elite spider by gripping most of its limbs to incapacitate it. At this point, the monster finds it difficult to launch an attack or even move, so our boy goes in for the kill. The blondie is surprised when he sees that Ban actually bound the giant spider, and this statement makes Doko turn to see what's going on with her student. This distraction gives Rachel an opportunity to sneak up on the martial master. Meanwhile, Ban runs toward the elite spider with his sword, feeling that he can combine his slash cut and blood poison concepts in one strike now that Eve has immobilized the monster. The long sword starts brimming with multiple colors, and once the power is enough, he delivers the strike from within reach to maximize the damage. Our boy lands a decent strike that causes the spider to screech in pain, but a slight doesn't think it was good enough. At the same time, Doko, who has put up a shield between her and the crazy girl, feels a bit disappointed. She thinks that the strike was shallow because the best way to kill the spider would have been by splitting its head. Our boy is equally not satisfied with the result, so he wonders why the slash was too short. That's when he realizes that the blood poison concept didn't activate properly the first time. As soon as he figures this out, one of the chains snaps and the elite spider launches another attack with that free limb. Ban thinks back, and it starts to make sense because he remembers that using two abilities consecutively like that has rarely ever done the trick. He's still trying to come up with another attack when he sees the spider's limb speeding toward him. By the time he sees the incoming attack, it's already too late, and the next thing that follows is a massive blast with Ban seemingly caught right in the middle. The story continues with the elite spider breaking the chains and lands an incredibly swift attack on him. From the look of things, our boy seems not to see it coming and ends up being slammed into the ground. As soon as this happens, Doko Yon screams in horror because she's afraid that her favorite student might have been finished off. This distraction allows Rachel to charge at her with ease, and even the pretty boy stuck to a pillar screams in fear. The elite spider puts a lot of force into that limb to ensure that it finishes the job, but then the dust begins to clear, and that's when we see the blade glinting from within the rubble. The sharp sword can be seen sticking up, and by the time the dust settles finally, we get to see our boy in his superhero pose. It turns out that Ban managed to protect himself at the last second, and this attempt to save himself also seems to have finished the massive monster off for good. The elite spider stands still in that spot just as the hero sighs in exhaustion. Once he's sure that the monster's attack is done, he finally drops his sword and then grabs his left arm so he can catch his breath. Ban looks like he's having a panic attack as he breathes heavily in an attempt to catch his breath. For a second there, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to block the elite spider's attack, and his life probably flashed before his eyes as a result. We get to see a little flashback, and it turns out that Ban had to change the angle of his sword to deflect the strike as soon as the blade made contact. It was definitely a risky move that he had to execute in a split second, because if he had taken that attack head-on and didn't change the angle, then both the sword and his arm would have definitely shattered as a result. Ban is literally trembling at this point because of how close that was in at the same time. He's pretty puzzled by how he was able to sense the giant spider's attack because of how fast it was. Even if it was just for a moment, Ban believes that what was supposed to be an instant felt like an eternity because of this. The spider's strike happened in the blink of an eye, but it was almost as if time slowed down just long enough for him to sense it and also deflect it to escape death by the skin of his teeth. Ban thinks back to what happened and still finds it difficult to understand, so he wonders if it was because he saw Doko Yon's sword technique back then. While our boy is still pondering on this, the system sends him a message, so he checks it out, and that's when he sees that he's realized and mastered the concept of flow in the process of deflecting the enemy's attack. As a result, his depth of the flow concept goes up to level 5. Our boy is intrigued by this, but it also seems to help him understand what's going on. After reading the message, Ban figures that the one strike Doko showed him really had a big impact on him. It surprises him a little, but it also makes a lot of sense, so he finally attempts to get back on his feet while laughing at the back of his mind, thinking about how amazing Doko Yon truly is. Ban gets up and pulls his long sword out of the ground, admitting that he didn't think he had it in him to be able to awaken a martial essence. He didn't even know he had it within him. With this in mind, our boy feels that knows what to do now, even if he can't replicate Doko's sword technique, and when the elite spider hears this, the creature begins to panic a bit. A part of the massive monster knows that the blue-haired fellow standing there won't be a pushover, so it's now really scared. Ban confirms that he's no longer afraid by lifting his sword and pointing it at the beast, suggesting they go in for round 2. From the look on his face, you can tell that he means business, so he challenges the overgrown insect to come at him. Sure enough, the elite spider screeches in rage and charges at him with a deadly attack. The spider tries to stab him with multiple sharp limbs at the same time, but Ban just stands there unfazed. When it looks as though he's about to take a hit, he starts countering all the strikes with his sword. The hero moves with blistering speed as he deflects every single attack with his sword, and this leaves a Slight pretty dumbfounded as he watches on. The blonde knight is still stuck in the spider web, so all he can do is watch Ban take on the creature alone. While he's there, he thinks about the concept called parrying. It's basically deflecting or redirecting an enemy's attack to the side. Using this, one can disrupt the attacks and even prevent serious injuries. With parrying, one could even get a chance to land a deadly counterattack if things go very well. The pretty boy thinks about this and admits that it's all just a tactical concept, because the truth of the matter is that reality is not so simple. In reality, things might not work out so well and you could die before even getting the hang of it. It's a really risky style of fighting as a result, especially for those who haven't mastered it, so a Slight believes that it's better to look for another way to fight since you only have one life after all. The blonde knight feels that this is what should have happened, so he's pretty baffled to see that Ban is using that exact skill he just described. A Slight is shocked that his roommate has the balls to use such techniques in a life or death situation like this. While the pretty boy is thinking about this, we see how swiftly Ban is moving. He's deflecting multiple attacks in less than a second, and a Slight is so baffled because the hero clearly told them that he had never handled a sword before. This technique isn't one for beginners, so something isn't adding up. Ban continues to redirect all of the spider's attacks, hoping to finally have a chance to counterattack. We get to see exactly how he's doing this. It's like time slows down for him, so he sees another attack coming head on, so he quickly swings his sword to deflect it. He makes contact with his sword and then slides the monster's limb to the side, allowing him to redirect the strike. This way, he's able to shove multiple attacks away from himself, and after another successful execution, he feels pretty satisfied with the result. He feels that this is good and is confident that little by little, he's starting to see it once more. While he's doing a good job of dealing with the elite spider, we get to catch up with the girls who are still throwing hands on the other side of the room. At this point, Rachel has started advancing with full force, probably feeling that she's overpowered Doko Yon or something. The wild girl charges at the martial master with everything she's got, growling the whole time, but Doko moves back to avoid getting hit. This infuriates the berserker, so she keeps charging forward, but then all of a sudden, the silver-haired girl stops moving back and casually trips Rachel over. The wild girl definitely didn't see this coming, so she falls over headfirst and crashes into the floor. While Rachel is busy eating dirt, Doko turns her attention back to Ban, who is still partying all of the elite spider's attacks, and the look on her face confirms that she's taken aback by the sight. Doko is quite surprised by what she's looking at and reveals that she didn't expect such a massive boost in him all of a sudden. She knew he'd gain something from that one strike she showed him, but she never imagined that he would give her something so unexpected. As far as she's concerned, the hero is using a martial technique that embodies the essence of flow, which exists in the central planes as well. As such, she's really shocked because hardly anyone ever tries to master it. Redirecting an opponent's attack in that 100,000th of a second should practically be impossible, but here our boy is, doing it over and over again. As you can imagine, it can get pretty exhausting to keep doing the same impossible skill repeatedly, so it looks like Ban begins to struggle a bit. The look on his face is enough to show how much strain he's going through. Our boy is pushing himself to the limits in order to use this technique, and Doko completely understands this because it's a technique that requires extreme reaction speed. Despite being tired, Ban keeps deflecting all the strikes with mind-blowing speed, so much so that it causes an explosion due to the constant friction from the clashes. After this blast, Ban seems to have a few seconds of rest, but Doko still feels that the technique involves too much risk and excessive effort to execute. The silver-haired girl says basically the same thing that a Slight said earlier, admitting that most people opt for an easier method of fighting most of the time. However, Doko Yon feels that someone like her wouldn't look for the easier way out. She's someone who has always pursued dominating martial arts, but after witnessing Ban's performance, she's starting to get a new perspective. She didn't ever think that she would find such depth in a skill she thought was just a trivial trick. Now that Ban has pretty much taken the skill to the extreme, Doko begins to ask herself if the art was always this profound. While she's doing all of this self-reflecting, we see that our boy has finally forced the massive spider to stop attacking. They're both standing face to face, waiting for either one to make the first move, and Doko just finds it surprising that she finally finds this parrying skill so impressive when she always overlooked it in the past. Her thoughts are interrupted when she hears Rachel gurgle all of a sudden. The wild girl appears to have had enough of the fight, so Doko turns and thanks her for pointing out her unsightly side. In response, Rachel just winces in pain, looking like she's about to burst into tears. The pretty boy sees all of this and figures that things are less tense now, so he reminds Doko that she can always loosen up a bit for him. Unfortunately, he just gets ignored and Doko goes back to thinking about Ban's new technique. She knows that redirecting attacks won't be enough for the boy to end the fight, and she feels that he would need to look beyond that if he wants to win. At the moment, she doesn't know what he's going to do next, but since he's come this far, she's confident that he'll find a way, so she hopes that he can show her more. The white-haired martial master is certain that he can surely use his force for a counterattack since he's mastered the flow to deflect his opponent's power. While she's thinking about this, the hero braces himself for the spider's next strike, and the moment the creature lifts a limb to attack, he goes in with his sword to finish the job. Ban leaps into the air and Doko watches him anxiously to see if he can use the spider's penetrating force against it. As the sharp limb gets to our boy, he repeats the same skill he's been using and perfectly times everything to redirect the strike. Ban rotates the attack, and using the two abilities he imbued earlier, he's able to land a devastating slash on the spider's head. Our boy's slash splits the monster's head in two, causing to screech in agony, and when a slight sees this, he gasps in shock. Doko, on the other hand, is extremely delighted to see this because it's exactly what she wanted him to do. The white-haired martial master is so proud of him for finishing the job perfectly, while our boy is just relieved that his risky move worked. Doko Yon is so excited when she sees that Ban Yu-1 executed the strike perfectly, and right after the slash, the giant spider finally falls to its death. Our boy sits in front of the massive corpse to catch his breath. While he's still trying to rest a bit, the system starts bombarding him with some more messages. Our boy learns that he has temporarily fused the concept within the body with the external concept, and he also finds out that he has just realized a way to create an even more powerful concept. Ban can literally see the symbols floating all around his body, and while he's still trying to process the news, it becomes pretty clear that he finally did it. The system confirms this by sending another message stating that his depth of flow, truth, and potential have all increased by 5. Seeing this, the hero becomes convinced that there's a major change occurring in the internal code. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when someone calls out to him. Our boy turns around to see who it is, and that's when he sees a slight once again asking for help. The poor guy has been stuck there for a while, so he really hopes that his roommate can give him a hand if he's finally done with his little thing with the elite spider. At the same time, we get to see that Rachel is still in beast mode. The wild girl is still trying to kill Doko, who is definitely fed up at this point. She's holding the crazy berserker back and tells Ban to come and take over, but the hero is still on a high after beating the giant spider, so he just teases them first. Our boy suggests that they might all be relying too much on someone who just barely defeated an elite monster. He gloats a little after saying this, asking a slight what he's been doing to help when he has such a powerful ability. The blondie feels embarrassed when he hears this, so he just apologizes and admits that he hasn't been able to use his magic ever since he got wrapped in the webs. While the pretty boy is busy feeling sorry for himself, Doko finds herself acknowledging Rachel's stamina and durability. She thought that by now, the beast girl would have gotten tired, but that's not the case, and now, she's no longer in the mood to mess around with Rachel. Because of this, she just wishes that she could stay tied up like a slight, calling him a fool, and of course, the pretty boy gets offended. Before the bickering can start, our boy suddenly comes up with a brilliant idea. He feels that what Doko just said could actually help them a lot, so he summons his pet snake even and begins to execute his master plan. Ban reveals that he'll start by absorbing the spider web that a slight got caught up in, and once he's done with that, he goes to the next step in his plan, which is to feed the essence directly to Eve. This causes the snake's depth of mastery and spiritual beast concept to reach 25, and this is all because she absorbed the web. After using this, he carries out something called the chain manifestation net, which as the name implies is like a spider web or net formed by Eve's chain. Once it's formed, he tosses it over Rachel to trap her, and even though the beast girl sees it coming, she's not fast enough to evade it. The crazy girl rolls on the floor as she struggles to get free, but nothing works, and Ban bluntly informs her that resistance is futile. He lets out a small laugh and makes it clear to her that the chain wrapped around her is going to drain her magic the more she attempts to escape. Sure enough, we can see it happening, because as Rachel keeps struggling to break free, she keeps getting weaker and weaker. The chain wraps around her even more tightly, and this causes some of her curves to be more prominent. The boys are this and are instantly flustered. Both their cheeks are bright red, but a slight figures that Ban is the one that needs censoring, so he covers his roommate's eyes, telling him he can't look. Ban knows exactly what the pretty boy is trying to do, so he asks if he's okay with looking. The clown responds, claiming that he's fine, but Ban isn't. Anyway, Doko interrupts the boys before they can embarrass themselves any further by expressing her concerns about the room. They've completed their mission in this room, but it doesn't look like any shift to room 5 is going to happen. Just then, they all notice that the chains seem to be working. Rachel's hair turns pink again as the chains drain the magic inside her. That's not the only piece of good news though, because even their student IDs seem to be working again. They can now make their way out of the tower, and since they were already instructed to leave earlier, Ban figures that they should be on their way out, at least for now. Unlike before, Doko is a bit more tired of the tower now, so she agrees with him and admits that it's a good idea for the meantime. Just as they're coming to this conclusion, an ominous portal appears in front of them and an overwhelming voice addresses them, telling them that they've overcome the trial. As you can imagine, the 4 of them have no idea what this is about, and Ban is so taken aback by the ominous sound. While they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on, The voice bestows their rewards upon them for overcoming this mysterious trial they had no idea about. The voice claims that they are the reward, telling the students of Class 11 that they will be granted the chance to make a pact with this mysterious being. The voice introduces herself as the observer of the Thousand Eyes before giving Ban and his friends the opportunity to make a pact with her. The scene shifts at this point and we're taken outside the tower. There, a couple students are walking around while Professor Yumina is desperately waiting there for her students to return. The lady looks like she's been there for a while and she was almost losing hope, but then a look of shock appears on her face when she sees a portal appearing. The magic seal glows with a blinding light, so she covers her eyes, and by the time she opens them back, she sees Ban and the others standing on the magic circle. The hero sighs in relief now that they're outside the tower and then asks his classmates if they're all okay. They all look fine, but they're also very curious. A Slight asks where they are and Doko quickly informs him that this is right in front of the entrance where they first entered. Their little conversation is interrupted when Professor Yumina anxiously asks if any of them are injured. Ban is taken aback when he sees that their teacher was right there, but he's happy to see her. He turns to her and she immediately spots a wound on his body, which gets her very worried. She looks like she's about to freak out over it, so our boy claims that it's nothing. He tells her to calm down and assures her that everyone is fine. Other students around notice that a group of students just teleported her, so they start talking and quickly realize that it's the rebellion. A few of them are surprised to see that the group made it out of the tower safely while others aren't at all. Now that they're back, Professor Yumina informs the students that she was really worried about them earlier, especially when none of them showed up after the eviction notice was posted to students in the tower at the time. She's glad that they were all able to make it back safely, but she's also very curious to know what exactly happened inside. Ban and his friends are a little taken aback by her curiosity, so they just stay quiet for a second. The professor asks them if they cleared the tower, but they're all reluctant to say anything, especially Ban. After realizing how difficult it would be to actually tell her anything, the class president suggests that they all keep walking for a moment. The scene shifts once again, and this time around, we see that our boy and the others are all in a more private space. They seem to be hiding from the other students, and now that they're all alone, he asks Yumina what went wrong when they were inside the tower. Ban reveals that they got caught in an irregular room after the fourth room shift and admits that it was really shocking since it hadn't been long since they entered the tower. He tells her what happened to them and then asks her once more to explain what went wrong on the outside that caused it. Hearing this, Professor Yumina gets a little nervous and seems reluctant to say it, but she eventually does, telling them that a student was killed by an outsider. This horrible news sends chills down their spines when they hear it, and rightly so. The four of them are now completely eager to know more, so Yumina explains that the academy is currently trying to resolve the issue. An investigation is going on as they speak and police are on the matter, but Yumina admits that it's a bit too difficult for the victims' teammates to handle. Those who were in the same party with the deceased are devastated, and Yumina concludes by stating that the murder was what caused the irregularity. After revealing this, she reminds them of the previous conversation they had about external intruders. The professor takes their minds back to the chat they had about the Dimension Pirates targeting new students. If these guys kill a student and collect the ID, then the victim will never be able to revive and will just remain trapped in the tower forever. Hearing all of this, our boy is starting to get really upset, so he asks Yumina what happened to the intruder that murdered a student. Unfortunately, the professor claims that they lost track of the culprit, claiming that the students on site probably had no way of stopping the evasion. At this point, Doko Yon chimes in, suggesting that all of this seems like an orchestrated test. This statement shocks a Slight and Yumina, but it doesn't stop the white-haired girl from speaking her mind. She claims that there are many intruders who aim to climb the Tower of Babel, even if they aren't Academy students. Doko reveals that it's a prime opportunity for the intruders whenever new students enter the tower, because this way, not only can they damage the Academy's reputation by tampering with the exam, but they can kill new students to earn their spot as climbers in the tower. By killing a prestigious new student, they can steal something that they've been longing for, which is a chance to climb the tower. Doko goes on to say that these intruders can even obtain a coveted student ID, and because of this, she starts to think that the Academy is making enduring these intrusions a trial that new students must face so they can pass the blame naturally. The Martial Master points all of this out so elaborately and then asks the others what they think about it. As you can imagine, it's a lot to take in, especially for a teacher who works for the Academy. Professor Yumina is almost pushed to tears by the allegations Doko Yon just made, but the girl in question doesn't give a shit. She stands by her opinion and scoffs at the thought of the Union Academy, claiming that it's definitely one hell of a place. As far as she's concerned, it's very disappointing to think that there are people brazenly invading the very tower that defines the Academy's existence, and yet the students cannot even protect their students from being murdered. Doko states that it's very laughable indeed for something like this to happen in a place that is claimed to be the greatest institution across dimensions. After she's done calling out on their greatest failing yet, the others just stare at her, not knowing what to say because they all know that she's right. At this point, there's really not much Yumina can say to defend the school, but she doesn't want the students to carry on with this horrible impression of the Academy, so she informs Doko that there's a reason for this. Professor Yumina looks like she's about to cry, but she does her best to keep her emotions in check and tells them that the students are responsible for themselves the moment they enter the tower. And this is how it's been, even though the academy has an obligation to protect their students. Moreover, she feels that there's really nothing the academy can do to interfere with it if the tower chose an intruder over a student. As you can imagine, Doko is absolutely livid when she hears these words from her own professor, but she keeps her rage in check for the meantime. Yumina continues speaking and then claims that they can't alter the will of the tower by interfering. At this point, Doko Yon cuts her off in a very harsh tone, asking her if she really thinks that it's the will of the tower to have an innocent student murdered by an intruder. Professor Yumina doesn't cut her off at any point, so she realizes that this is truly their fate in Union Academy, which just makes the whole tragedy that more unpleasant. With that being said, Doko activates her student ID and teleports away from there before anyone can stop her. Yumina tries to tell her to wait, but it's too late and the white-haired girl disappears in front of her. After Doko leaves, Ban walks up to the teacher and begs her to try and understand that there was something unsettling inside the tower. Hearing this, she turns to him and pleads with him to tell her exactly what it was that happened inside the tower. The class president is a little nervous at first, but Rachel and a slight just remain quiet, which gives him the go-ahead to tell the professor what happened. He reveals that they encountered something just before they came back from the tower, and of course, Yumina asks him to elaborate on what it was. At this point, Light and the pink-haired girl can feel the nerves as Van is really nervous and unsure of whether to say it or not, so he takes a pause before telling Professor Yumina that they encountered a constellation, to which the teacher is taken aback. So basically, the constellations are a thing in this dimension, including particularly Union Academy. They are transcendental patrons or observers that observe countless dimensions, and when they find someone they favor, they form a contract with them through that individual. The constellations and basically transcendental beings who exercise influence in this dimension, and right now, they've taken an interest in the 4 students of Class 11. These mysterious beings are known for giving powerful magic, special abilities, rare artifacts, and even more to make others follow them. The truth is that they always demand a lot in return for these blessings, and surprisingly, there are a few who refuse them. Above all, in a world where power is valued, there's nothing sweeter than the offer of these transcendental beings. The constellations are undeniably attractive partners for anyone who craves power, so we're about to find out what kind of encounter our hero is going to have with them. After he informs Process Yumina of what happened in the tower, she finds it pretty hard to believe that they encountered a constellation in this world. Ban confirms this, telling her that the observer of all sights spoke to him with a strange voice. Our boy reveals that the mysterious being promised power in exchange for fulfilling its demands, and for some reason, the professor gets extremely excited when she hears this. She claims that this is amazing news, and Ban is perplexed by this, so she explains that coming in contact with a constellation at the very first day in the tower is a really big deal, especially since it's the first time that a transcendental being is appearing there in the history of Union Academy. As far as she's concerned, just making contact with a constellation so soon means that their talents are already recognized. Not for some reason, none of them seem excited about this. Van is shocked at Yumina's reaction, and it just makes him really uncomfortable. The lady excitedly confirms everything she just told him, so he reluctantly asks her what the Academy's stance is on contracts with constellations. The professor is taken aback by this question, but then informs him that the school would officially claim neutrality. However, if the opportunity arrives, then the Academy would encourage students to seize the offer. Hearing this, Ban asks her to clarify if she's saying that the Academy urges them to make these contracts with the transcendental beings. In response, the professor states that this is exactly what she meant, and then reveals that the tower is the place where the interest of constellations is most focused in this dimension. As far as she knows, there's no one more appealing to a constellation than someone climbing the tower. Hearing this, Ban just gets pissed, feeling that it's unbelievable that a place like the Academy doesn't even have any defense against intruders, and yet friendly with these beings they know so little about. It's really hard for our boy to understand, and while he's still thinking about it, the professor interrupts his thoughts by asking him what the observer of all sights asked for exactly. Yumina looks so excited about the whole thing, so Ban decides that it's time she felt what they've been feeling, and that's when he informs her that the constellation asked them for murder. As you'd expect, the lady is horrified by this, so she asks Ban what he's talking about. In response, our boy tells her how the observer of all sights promised contracts to 2 of them, but only if one of them kills the others first. That was the constellation's demand, so we finally get to see why they've all been in a bad mood since they returned from the tower. A Slide and Rachel appear to be really messed up from that encounter, and we are suddenly shown a flashback for what exactly was discussed. In this scene, we see the observer still talking to the students of Class 11. She tells them that only the warm blood-filled veins offer up songs of praise to her, and then calls them children of astounding potential before suddenly asking them to sever the neck of a companion and offer it to her. The constellation promises to take them as her closest kin if they can carry out the task, but all they want to do right now is fight the twisted being asking them to kill each other. The observer of all sights vows that her love will never leave their side until they climb to the top of the tower, but only if they can do as she's asked. After making this request, she stretches forth her hand and urges them to kill each other. Ban is furious at this point, but he keeps his words to himself for now, even though he feels that this constellation is talking complete nonsense. As far as he's concerned, only a lunatic would ask one to kill a friend just to receive power, and he makes it clear that he'd never go along with such a thing. While he's thinking about this, he notices Doko suddenly charging up her powers, and when he sees a strange aura surrounding the girl, he becomes really worried for her. The white-haired girl almost seems paralyzed, and it's as if she's being possessed by this twisted constellation. At this point, all she can do is ask to be left alone, and that's about where the flashback comes to an end. In the present, Ban informs Professor Yumina that this is what happened, and the lady figures that Doko must have released her energy in the tower. Ban confirms this, stating that she was the one who forced the constellation away. After revealing this, Ban informs the teacher that the constellation was a being that they didn't even fully understand, treating their lives as playthings. He definitely doesn't think anyone should be excited about an encounter with an observer because it was so disgusting to have been tested like that. At this point, Ban changes the topic and asks Yumina if this whole issue means that they can't enter the tower for the rest of the week. Sadly, the professor confirms that this is most likely the case because it's too dangerous. She claims that the academy is going to monitor the tower over the weekend to catch the intruder and hopes for the best. Hearing this, Ban just starts thinking about his duel against Erecto. It's really inconvenient for him to be barred from the tower, and with the sparring match approaching Tuesday the following week, he feels that he just needs to keep training hard until then. After making his mind up about this, he informs Professor Yumina that he intends to submit what happened in the tower in a report to the school. He also plans to submit the records then captured in their vision during their tower climb. The professor claims that it's an okay idea, but admits that she'd love to hear all about the adventure over a meal. As soon as she says this, she remembers that they're not really in the mood to talk, so she figures that it won't be possible. The class president agrees with her, confirming that everyone is still physically and mentally drained at the moment. Yumina looks over at her students, and it's really sad to see them looking all gloomy. As much as she hates to see them like this, she also knows that the best thing to do is let them be for now, so she tells Ban that she understands. Even though they can't chat about the experience right now, it doesn't stop her from commending the three of them. She tells them that they did a great job, and Ban thanks her for the consideration. The professor then promises to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again, and hopes that they don't think ill of the academy. None of them say a word, but the looks on their faces speaks volumes of how devastated they are, so she just lets them off, reminding them to have a lot of rest tonight. At this point, a Slight finally responds to her, claiming that they'll take their leave now and wishing the professor a good weekend. The pretty boy and the pink-haired girl are the first to teleport away, but before they leave, Ban commends Rachel and sends his regards to her roommate, Doko. Once the rest are gone, Ban prepares to head out too, but before he can leave, the professor tells him to wait one moment. He's surprised that she still has something to say, but he gives her his ears and she tells him that she has a direct question for him. Our hero gives her the green light, and she suddenly asks him for the truth of what the observer of all things really demanded. Yumina wants to know if the constellation actually promised contracts to 2 out of the 4 if she actually selected him and Doko Yon specifically. Hearing this, our boy is shocked that the woman figured it out on her own, so he admits it. Ban reveals that the observer didn't actually put them against each other, and states that it was more like sieving gold from sand. In another flashback, we get to see what really happened in the tower. Here, the observer informs Ban and Doko that they can definitely reach the summit of the tower if it's just the both of them. That being established, she suggests that they dispose of Light and Rachel, calling the pair useless burdens. The pink-haired girl and the pretty boy are horrified when they hear this, and this pretty much explains why they seem to have taken the whole experience a lot harder than Ban. Our boy and the martial master are equally stunned by what they just heard, but the observer of all sights just encourages them to kill their friends, promising that the both of them will be among all the climbers with only the most radiant potential to kill, and seize what they desire. The constellation urges them to make the move, claiming that this is what the world is about after all. At this point, Ban and Doko are just too stunned to even do anything. But a Slight and Rachel draw their weapons and prepare for a fight because their lives are now in danger. Thankfully, Doko chases the transcendental being away and the flashback ends. The scene then changes and our boy returns to his room, where he finds the pretty boy still brooding. The blonde knight is sobbing in a chair, and Ban is surprised that the guy didn't even bother washing up. He decides to lighten the mood a little by joking around about how Light is sitting. The blondie doesn't find it funny though, so he just asks if Ban is actually teasing for sitting in an unmanly manner. It turns out that Ban didn't even realize when he started thinking out loud, so he gets nervous, feeling that he might have offended his roommate. The hero tries to quickly clarify things, but the pretty boy is the first to apologize. He admits that he just wanted to vent and tells Ban that he can go ahead and insult him however he likes. As you can imagine, things are escalating a lot faster than Ban imagined, so he gets even more nervous and tries to explain that he didn't mean to insult him. At this point, Light starts acting weird, claiming that Ban doesn't even think he's worth insulting. A crazy look appears on the pretty boy's face, and our hero is so confused because he knows that his roommate isn't the arrogant type. Something isn't adding up, and Ban is trying to figure it out when a Slight tells him that he kinda hates him. This is undoubtedly the most scary and shocking thing that our boy has heard all day, so he just freezes in a spot when a slight says it. He's really nervous at this point, but he doesn't want things to get awkward, so laughs nervously and jokes about hating the blondie as well. He does this hoping he can ease the tension, thinking that they can be on the same page on one thing at least. Unfortunately, his joke isn't received well, and we suddenly see that Ban didn't actually say it. He wants to say it, but he holds back, feeling that it's still rude to call an idiot an idiot. The scene shifts and both boys still haven't changed after a while. Dan sits on another chair while Light keeps brooding on another one. Our boy is tired of the awkward silence, so he tells the blondie to say what's on his mind. He promises to listen even if it's just a complaint, but the blondie doesn't say anything to him. The Slight looks really hurt, and it's almost as if he wants to let it all out, but he's been battling it inside. Thankfully, he changes his mind and decides to open up. He starts by revealing that he was one of the greatest talents in the world he came from. Ban tries to relate to what he's trying to say, and the pretty boy quickly states that he's not even exaggerating. He reveals that everyone, from his family to his retainers, all admired and praised his talent back home. The guy was practically worshipped there, referred to as the Amazing Light. They all considered him their hope for salvation, to the point that they entrusted him with the Holy Sword, and it wasn't just flattery. It was to help him so that he could obtain the power of the Tower of Babel, and then become the final guardian to save them. Thanks to everyone's belief in him, he was able to form a contract with the Sacred Sword, and then he came to the Union Academy, full of everyone's expectations. He had such high hopes and so much faith in himself, but now, he doesn't even know what he's doing anymore. The pretty boy starts tearing up again as he remembers what happened in the tower, so he asks Ban why he's treating him like a useless burden. Hearing all of this, our boy feels really sorry for his friend, so he reminds Light that he doesn't need to take the words of that twisted constellation so seriously. Unfortunately, that's not even the point, because whether it's a divine being or not, a Slight doesn't think that it changes the fact that he's just a bystander. He says some mean things to Ban in the process, claiming that our boy can stand there and talk because he was chosen after all. In the end, he feels that he'll always just be a side character, and it doesn't help that such a thing was said by a transcendent being far stronger and more knowledgeable than humans. As such, he wonders how Ban and Doko could reject an offer like that, and at this point, it becomes clear that it's the pain and jealousy talking. Our boy can't believe that his roommate would even say something like that, and he's speechless for a moment, but then he answers Light's question, stating that the offer was obviously nonsense. Ban informs the pretty boy that there are plenty of ways to become stronger without anyone having to die, and reminds him that neither of them came to this dimension to listen to such things. Despite our boy's efforts to make Light see things differently, the blonde boy is just too broken to agree. He feels that Ban is only talking this way because he already has overwhelming talent, and in this broken state of mind, he admits that he would have actually considered the offer if it was presented to him. The blondie reveals that he wouldn't have turned it down as quickly as they did, and this just leaves our boy speechless again. Deep down, Light feels that he would have made that choice and sacrificed one of them, so this just makes him even more resentful and scared, to the point that he can't forgive himself. Later that night, after our boy is done having his bath, he walks into the room to see that the blondie is fast asleep, and thankfully, the guy has washed up as well. However, Ban isn't completely sure that the guy is really sleeping, so he's pretty careful with his movements, and then, a Slight suddenly calls out to him. The pretty boy immediately apologizes for whining like that earlier and admits that none of it is Ban's fault. He confesses that he just acted out of jealousy, and our hero just stands there in a daze as he listens. A Slight concludes by apologizing for just unloading uncomfortable stories, and this makes our boy very relieved. A small smile appears on Ban's face when he hears this, and then he assures Light that they're friends after all. He tells the pretty boy that he's willing to listen to his sad stories anytime, and then reveals that he's heading out for a walk, but not before leaving some hot chocolate for his sad roommate so he can feel better. He drops the steaming mug on the table and assures Light that things we don't like to feel fade away after taking something sweet. Hearing this, the blondie just sighs and thanks him for it. Ban finally steps out of the room, and the moment he walks into the hallway, we see Doko Yon approaching. Ban thinks about how much Light has changed since the first time they met and figures that he'll need to be more careful with his words next time. Just then, Doko sneaks up on him from behind, feeling glad that she won't have to go back to her room just yet. The hero is startled by this and even more horrified by the fact that she's in the boys' dorm. He asks her what the hell she's doing there, and she just teases him in response, telling him that it's not a crime if nobody catches them. Ban gets pretty nervous and tries to make her understand, but she just ignores him and drags him somewhere else with her. She takes him to a big balcony, and he figures that she must have come here after the Annex Cafe was too crowded, to which she reveals that she ended up there while wandering around. Besides that, she came looking for him because she was curious about how Light is holding up. She jokingly calls him a burden, and of course, Ban doesn't appreciate it. He calls her out on it, wondering what she means by that, but Doko suddenly starts to sound pretty serious about it. She suggests that it's true after all, claiming that the pretty boy is a pathetic person with neither talent nor adaptability. In response, Ban simply defends his friend, reminding the rude girl that Light is skilled in swordsmanship and other abilities too. At this point, she informs him that the problem with the blondie is that all of his talents come from the sword. Doko claims that a slight strong body, sharp combat instincts, and special abilities all come from the sword he wields. As far as she's concerned, he's no different from a useless fool without the artifact. Doko must really dislike the pretty boy because she keeps calling him names, feeling that he's deeply insecure in serious situations. At this point, Ban is already feeling very bad for his friend, so he tells her that he's gotten the point. Hearing this, Doko concludes that light would be done for if he ever loses his grit and spirit, so at that point, there would really be no point in climbing together anymore. She also has complaints about Rachel, stating that the Beast Girl is already feeling weak because of the encounter. The vulgar martial master suggests that they would be better off without the pair. While she's rambling on, Ban just gets fed up because it's almost like she just wants to insult a slight and doesn't even care about him. Our boy then turns the tables on her and asks her why she's been acting weird since they encountered the divine being. He reminds her that she was rude in front of the professor and asks her if she's okay. Doko gets nervous when he puts her on the spot like that, so she snaps at him, wondering why he would be worried about her. She admits that she's not okay and asks if he found out with his ability, but he informs her that he doesn't need an ability to know because her face says it all. Our boy then pours her some hot chocolate and sincerely asks her if she's okay. He hands her the cup and she softens up even more because she can't understand why he's comforting her. Doko takes a sip of the chocolate and admits that it's sweeter than she expected. Hearing this, Ban wonders what she's talking about since hot chocolate is always sweet. She thanks him for worrying about her but assures him that it's nothing, claiming that she was just irritated back then. Our boy asks what got her so irritated and she hesitates a bit, but then informs him that she may have been in the same frame of mind as the observer of 10,000 worlds. Doko feels that she and the divine being might have been thinking the same thing back in the tower, and of course, this leaves Ban horrified. And with this, we've caught up with the latest chapter of this series. I hope you guys enjoyed my rapid coverage on this title, and are excited to see more of it in the future. And if so, please be sure to smash the like button under the video to boost your boy's algorithm, and comment down below your favorite scenes so far. We will now have to wait for more chapters to be released before I can make another video on this manhwa, but I'll see you tomorrow once again with another title. For now, excuse me as I get some sleep to freshen up for more work. Until next time.